everyone. I'm hoping you're having an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are, guys. So we are back and we are getting into the quarterfinals right now, and we have some amazing games to play, or to be more specifically, watching. We are not going to be playing though, on those matches. But yeah, we got some two matches today. It's going to be two match per day until the Saturday. There's also going to be two matches, but Saturday is going to be a little bit special because we are going to be having a sneak peek on the new season, finding out what the new operator is going to be. And we all know it's going to be a shield counter, and we have been dying for it. This is going to be interesting to see how much he is going to get banned and how much he will be utilized in a different way. Is he potentially the new placed operator on defense and putting a summit back into the bag? We will see. The matchup for today is going to be Dark Zero versus Weibo Gaming and Wildcard versus Furia. Two very strong teams are playing in this day matchup. Oh. Okay. So two of the matches are very highly interested. So if you have watched my prediction video, I did say that Duxero is going to be winning against Weibo, but Weibo has surprised us a lot by actually being in the quarterfinals. If they win this, this will be a huge upset for this tournament and also for Weibo Gaming, that we'll be able to hit the new record as the team as they are. And also, I think most are going to be more interesting in the next game, and that is Wildcard versus Furia. On this one, I actually put Wildcard against Furia. Furia has been having a little bit of a more struggle. They have lost and everything. Not to say that Wildcard has not had their issues, but so far Wildcard has not lost a single game. So that is also going to be very interesting. So I did put them on that. The next game that is going to be for tomorrow is going to be GK versus Secret. Now, I do believe Secret might have it because we still have Noah, Mowgli, and we have the amazing coach Twister. He knows what he's doing. But GK has also surprised us because they ended up, like, I think, if I remember it correctly, like on the third place in the EML series. So they have played very well, but I still think that maybe Secret is waking up. They ended up in the last place on the EML actually, so maybe they have woken up. We will see, but I still think Secret got it. And the next game for tomorrow, the second game, is going to be interesting. It's going to be between two teams that has faced each other a lot of times, and they're not shy to play against each other. And that is going to be between FaZe Clan and Team Liquid. Now, Team Liquid had a little bit of a struggle as well, but they have qualified into the next one. And while FaZe Clan have won their games, not losing a single one, I do believe FaZe Clan is still as strong as they can be. The question is going to be if they are going to be bringing it all the way, because that would be the second tournament they won in a row, to be honest, because their last win was 6th Invitational, and we have EMA and right now EWC. So we will see. We will see. And then we will see what happens on Friday, because we don't know the matches for those. So that's what it's looking like. So I do hope that you got a little bit of an insight on how it's looking and where my thoughts are on these as well. And let me start.
Right. I think that player might be good.
Good.
He started his journey in South Korea and played for PSG Talent. He was there for 2 years.
Kind of wonder if they have the coach stream button up, and I get a freaking commercial. Let it be, let it be, let it be. We'll have all the commercials, right?
having that idea of, I'm going to have to be willing to go to Turkey. I might have to go to, DC, or I have to leave people behind. How can I do that? Because you have to take those risks if you want to be on the right team, Iconic. It is a great thing to be able to see it come to fruition. And then on this stage, put some type of punctuation to it, exclamation point, or maybe a comma saying there's still more to the story.
I feel like that's just a great part of life. You know, it really does bring you worldwide. And then I feel like for him too, having people who support him and going out there and achieving these things and then coming back to, bring those stories back. I feel like that means everything to your family. And honestly, just building your name, building your legacy inside of this game. And we see this game that means so much to people around the world. No matter where you go, Siege is something that's worldwide. And it's one of my favorite games.
Oh, it's such a fantastic thing, man. I'm excited to see how this all plays out as well. Speaking of getting to the play, we've got our map bans coming up, gentlemen. So that means we're going to see which maps we're going to be going to for
it
this
wouldn't surprise me if we got bagged
versus Dark Zero and Weibo
not
Gaming.
bagged, yeah.
Labs right away.
I don't know about that one.
How do you feel?
I'll be honest. I did not expect Weibo to pick that map. It's not a map that is necessarily strong for them. It's a map that they lost quite a lot against.
I like that it's just like defense pick is going to be Dark Zero. I like that.
Obviously, they did beat Enterprise recently at EWC. That maybe shows a little bit of confidence for them. But it's not a weak map whatsoever for DZ. They played it a lot in NAL. They were quite strong. And even the few losses they had were so close.
It's going to be like, here's my prediction. It's going to be either Glare or Cafe that Dark Zero is going to be picking.
You can see DZ what they do, kind of be ready for some of their plays, and then, but it still is a
Told
strong
you.
map for DZ. So I feel like if DZ can come out, take Weibo's map, then they might be in trouble going into
Lair.
DZ go Lair, right? So what is the reaction to that?
I mean, that's a strong map for DZ. They had a 6-win streak before coming to this tournament. They only lost it to CAG coming here. So it was a 7-2 loss, a harsh one. But one where you know the system inside DZ. They're one of those teams that can bounce back from one day to another. What looks like a really weak map might become the best in 24 hours. So I'm not so worried for them. On the side of Weibo, complete shadows. They haven't shown it in 3 months. So it's completely picking blind here for DZ.
Wow. So I really relate back to the Weibo getting here story. Virtus Pro taking the first game against them and then being able to bounce back and win on the Decider map. So this Decider Clubhouse, how do you favor, if we get to a Decider map, who do you favor in this one?
I feel like I do favor DZ, being one of their stronger maps. In their recent history, they've lost it to only strong teams, won it against strong teams. And I feel like that's the main theme, just making sure that you have a good style of Siege on these maps, because these maps are very nature heavy. You have to be able to play into your win cons, into your ideas, and you're going to see that in the game, how fast these teams are able to recognize what advantages they have in the rounds and take those advantages, and what teams know on the attacking side, on the defensive side, what weaknesses you're seeing and how you can exploit those. So it's going to be a game of Siege. It's going to be amazing.
From a storyline perspective, one has got to end right here, Alphamo. I mean, that's the sad truth about it.
I mean, there's a David versus Goliath. Clearly, there's an underdog and there's a giant that won a major. Whatever happens, history will be made. DZ is one step closer from making history for North America, winning maybe 2 S-tier events in a row for the first time ever. On the other side, Weibo maybe finally cracking that top 4, maybe proving that APL has what it takes to maybe one day win an S-tier event. That would be massive.
Well, the beautiful thing about Paris, France, and the opportunity here is that these gentlemen, alongside all of you and our casters soon to be introduced, get to see some amazing Siege gameplay. And when it comes to these bright lights on the stage of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, who steps up is the only question that matters. Will it be history on the side of Weibo Gaming, a semifinal in their sights, or will it be Dark Zero, many think, who can claim the championship, making it one step closer? R6 at EWC begins.
Come on. I like the music, actually. fuck? Why does it feel so cheap? I wonder what the chat is saying.
Bienvenue à Paris and welcome back to the French capital. We are here for the eSports
Milosh, let's go!
Rainbow Six Siege. It's our second week and it's all about to go down. My name is Adam Savage here on the main stage. Joining me is the operator of epic proportions, the wonderful Milosh.
It is a pleasure to be back on here with you, Adam, and really, it's Siege, right? Yes, it's never one person doing the work. It's all about teamwork here, not just here for us on stage, but everybody making it all happen, especially those who held down the fort in week number 1. Those all in our group stage that came in. 22 teams from all around the world came for this giant opportunity here in Paris. Only 8 remain. There's a lot on the line here.
There is so much on the line. Let's remind ourselves here of the stakes as well. You mentioned 22 teams down to now 8. $2 million worth of prize pool on the line here. The top team taking home $750,000 of those dollars. However, there is also a place in the 6 Invitational 2027 up for grabs for that top spot too. So it's all to play for. We of course have the 8 teams. Paris, are you ready to meet
I don't
those
like the
teams?
trophy. The trophy is so fucking round.
Right.
What the
Then
fuck?
let's do it. First up, would you please welcome to the stage, it's Wildcard.
Whoa, sorry.
Please welcome Spiker, Kansan, Baby Shark, Bay, and Adrian, the champions of North America.
Wait,
topping
did I
their
change
Group
the fucking
EWC.
schedule?
Can they continue?
I thought it was
Their
Dark
ascension to
Zero
the top.
and
Next up,
Weaver
it's
Gaming first.
Furia!
What the fuck?
Volps, Lyra, Herds, DS
They
Lucas,
literally changed the time scheduling.
all 5 players that have a lot of rich history
Okay.
in Brazil, led by the one and only Herds. Can they do it once again here in Paris?
Paris, give it up for GK Esports! Yaga! Sa!
Oh, they're doing everyone.
Upor and Ask. The EML Dark Horses, their first time
I'm
as a
sorry,
team on the
I'm
main
still, I
stage
don't like Ask.
internationally. Can they deliver
like,
the goods?
the way he's like
Next
being
up,
talked.
it's
Like,
Team
not as a person.
Liquid
I will just be clarified. Not as a person. I just don't like that he's being so toxic to the enemy. I just don't like that.
Mind, the best IGL of them all, Flypox. A team of 5 that is looking for glory once again with Maya on the squad. Can they deliver now at EWC?
Next, would you please give it up for FaZe Clan? Vita King, Souls, KDS, Handy, and Cyber. The best to ever do it. Back-to-back world champions. Can they deliver again here in Paris? Let's find out.
Well, then our next 2 teams, my friends, will open up the quarterfinals here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet at EWC. So please join me in welcoming Dark Zero! Winners, NJR, Kino, J90, and Force.
Come on.
So the best to ever do it, your reigning Salt Lake City Major champions. They're here in Paris looking for glory. The question is, can that story continue and clinch 2 back-to-back for North America?
Next up, would you please welcome to the stage, Weibo Gaming! Turd, Speakeasy, Reeps, Hoven, and Gotti. They talk trash in the server, but can they back it up here on the main stage? They need to go all the way here after beating out Virtus Pro, destroying Enterprise. Can they come all the way and make their way up against the Dark Zero champs right now and defeat them?
Well, that makes it, what,
6, 7 though? I think I count 7. We need 8, not to mention as well, Milos, we haven't even got a trophy.
I'm very glad you mentioned it, my friend Adam. Please join me in welcoming the defending EWC 25 champions, Team Secret!
Yo, what the fuck?
Drills, Noah, and Mowgli!
I thought so. It was kind of weird.
2026, and you asked me a few months ago, there would have been no way these guys have made it, but they defied expectations. They've done them again in the group stage, and they're here to defend their hard-earned title from last year's EWC. Different roster, same expectations. 8 teams remain. The competition heats up here on the main stage, so let's get it all started right here.
He's like, okay, that was nicely done. I like that. I like how they took in all the players into one stage like that. I like it.
This has by far been the most competitive EWC that I've participated in. Every single match has importance to it, and each and every single team is gunning for that EWC title. If you lose, you're out. Doesn't matter if you've been flawless throughout this entire event so far. Now you're in a situation where you don't have a parachute to catch you when you're falling. That's exactly what you want. You want everyone's backs against the wall. That's what's going to make these matches to be the most exciting that they possibly can be.
It's Hoven to finish it off with a double. We're going to overtime.
Damn.
I'm extremely excited to see the stage, and I'm just hoping that we have crowd and the energy in the room.
I can't wait to play in front of the French crowd. It's gonna be incredible.
Let's have a good game. Let's have some fun.
We'll just go there and do my job.
The pistol shot connects. Side champions are playoff bound.
Assim como vocês, a gente também quer ganhar, mas a gente é um time mais forte, a gente é um time mais preparado e mais uma vez
like,
a gente vai vir pra.
I don't know what it might sound mean, but if you play on the international stage, shouldn't you be like aware
to be honest, I'm really confident after the win against Falcons.
I think it's hard to counter us because we could do one thing, but we could do another thing, and you'll never know because we won't even know until we're in server. Try your best.
Deixou a gente chegar aí a Liquid nos playoffs e agora eles têm que se preparar porque a gente tá muito confiante para levar esse caneco que falta pra gente aí.
Ganhar é a nossa única opção. Esse troféu é nosso.
This is the Esports World Cup, baby. This is where legends are made.
Well, thank you so much, Milos and Adam. What an introduction to the teams that we're going to be seeing throughout this playoff run. Starting off with Dark Zero. And whether it was their entrance, their confidence, the interview with Kino saying literally brothers up on that stage, or Milos saying some of the best to ever do it, it's going to be hard to doubt that they can get this done. Iconic.
Yeah, and I feel like looking at them too, look very calm, both sides, getting ready, getting their huddles going, and I feel like too, you see it in the eyes, you know, the eyes tell the whole story. Whoever's going to be locked in, not letting the pressure face them, not letting the close rounds face them, and I feel like it's going to be a close game here.
Alphama, you were a little concerned, or a little questioned about this map pick first for Weibo Gaming. How do they overturn some of that concern for you? How do they make you feel more confident with how they approach these first few rounds?
The main thing is I'm not in the system and I don't know what their scrims look like. Maybe their recent result, the fact that they came in EWC, had a win on the map, gave them a little bit of confidence. The fact that they have some great information as well, because Dark Zero did play the map as well. They prepped some counter strats. I think 90% of this is mental anyway, and I think that's the biggest and scaring factor for me is everyone knows DZ as that team that has the system, that has the discipline, and that looks like absolute cyborg every time you meet them. They all go to the gym. Look at these guys. Look at their biceps. I mean, they're kind of scary. And so you need that battle cry. You need that kind of confidence on the side of Weibo to try and think, yeah, we can do this one.
You've been in this situation before. You guys both have in many different moments. What does it mean to be the first opening a ceremony, opening a series like this in playoffs? Are there nerves a bigger factor than usual?
I feel like you get to set the tone, let the people know how the teacher's going to be, if it's fast-paced, if you're exciting the crowd, and I feel like you really get to just show out first.
Yeah, I've been in that spot multiple times before, and let me tell you, I never won one. Got eliminated every single
It's not looking good.
No, it's not looking good. I don't know what this, I don't know what's the recipe, man.
That's true.
It escaped me.
Well, listen, one of the things that even, you know, through the eye test, I say it because I don't get the chance to spend as much intimate time with you guys in your scene. But I'm here for these weeks. I'm here for this tournament. Seeing Virtus Pro, the one word that I had, Weibo against Virtus Pro was resilience and finding an answer. You know, Gohan and the coach coming to this moment of, hey, we just lost basically 7-0, 7-1. That could be easy to turn your head around, right, Iconic? But the conversation was, we got this. We have a game plan. We need to execute here. You know, part of it is just probably having the confidence to get through those tough moments when they do happen, because they're going to happen, right?
Of course, like you said, confidence is key. And you see both sides actually having that. DZ with the loss to CAG 7-2, having to bounce back. You see them locked in, getting that meditation, getting that grounding, and on the stage, you know, it's going to be a great game. And I'm excited here. You see them all very locked in. Zen Masters.
Not a surprise, right? We always
Ego is the enemy.
We've said it before. On the side of Weibo,
hello, Showboat. How you doing?
They brought two missing pieces. I think Gohan, as the coach, is one of the
Kino's just laying back, relaxing.
Coaches we have here on our scene. Gohan was a staple Brazilian player. He won so many things.
I'm doing good.
I
doing
think
good.
He gave depth to that team. One thing that we
took
lacked
like
in
2
Asia
days
was the
break
depth in strategy,
to be
but
with
also the
family,
depth in
and it
mental.
was good.
Having
We
experienced
went
players, coaches that can teach you how to win and overturn some
barbecue
very difficult
yesterday. We
DO3s.
went
They
up
proved it
high
against
in the
Virtus Pro.
mountains.
Maybe they can prove it again here against
yeah,
Dark Zero.
forgot.
And aside of Gotti, also a new player, someone that has the anger, that had the anger of leaving his home country to try and play for this team as well. That's two things that, in my opinion, are massive and new for this team to maybe this time break the ceiling.
I love the story. I love the story of Gotti. I love what you mentioned about Gohan as well, that experience coming in through the coach, and now gentlemen picks and bans.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a very classic one, right? We're starting on Night Heaven Labs, and we're gonna see the classic. I'm gonna remove all of your hard reach. You're gonna remove all of the dual denial, so that we can break this first layer of defense as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
that's
so
my expectation. We saw Kate being removed. We saw Ice being removed. I anticipate Bandit as well.
They got rid of the mirror, so they can't really trick IT. It's going to shut down the side of the map. Going to make it a lot harder for DZ to contest that wall. So you're going to see a lot of Bandit 2 coming out here. And just a different type of scheme to really slow the wall. If they want to bring the map to, you'll see a lot of C4 play coming out for that.
I'm hoping we show properly.
After our first map is done. But to kick off our series and to get more in depth into how these two teams and their legacies on the line are going to shape up, we've got our casters standing by. It's Death and Pengu.
Thank you very much, Rainday. Yeah, it's about time to get kicking into the quarterfinals here at the Esports World Cup. This has already been such a long event.
I'm hoping it's showing like this was one on the night here.
To make it up onto the big stage. I'm a very happy man.
I heard you doing the player walk.
And then we had this one.
In this room, James.
It's a little bit shaky, but
it
doesn't show as shaky on my phone though. That's the weird one.
I think that's the most exciting part about this entire match with DC and Weibo. They legitimately could take down the
so that was just the stars that we went and saw last night. So we went up high to the mountain and we had the barbecue and everything. Then we came back after midnight, but because there was like meteor shower, so we went and saw. So we went and saw the stars as well.
Utility. Exactly. So J90 is not getting the full value out of that Azami whatsoever. One of the most pivotal operators, especially in the late round on these defenses. Especially
I will show you the view.
We've gone to the kitchen bomb side on the first round.
We have. I feel like Weibo might have learned something from Wildcard, where you start on the weakest bomb side. Or sorry, DC has learned something from Wildcard from NA.
We
start on the
had
weakest bomb side, kind of work your way into a stronger and stronger position. And it's a matter of throwing a curveball, right? You're going to a game with match prep expecting they're going to go top floor, the most common bombs that they work out to basement and then tertiary. You kind of remove that prep work, throw them that curveball, and make the players fight for in-game adaptation rather than relying on prep work from the coaching staff and the analyst. So losing Genano this early on that regenerative operator of the Azami.
So this was where we were standing.
But of course, this bomb site, it is weaker in theory.
On the mountain, so we were that high up.
As long as possible, it does become difficult. The attack
barbecuing.
However, that hasn't happened so far. Weibo, while they are focusing on the vertical game, they've almost killed
It's
Fultz.
very pretty to look
and
at.
As you say, the Capitao fire is still there. However, Kino is on for a flank, spotted briefly. Weibo seem to be dotting all their I's and crossing all their T's.
The only scary part is that if they can clear Fultz with, that fire from Capital, for example, the only real damage left on the board, by getting rid of those magnets, that can literally win them
that's
the round.
what we did yesterday. So
power for the plan to be
barbecued,
successful.
had some meat and stuff.
A flank attempt, but that too was figured out by the drone work.
This is a great position to be in here for Weibo. However, DZ retaliate. They fight back and they kill the most important operator here in that Capital that was meant to finish off the clash. However, Hoven can get the job done with his DMR instead. Numbers advantage for Weibo Gaming and time ticking down. What a big one-tap though. Oh, actually that was from Kino, not from Newers. But Speakeasy going down does put Weibo back on the back foot.
Issue is 2 attacks are outside the building, forced to jump in these windows. Not a favorable spot to be in, and last guy's gonna go for hash drop. Gotta hit their shots.
It's not likely to work as the gadget does get impacted by Kino. It's a last-ditch attempt to get into the bomb site. DZ come back despite losing the opening pick, despite losing the clash to win the opening round.
It's a classic, right? DEC again, they always have a plan B, a plan C, a plan D. There's always these small moments to a round where they have different ways of playing it. And we saw early off, Genano spawn peak, that's going to be the win condition, right? Try and play the game of disruption. That gets shut down. Then they play false clash passively by the bomb side. Then he dies eventually. And then it's a matter of understanding where the attacker's actually entering from. Have a guy watch the hatch from Soda Machine. Have a guy watch the window from the corner of the bomb side. Now we're locking out the attackers who are in very poor positions to take a fight in their favor. And they make a 3v3 actually go much more on their side, despite being on a weaker bomb side.
Yeah, no refrags there from Weibo of any of those pushes that came out from DZ, the retaliative peaks. And what's more, I think particularly losing the Sense gadget. Once that got impacted as it was tossed down,
storage and control room has actually 54% chance on winning for the defense side on this on night haven, by the way.
And he's just completely shut down. Very fast time to kill in this game. So yeah, can't afford to be holding on to a hope and a dream that you can just drop the hatch and make something happen. Not in this matter, not with that utility to support it.
But I will say, that was a very successful attack from Weibo Gaming. They got all their steps across, right? Top floor control, opening pick, verticality, deal with the clash. They just didn't get to a proper bomb site execute. But they got into a position where they could go for an execute. And I think that actually is going to be a big win for them. Yes, it's a round loss, but they're starting off on the right side of a loss. They weren't like getting spawn peak continuously, couldn't breach the wall, so they couldn't get the vert done. They had the right operators, the right utility. The C4 tossed out, either shot or sapped, either way, not successful. And this is what Iconic spoke about from the disc, right? When you're banning the different wall-denying operators, also hard breachers, you're gonna get this mini game between the C4, the Bandit, the Tubra, the Maverick, and there's like 1,000 ways it can play out. For the attackers, Hoven is playing the Maverick, trying to either open the wall, that was too risky, but he sapped off the Bandit battery. That now enables Gotti on the Hibana to then get into a safer breach position with that ranged hard breach destruction, and now
I like how he's moving his arm.
Again, we're
like
5v5. Exact prime position for Weibo. The big question is what happens in step number 2 when you start choosing where to attack. Is it going to be Catwalk Rafters? Is it going to be Aqua? Is it going to be servers? That's where most of this round will be defined if they can find those opening picks.
Yeah, Weibo are playing it slow and steady, similar to what they did last round, but that does make me a little bit worried.
A little bit predictable.
As that, yeah, exactly. Bit predictable, which means that as that time starts to whittle it down, once we've got 45, 30 seconds left and Weibo look for an execute, DZ, if they have the numbers, might be able to lash out. The critical thing here will be taking down J9O or even Kino. Speakeasy counted on the Blackbeard. The gas and enough damage there to help out Kino. However, a backstep from Weibo finds a little bit more damage. DZ, however, win the exchange as Reaps enters the building. He has been spotted now. Bombsite is
here's the thing that I don't like. I'm hearing the fucking French cast in the background. It's taking over again. I don't like it. I don't want to hear that shit in this
action is happening top floor. NGR Newer started playing much more passive by the bombs and saying if Kino falls, we still have a 2v2 side. Or 2v3 maybe if it all goes wrong.
I had to sub in and I got the most kills.
NGR, Kino low on health, no gas in pocket, meaning that timer of 40 seconds, it's accurate. So there's actually plenty of time left on the clock here for Weibo to make the right moves. Do avert destruction, cover a couple angles. The big question is, do they leave an attacker above to watch down those holes, or do you stack together on the bomb side?
Oh wow, jump straight inside to try and bait out any potential C4 or traps. The danger here for Weibo as they go for an execute is plant denial. and that could come laterally from above or below here for DZ. Kino
at the same time
and Newers together look to try and push on the same bomb site, on the same floor. Instead of playing the vertical game, they're out of position, and they have been outhandled. Reaps from the vert will take down that final player from DZ and guarantee that planter's safety. It's a
yeah, that was
response
kind of
very
surprising
swift
though.
from Weibo Gaming.
I thought they
Again,
were
so
going
much
to go
confidence
in
to
at
the
the same
actions.
time.
They do go for the quote-unquote risky play of having one player above, one player below. It's risky because if that cover isn't perfect from Reaps in the verticality, the planter dies, round is over. But on the flip side, if you don't leave an attacker upstairs and a defender was to walk up that staircase, now it works against you. So it's a lose-lose situation. But they start planting, they get about halfway through, they get off the plant and they swing together. They try and force that 2v2 into a 2v1 on their side, and then the plant is much safer. So Weibo, in terms of fundamental skill and decision-making, again, they're good 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, particularly from Kino there at the top of the blue stairs with the smoke. Just enough damage to get the down onto Speakeasy, combining the gas babe with the shotgun to the feet. Kino, a very prolific shield player. Despite
smoke player.
Yeah, and a smoke player at that. Despite having his unfortunate moment with Monty a few years ago, which you rinsed
That's
him
always
for.
going to hunt him, I guess.
It will, but I think that really made him determined to nail how to play shields, and he's one of the best shield players in North America and the world as a result. But I could say the same for Speakeasy, arguably, top 3 shield player in APAC, and there are a lot of good shield players in APAC.
Maybe top 2. Maybe it's Annie and him.
I think
so. It could be like that, actually.
I think so.
I also think, more importantly, it's not the shield player himself, but can the team play around the shield? And I will say CG, they are phenomenal playing around the shield operator. I think Weibo, similar story. So while you have a good shield player in Speakeasy and Kino, DC and Weibo both understand how to support them, what they need to thrive in a round.
And also how to counter them. That's what Kino was very good at last round. And that's what Fultz is leaning into. Second round out of the Clash pick, one of the best shield counters.
That's a bait, right? They're trying to force the Clash ban, just to get that out of the way, then force the real playstyle after.
Oh, here comes the shield once again. It's Speakeasy.
Come
Instead
on.
of the Blackbeard, he goes for the Blitz this time. Better in close range, but weaker at long range compared to that BB. Funnily enough, the Monty actually hasn't been banned here.
Nope.
And Speakeasy quite likes playing that as well. So talk about baiting out bans. After this next round, we get another set of operator bans, 1 per team. And Speakeasy hasn't yet shown the Monty. He might lean into that afterwards if they decide to ban something else.
Same story for DC, right, with the Clash, like I said before. That can kind of bait out the 2-bro bandit combination later on, for example. One of many possibilities. We'll have to see when we get there. But for now, it's a very similar round number 3. Weibo forced back DC
good.
from the roam game, starting a bit of verticality.
That's something that I would go for.
The HQ to come later. DC still have a little bit of roaming presence because of Newers in Cafeteria Hallway that could go for flank, but currently isn't. And then they have the Clash on the bomb side, giving information, C4 from Wamai, Toxic Babes from the smoke. They have a lot of different ways of dealing with the plant. They're also playing Acro on the cargo stairs, a double reinforced wall that we haven't yet dealt with.
Oh,
so this is DC going for maybe a double flank. Newers in the hallway. They have to break the keeper from cargo. They have 2 different angles of impact.
The question is, will they have any retake ability as the XQ comes onto the bomb site? Speakeasy takes a lot of damage again, and it is a retake on the roam upstairs. However, the pick has been found on the bomb site. Finally, Fultz get active on that vertical game, and the Nitro Cell will deny the plant from NJR on the Wamai. Weibo have the bomb site, but DZ have retaken up above. And now they need to make sure that Weibo can't reclaim that diffuser.
That is going to be hard to get.
I know exactly where you're at, but you have no idea if I'm pushing you or standing far away. Meanwhile, Weibo have regained top catwalk control as well, so it's a very awkward map state for both teams. Turson is helped by the bombs to go for a plant, and the Romans above need to find a kill or surrender the verticality, and then their own holes will work against them.
Smoke grenade denies 1 line of sight, but still active on the bomb site. Reaps will find his pick. Meanwhile, Gotti needs to find NJR. Can't do so. 1 HP on the NJR. The one.
How is it? He's sitting like this, so like dinosaur type
one
of
of the best
thing.
players
Like
APAC has ever seen. Reaps as he fires the first one.
Oh my God!
Something we have come to expect from this man. He pulls through when it matters for Weibo. A massive 1v2 to wrench back the momentum for the APAC squad.
Holy
But
fuck,
at the
that
same
was
time,
such
this is
a
the region
nice
Weibo's gaming's biggest problem internationally.
Reeves was shot down in big moments like that and started hesitating a little bit. There was no hesitation. He calls NGR.
Nice.
He got the info from Godsey. He is so low on health. If you call him, he has to answer. So he starts the call up. He checks the UI. He sees the fact that Wamai is trying to answer the phone. So now he has a gap. It's a 2v1. But because NGR is busy dealing with the phone, it's a 1v1 effectively. And he knows DC, they're a smart team. They're going to try to set up a crossfire. I peek the guy answering the phone. His teammate swings me. So he wide swings it off the rip instantly, then strafes back to his left side and pre-fires against what should be the most logical spot from the crossfire itself. Beautiful way of picking it apart.
Unbelievable from Reeves, and you're dead right. I mean, the stats don't lie. Reeves is an online player. He's not as much of a LAN player. If you look at the 3 matches that Weibo played so far, hasn't had a positive rating in a single one of those games. His rating at Salt Lake City, he was the 77th ranked player at the event with an 83 rating.
Mind you, this guy owns top 3 APL all year round.
100%, 117 EPS in APL itself. He's also, by the way, as we've always talked about, a very peculiar player because he runs the highest mouse sensitivity I've ever seen.
Yeah, it looks
player.
like by the season today he's going to have a giant fire
plays like that one. But
like,
it's not just about the speed, it's about the
gun
precision.
or something to melt the shields. It kind of looks like
If Reeves
it.
can start delivering on LAN the way he delivers online, then oh my god, Weibo are
It's
in
going to
for
be
a
interesting
massive
to
upgrade.
see.
The Arbor Bands, they have actually got been shown here to us, rather. And it's very interesting to us. Neither Weibo or DC took the bait.
Yeah.
The Monty left open, the Clash left open, and because of that, we're going to continue seeing the battle for the wall denial and the breaching. The fact that the DC bans the Maverick, Weibo expected to ban the Bandit, ensures they can actually get through those walls.
Yeah, that's good.
Had the Maverick been banned away and they banned the Clash, all of a sudden, 2-bro Bandit.
Oh, using dog! I love that gun now.
Big last round shot
Well, I actually like that gun.
He's playing the Striker, so a lot of secondary util, but he's not the most instrumental operator for this round per se.
On the flip side of that, J9O being the Wamai is one of those operators that DZ really didn't want Weibo to ban out. And you can see they're now leaning into projectile denial and shields. However, good read from Weibo with Hoven on the Flores. It essentially bypasses those magnets and makes sure that shield gets destroyed regardless.
I love this about the new operator ban system is that at the highest level of Siege, more commonly we start seeing like a second playstyle being hidden in the pocket, and this is that from Dark Zero. Heavy util, a gap being found from Toast.
Oh no.
One, he was second though. Because General saw him, he had to go for that first fight.
Yeah, now numbers are even again here. DZ have lost their advantage. They've also lost a lot of map control. Rafters taken for free by Speakeasy. Critical kill though from Newers. Turd should never be losing a fight like that, especially not with the F2.
Absolutely ridiculous. That changes everything for this round. Mind you, with the Monty, there's one less gun on the board, and there's nobody to counter. There's no Deimos downstairs, Bach, Sophia.
No, I don't think so. Then it's just going to be a version of Oryx, and that is not something they want.
Necessarily. Now the triple crossfire on one bomb side, which means the other side, not more vulnerable.
Oh,
that's
wow.
a flash.
The Clash and the Chunker both counter this Montaigne pick here from Speakeasy. As you say, Weibo lack lethality here. They don't have anyone to go down below and kill these players vertically. So instead, they need to take gunfights on side. And Newers is always happy to oblige. A second kill with the DMR. Looking for a third on to Speakeasy, but Weibo have truly stalled out. And they are surely going to fall. Newers with a big 4K. DMR on site is simply a turret and Dark Zero responding card.
That's the reason why
understanding when you can play in a corner position, had known there was a vertical operator.
That is
like
the reason why the
Newers
DMR
could not
is getting
exist
nerfed
on
on the
that
next
particular
season.
area of the map. But they knew, guys, I'm counting the Flowers, the Striker's dead, there's a Monty, there's, Heartbreach or whatever. They don't have the tools to deal with us.
I don't think it's going to be similar to that.
Yeah.
Ironically, the two operators that probably could have been swapped out for a Vert operator, the Solid Snake and the Striker.
Yeah.
Ended up not really being necessary. Of course, the Solid Snake is nice. It makes things faster, but yeah, not quite as essential as some kind of operator to challenge these power positions. If there was a Deimos on the board, I would hate to be playing Faults on the Clash.
Probably going to be on the bottom floor, like in tank assembly, and it has 49% win rate if they go there, but they're going to go into storage, and that has, as I said earlier, 54% win rate on, and it has been played 24 times during this tournament, this specific site. Kitchen, on the other hand, have only been played 5 times, so this has been the 6th time that side has been played. Not a whole lot, actually.
But this
is the difficulty with attack a repick. You gotta try and sacrifice X amount of drones, 1 to 5, on how much intel do you want on the enemy's playstyle.
Yeah.
But then it's also a matter of how many do you want to keep alive to have more drones once the round begins. And you want to try and hit that middle area where you spot out maybe 3 of all 5 defenders. Obviously, you see the bomb site, and then you gotta make a decision. What operators do we bring to deal with all the problems in our path? Like, we gotta deal with both the mute jammers. That could be either verticality or sectarian peace. They got that from Dokkaebi. Then the castle. Well, Hibana is great for that because 2 Excalibur pellets will break the castle barricade. Then the clash. That could be the grenades or something else. But the E2 who had those grenades is now dead early.
Wow.
On the Blackbeard, he's 0-5 right now, not finding his kills. That's fair enough. He's playing the shield, but also he's been dead a little bit too early in 3 of these 5 attacking rounds.
An unlucky way to die as well. I think Speakeasy was just dashing open to breach that external wall down in the basement. You shouldn't really be exposing your head to a headshot there. So a bit of a mistake from Speakeasy, an unusual one, as you say, 0-5. Not a common scoreline for him. Also, can I just say, Gotti, 0-4 is a big red flag. When Weibo picked him up just a few months ago after the Salt Lake City Major, they said they picked up someone who just won't die. They said, we need someone who simply will not die. And Gotti had the best survival rating in the world this season at 52%. He hasn't got a kill yet, and he's died every round. And it looks like the rest of Weibo Gaming are soon to follow. Reaps needs to pull off a bit of a miracle, but let's be real, it just ain't happening, especially not against that clash.
No. Complete lockout from DC. They started playing heavy util and said, okay, what if we don't let them in the building? They don't work for an execute. Falls goes wide for a swing. It falls down, but that's just one of the 4 defenders upstairs looking for that battle.
Man, that's crazy.
DC, they all play more disciplined. They fall back, surrender top floor control, help each other with the assignment barriers, and just kind of peel back the layers. They got so much map space to work with, and only 60 seconds left here for Weibo Gaming, who's lacking verticality, soft destruction, and even ways to deal with these annoying laser gates upstairs.
We have one last set of 2x Kairos from Gotti, which can be used on the laser gates if required, or on the Kazami barriers, but the DMR will make short work of those. A plan here is nigh impossible because the retake potential for DZ is too strong.
Damn.
Gotti can give it a go regardless, but no, not safe, and the Nitro cell forces him out of position straight into J9's hands. Great shot from Reeves. I cannot believe this guy does it on a sensitivity like he has. 8 kills so far in 5 rounds. Hungry for another one, but he won't have a lot of avenues to get back to that diffuser. Still SMG-12 in hand. Out goes a bait EMP, but of course it won't matter. Straight into the beeper, straight into J9's hands. He has been tearing Weibo a new one with that DMR as the Americans take the lead.
DMR Merchant, huh? So efficient with that particular weapon, but it's working great in his favor. So why not?
While you can, my friends.
Yeah, that's it. A little birdie told me that DMR nerf is coming. Can't wait.
Speaking of little birdies, I saw Joshua Mills, game director, just bumped into him yesterday walking around the venue.
Nice. So he's going to be telling us about these changes, yeah, I reckon.
I've got JV here trying to steal our equipment.
Steal the equipment.
Hello, Team Liquid. You guys are looking lovely.
Come on.
They're standing right next to our casting booth, and there are 3,000 people trying to get their autograph.
The struggle of being famous, huh?
Oh, must suck, I wouldn't.
Lobster to buttery. You know?
Are we going really back to the tertiary bomb site? All right, maybe this is just the real deal from DZ.
It's very unusual, but I will say the one time where I think it's not blatantly trolling going to kitchen is when Clash is open.
Yeah.
Because it's the only operator that really gives you a way of fighting for like the lobby control next to the bomb site. That
Clash and the Izami as well. I mean, both.
Izami partially, but like that'll be shot by DMR, and then like that's it. And the Clash is like unstoppable by most metrics. Yeah. Unless you make a huge misplay as a Clash player, or get like, I don't know, blatantly counts, which is quite rare to find, you should be more than fine. Like playing Capital Nomad, that's going to be your counter operators. Nomad make sure that the Clash can't push into their faces. But ideally what you want to try and get is the Clash stuck in the corner, use the Capital Fire, and then just burn them. But as long as Clash recognizes that you're up against a Nomad and a Capital and positions accordingly, the fire will do damage, but really rarely kill the Clash operator. We'll just move away.
The thing with a bomb site like Kitchen is it really is a pocket pick.
Yeah.
And fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. If Weibo lose this twice, that is a massive red flag. Especially considering
Kitchen, I'm surprised by that actually.
Well, again, they're making good progress on the strat. The only issue is it's very similar to what happened previously, so it's a little bit more predictable than before. Comes down to gunfights again. It's also a 5v5. This time, Jinano on that Asami is still up on the board. Really looking for Gotti and Speakeasy here. Get your first kill before the half is over.
Yeah, Gotti still doesn't have any kills yet.
Because right now, you got the strong gadgetry. You got those strong pocket operators. And you go on defense, you're up against the Deimos, Dokkaebi, the Solid Snake, the Shields. It's not going to get any easier to find your first frag. And finding that first kill is going to be a huge way to gain back some of that lost confidence. Newer 6 better damage. Both fires spent extremely early.
Oh, wow.
While they're pushing the Clash up above.
A lot of damage onto Falls on the Clash. Can they finish him off? Indeed. Speakeasy from behind.
Wow.
Off the donut. And on for 2. As DZ feel the round slipping away from them to close up the half. Weibo are desperate to even the score.
Huge gap. That fire was spent very well. Smoke 2 was covering Speakeasy on the push downstairs, so they find or rather create a gap out of thin air. And it catches DC by surprise. Predictable? No, they were not. They did exactly what they had to and threw them a curveball in response. But it's still those 3 defenders alive. Inside our kitchen is Jinano taking a lot of damage, but still staying alive. And sure he is. He can shut down that window jump in.
He's in one of the few safe spots on the bomb site right now, but he won't be safe for long as he's lost his Kiba barrier, and a flashbang from up above is coming his way shortly from Gotti, who's still a little bit worried about that flank. This might enable the jump in here from Turd. Not yet. It's just the bees, and actually they're going for a plant. Hoven forcing that diffuser down. Cover of smoke, but he is next to a soft wall. If DZ knew about it, they might have been able to deny, but not to be the case. We're into a post plan. 3v5 on a nigh impossible retake for Dark Zero.
Yeah, that is...
They got the man advantage, and they got the better operators for this kind of post. And DC, they just gotta go for kills. They pop an Nomad, and they get injured.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen here. Low HP on J90, and New is trying to retake the hallway. Speakeasy, a 3rd kill on the round. Low HP, J90!
No.
It's a flawless cap on the half for Weibo Gaming to tie up the scoreboard.
1 man at a time. Just back
What a
and
play!
forth,
I
back
actually
and
did
forth,
good on the
thinking
scrim
for DC's
yesterday,
side,
guys.
maybe
I
not
had
the
to
best
jump
case to
in
be, but for Weibo,
yesterday.
you love having a close series.
Very much so.
as a
Let's
sub,
have a listen
and
to what
I
DZ are thinking.
had the most kill on that scrim.
Honestly, even if we wanted to, we could even go on that last scheme, just swap the go out for the mute to give about a little more of a delay and swap somebody else on the Goyo and put one on the water door, and that'll stop their quick water crank. It'll also make them actually drone and clear off the top, but we need to avoid kitchen. So if you're looking for that, also I'd avoid command too, quite frankly. I'd probably go supply and basement. Sure. First half, like supply first, basement second, and on the basement second, just lean into the mute to counter the fucking snake in the doke they're using. Heard. Yeah. Heard. Outside of that, fellas, macro level here for the attack side. Just at the end of the rounds and like these 2v1s and shit like that, prioritize the aggressive option together. Like they caught us a couple times. You guys already know the rounds I'm talking about. We were kind of playing it back a little bit. The trade wasn't as fast as it could have been.
Maybe
One was playing it down supply. We just double styled through. It would have been 1v1 killing that guy, and the other one was like the 2v1 on the guy in basement. So if we're in a similar situation on the attack side here, prioritize the aggressive option. Just go together and peek together and go kill.
We're gonna have a bulletproof with the Goyo, okay, Goyo? Yeah. We're gonna have this. So every time they smoke, try to look the default cam, okay? If you see they are not coming from both sides, look the default cam, tranquilize the team, so we can still hold on top. And remember, how they like to clear on top. They would like to split first floor. One coming from kitchen or lobby side, another one coming maybe storage, maybe vending window, another one fork, another one down garage. They like to do this play sometimes. And also, of course, the default map control, 2 guys on top, and another 2 on first floor.
By the way, I will just reiterate the stream quickly.
This is the first time I've got the pleasure of having team comms, coach comms in the halftime scheduled timeout. But it was a little bit confusing hearing DZ because it sounded like they were talking about a defense half, even though they're now going into their attack.
Maybe I was thinking like, is this from like before the game started where you know the plan was going into the first half? But no. But I feel like when we got to Gohan's side, it clicked a bit better for me, right? Because call out from DC's coaching staff said that ignore kitchen, for example. And Going goes, they always in the guy kitchen. So they did small adaptations, and I think call out was actually also talking about what they did previously when they were playing that heavy lap, so from their side, and what micro changes they could make for this second attempt, because Weibo will have prepped for that, of course.
Yeah, interesting.
But still a bit surprised or confused rather by the DC approach there.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to figure out what call out was saying, but it did sound like he was making comms about a defense half.
By the way, guys, the most banned operator so far in this tournament is actually
which is obviously what we just saw. They said avoid kitchen, I would also avoid command. Maybe they're talking about how to lurk.
So the most banned operator so far is Kite.
Because that was the big focus for Gohan on the Weibo side.
And
when we heard
the third one that
they
he's
attacked, it was very much talking about, okay,
is going to be
you're going to play like this, play your setups, you know your setups,
and then you have Mirror, then on the fifth place is actually Asami. She has been the most banned operator for multiple seasons in like over a year now, and now she actually is losing her place.
But the funny thing with the format here at EWC is we actually don't have a round robin phase.
On the attacking side, the most banned operator is actually Monday. No surprise, it's the Shield. What you're gonna do? Then it's going to be Snake on second place, then it's going to be Ace, and followed tightly behind is going to be Grim.
So a lot of material hidden in the back pocket for both teams, which means the name of the game is your adaptability, not what you can guess the team is going to do, because good teams will have new stuff every single day.
So for either Denari, the Fenrir has not gotten a single ban yet, and Flores is the only one that
you can find a kill pretty much out of nowhere, right? Sophia downstairs, 3 big booms, that can be a vertical kill, glass to a smoke, that could be easy, caps on fire, you get the idea. There's a lot of different ways of getting that opening pick advantage, but also a lot of ways of dealing with various problems in a round. Should there be self-destruction required, a clash on the board, or an annoying to deal with position on the site. The only thing they do not have is any like reliable verticality. There's no, Bach Demos downstairs. Sophia has 2 more explosive canisters in pocket. We saw DC bend away the Kite Mirror, so a similar fashion. A lot of work here on the hard destruction of step 1, ensuring that you just blast through those walls like it's stuck on the outside of the building. And for Weibo, they didn't want to get intel red pinned by the Grim Beast because they want to stay in those specific player positions and not have all that pressure upon them. And Thermite, for the exact same reason of the reinforced walls.
Patience here could pay, never mind. J90 gets swung on from Turdster. Uncommon to see the guy going negative. He's the top-rated player for Weibo. And he's on the Azami, back on defense. Turtz is definitely a defense player. He prefers that defensive side.
Give this guy a spot, and he plays it beautifully. He masters that one spot. It can be catwalk afters. On Clubhouse, it can be catwalk right here.
Retake attempts. Aided with the Thorn Trap from Speakeasy. Speak about retakes, a lash out from Reeves. Onto Electrical as DZ try and get aggressive. Weibo very much ready for it.
Just gotta make sure that right now when you Weibo, choose who's holding what angles and leave no gaps.
DC, what are you doing?
It's gonna be a flawless first round here for Weibo.
I mean, to cap off what was a flawless end to the first half as well on the attacking side for Weibo indeed. It's 2 flawless rounds in a row for the APAC squadron.
Holy
and
shit.
DZ starting to sweat a little bit. They will take their tactical timeout, and Call Out immediately gets another chance to talk to the team.
Hey, you guys hear me? Yeah. Prioritize going off the base book here like that was a completely different setup. So if we do see something like that, if we only see what we talked about before, only call the prep. If not, call it as we see it. So like an opportunity right there, if we go back to attack in the command later and we see they're giving up bottom and they're going to play top with traps heavy, we can just go linear off that, like towards the weed side, and then we can flip back into Rafter, or we could just start with Rafter. We don't necessarily need to go for a quick spread and something like that, because they're not doing the 41, remember? Like right there. Correct me if I'm wrong, we said it was a 50. We only do that attack if it was a 41. Because we want to take the 5v4 in sight, correct?
Heard. Yeah.
Make sure we're reading that, fellas. Same thing, it's a CAG game here. Don't get married to any one tag.
Heard.
As we see it. Heard. Keep it simple, too. You can get a little bit creative, be a little bit creative.
Indecisive. Hand warmer. Sorry, Nick.
Infamous for their cryptic comms. Call out saying there's a 41, there's a 50. They have code names for different strategies. Had an interesting podcast recently where Call Out and some of the boys were talking to Parker Intero on his podcast, and they have so many technical terms and so much prep, but really insightful there. Call Out said, guys, we got baited into what we had prepped for them, what we had voted them, what we expected them to do was not what they did. That is massive credit to Gohan and the Weibo Gaming side, because they're changing their setup. And so Call Out looked at Fultz, the IGL most experienced player, former world champion from DZ, and said, okay, stop focusing on the prep, call it as you see it.
Yeah. If you recognize the prep, you can do it, but if not, call it as you see it, right? It's one of those understanding that we're in the moment. These guys have actually done a little bit of depth to the strategy.
To get in.
Also mentioned the CAG game as well. Of course, it was a big surprise to see Dark Zero go a map down to CAG in the qualifying game for this tournament. They're actually only 2 rounds away from being knocked into the lower bracket by another APAC team who eventually didn't make it to the playoffs. They lost 7-2 on lead, CAG, if you recall. That was a very dominant scoreboard against them. It's not common to see. I mean, they were very strong in NAL and, of course, extremely strong at the Salt Lake City Major. They only lost 2 maps throughout that entire event.
God, it's bandit tricking.
Successful bandit trick. I like this, right? DC sends a sole player downstairs. Can I get the wall for free? No, it gets zapped away. But because DC only sent that one attacker, all the other 4 members are still progressing the map, droning top floor, entering the building slowly, and continuing to gain some sort of map control. Or a lot of teams send 2-3 guys by the breach because, oh, it's gonna get open up, boys, right? Don't worry about it. You don't get it open, and now you're just wasting precious seconds.
I mean, you say they're taking map control, but they're actually struggling to do so. Look at the extension here from Weibo. The Solus has done a phenomenal job. Even Hoven roaming on the first floor. Dark Zero, a minute into the round, are only just hard breaching and entering into kitchen cafeteria, and they're about to walk into a crossfire again.
This is the big moment. Tursta again in that position where you're playing for your life. Either you get a kill or you die.
Jammer is also going to protect against the Blitz's flashing close range. Good kill from J90. Tursta cannot stand forever, but apparently he won't need to because Gotti and Hoven together have done most of the dirty work. Hoven almost hitting 10 kills, and Gotti with a Nitro cell to take down the Blitz of Kino. It's Fultz, the man who was meant to call the strat, now has to call a 1v3.
Play it as you see it. They walk straight into trap once again. Such a good crossfire there from Weibo, understanding who's peeking, who's playing that pillar spot from Turdstar, and they all get out alive. I say all, the 2 people did die, but people that were in those prime positions, the Gotti, the Turdstar, they got out. They were the ones that were supposed to die first probably in that strategy. There's a good C4 there. Now all they gotta do is play safe. Play by a jammer if need be, run away from the gadget.
It's true, but you also have 2 shotguns here on Weibo, so they'll have to be careful not to take long range
but this guy can't plant. 7 seconds of falls, you got 3 members, a C4, a Solus, and if he goes down any of those staircases, nothing is stopping Turst or anybody else from like retaking the top floor control and use the vert against him.
Yeah. Oh, you're damn right. I think the big thing here is Turster on the Solus. He's got the best gun, he's also got the gadget to call where Fultz is pushing from and where Fultz decides to play it. The only win condition here for the attack for Fultz is just if he can find a free pick here or there, or if Weibo make a mistake.
Huge mistake that would have to be.
Mute Jammer jams out the death mark.
Exactly. They use that one Jammer probably by the bomber side. They just rotate players on top of that location. 20 seconds. Trying to go for plant. Again, C4 and Pug with Speak Easy, and 3 minutes I can swing you.
And they're not getting baited. And they take the kill as well. Big from Turdstar. Bigger round from Hoven though. On the
I said that
it's a perfect roaming setup. Every player from Weibo complementing each other, and a second round in a row where Dark Zero have no idea how to attack. They've had 2 kills in the last 3 rounds.
Also, just like when you bring out the bandit shotgun, it can be so tricky to get value in a round. Gauti found 2 kills. One with a gun, one with a C4.
Did he get the kill with the shotgun or?
I honestly did not recognize during the chaos of the round because I think he got the kill on the player jumping in the vending window, which could have been vert below, could have been from the staircase. I'm not entirely certain. But either way, he got these 2 kills.
Yeah.
So everyone's on the board now. Like Speakeasy's there, Gotti's there, and honestly, big praise towards Turdstar. He has been a player that, you know, came up, was a little toxic in the beginning, got dropped from the roster, then brought back because he actually retrialed and beat everybody else in the trial system for it. And since then, I don't want to say more humble, but maybe more mature.
I think definitely Turd needed a coach who would demand his respect, right? And Gohan, he's like 6'5". He's huge. Even before he opens his mouth, he's actually a very kind man and a very well-spoken, softly spoken man, very smiley, very gentle, but you can tell he's a no bullcrap kind of guy.
Yeah.
Like he's gonna whip you into shape, and if you mess around, he's gonna tell you, okay, that's enough. Turd was, I think, 18 years old when he moved to Singapore from New Zealand to play professionally with Bleed. He's only 21 now, and while he is the best player on the team, and he was the 2nd highest rated player in the Asia League, he's very inconsistent. He went 4-12 against Furia, and then 21-9 versus Enterprise. So he is up and down, but tends to be up more than down at the moment. Good kill though from Kino. However, the barbed wire actually finishes off Fultz, and the push is very quickly thwarted here from DZ.
Yeah, there's no second go at this because there's no second shoot to go for that same kind of push. So you go elsewhere, met by Castle barricades, denying you an injury path forward. So Weibo get a bit of breathing room. Communicate, okay guys, how are we going to play out this round? Do we still hold on to top floor control? Well, yes, 3 people, only leaving Reaps downstairs by the side. Spare Razor Bloom pocket for information. and it's going to be very comfortable by side. I think the Barbai also still alive for the window jump in, so he has so many different tools to work around. For DC, it's once again playing for an opening pick somewhere, hoping Wei will make a mistake. But no one is swinging. No one's having an ego going, oh, I'm bored, I'm going to go for a peek. No, they understand. If they do nothing, time will be on their side. DC, they have to make the first move. And they castle barricades on all the important doors.
Yeah, DZ are great at calling win conditions when it's in a 5v5. Very difficult to do once your main push has failed. And the Lion will telegraph that DZ are looking for something, as will that nade to destroy that castle barricade. When does Turd go for the swing?
Watch out, watch out, watch out!
With his teammates, he's currently holding a very narrow angle, hoping that he can swing off of Speakeasy's contact.
It's a really good crossfire established. Again, no ego there from any of the players from Weibo Gaming.
They are very patient.
But not now. They are locked in. They are playing this as seriously as they possibly could. And DC, they're starved of options.
Could this be an early map point for Weibo? DZ are not looking too confident here. And finally, the swing comes through from Turd. It's goodbye to Newers. J90 and NJR, 2 versus 4. And again, they're just fishing for a pick. J90 knows there's somebody above him, but I don't think he's going to be gifted a chance. NJR, however, is. And Gotti to fall, that's a big player to take down. No more smoke available. And a second kill comes out as well for NJR on that top floor. Bomb site is down below, but the pressure vertically is now alleviated.
They're looking for Turdstar. Up the aqua stairs for a flank. They want to get the
kill.
Now he's run away. And he's
work together!
Turd knows he can just fall back. There's no way NJR gets back to site and finds that kit with it. He's going to have to go for both kills. And Turd should know about it. Shot though! 1v1! But he's up against Reaps, who's 12 and 4. At the moment, he doesn't have the defuse. He's going to have to push for the kill. He doesn't know where Turd is. He goes for the kill onto Reaps. Close up range. But Reaps withstands. Balls of steel, he will wait. And there is no shot for NJR to clutch. It is map point for Weibo.
So disciplined, so decisive. And again, they're not falling apart in those critical moments.
I'm surprised by Weibo.
Crossfire established, and then Turster
well.
makes a huge decision that saves the round again. When both his teammates around him top 4, they fall apart by getting picked off guard. Well, he recognizes, oh my god, I'm getting pushed from Catwalk and from Aqua Staircase. I gotta pick a fight. He turns towards Aqua, gets the kill, runs away. NGR, heroic effort in like an impossible position. But this is Weibo making good play after good play, more so than DC making inaccurate or bad plays. They've had the wrong read, the side rush, 50-50. You get in, you get the kills, you win the round, you get in, you die, you probably lose it. They're willing to play that risky game despite being down 3-5. Maybe trying to catch Weibo by surprise, but not to be. They have been so ready for all the attacking pushes thus far.
3 map point opportunities here for Weibo. Reaps is having a hell of a life game as well. I mean, even just the skill required to hold on in a moment like that, never underestimate it. Reaps, I feel like this is a big moment for him in the tournament where he shows that he can have a big performance on LAN as well. He's not just an online fiend, right? A map like this is certainly a good part of that conversation. This is his best performance of the tournament so far. I mean, you look back, his EPS in stage 1, like I said before, 117 against Fury at 96, against EP 91, against Virtus Pro 100. He hasn't had a standout performance as of yet, unlike Turdster who went 140, Hoven or Gotti who went 120 and above. This is a big moment for Reaps and a big moment for Weibo to go 1-0 up in the series. All they need is one more round.
And it's all about holding on to
Come on,
that,
DC.
Right? If Reaps can show up right here in map number 1, that is half the story. We need him to be consistently showing up. Also in map number 2, map number 3, if you have to go there. Because you cannot write off DC too early in a BO3. But you also cannot get ahead of yourself and saying, if Reaps drops 12 kills here on the first map, he'll do so in the second, because that has been the problem, consistency. DC, they are one of the most consistent teams with the system that they have in order and how they play the game. So for Weibo, I think we gotta look at every single round. Every round victory is a huge win for them. But the job is not done just because you're up on Nighthaven Labs. They're looking to get it done in 7-3 fashion. They got Speakeasy on the clash to stop any of those pushes. DC are onto a more, let's say, consistent operator lineup. It's not going to be about the 3-2-1 fast push with the glass, the Blackbeard. It's going to be about utility, picking apart the setup. And they're also playing into a much more default defense, I would say, from Weibo Gaming. They're going to be having fights in the more predictable spots, in more usual circumstances. And really the only thing DC are kind of lacking here is verticality. Yes, they have Sophia that can use a gadget downstairs for a singular kill, but imagine you had a Bok or Deimos for this round, right? There's no mute on the board, and they're all standing on the soft floor.
NJR trying to hold the flank. His air jabs will help him on out. That was actually the trap thrown out by Reeps, who finds the kill.
Was he not fully
onto NJR? 100-0 so quickly. Wow, this is not a good look for DZ, who haven't won a single round on the attacking side as of yet. If that trend continues here, I mean, it's done and dusted. We go to Lair.
Incredible start. There's that Sophia. Shoots out all the primary gadgets. So now, again, no value from beneath. It's all lateral push right now. It's all in front of you. But you're up against the Goyo Fire, the Clash Electrification, the Baba, the Asami Keeper Barriers. This is going to favor Weibo heavily. DZ going to hit some gnarly shots. Brute Force opening somewhere on the map. And honestly, right now, I don't see any gaps.
Yeah, but there is a chance to take down Speakeasy using the fire there from the Capitao. However, he manages to find a spot where the floor is not lava. Fault needs to find kills here. Making his way forward, but Weibo are not giving up.
Oh, you need to bribe fire.
Finds his 14th as Kino finally finds a gap for DZ. But it is not enough to find a way into the bomb site. No more util remaining except one flash in pocket for Kino, and he's gone down. Gotti to find the double, and Weibo Gaming to take the first map handily. Indomitable on defense. The APAC squad is one map away from their first ever semi-final.
Celebrations, handshakes, hugs here from Weibo's side, but as we always say, the job is not done. I think Gohan's gonna walk in and say, guys, good job, one more map, let's do that again. But this proves the level at which Weibo can play when they're at their very best. And it proves that this game, which people go, easy DC victory, not so easy after all.
Absolutely not. For the reigning major champions and a mainstay roster in North America, arguably one of the best teams NA has ever seen. They're one of the favorites to win this tournament. I think most people are talking about DZ Wildcard and FaZe as tournament favorites. Well, Weibo have already shown that they can hang with the big kids here on the world stage. Finally breaking through groups, taking down Virtus Pro, and now a map up over DZ. It's a huge moment for these 5 squad, which, by the way, haven't been together for very long. Oti is only a recent addition after a disappointing Salt Lake City. Everybody would have favored Weibo up against Enterprise in Salt Lake. They fell short. They drop up 8. They bring Gotti onto the roster, and he fits like a glove. They get their revenge over EP. They take down Virtus Pro, and now they're on the verge of giving it to DZ Major Champions. Let's see what the analysts have to say about it.
Well, thank you so much, Devin Pengu. That was a 3rd map in a row that we've seen go the way of Weibo Gaming, coming off 2 in a row against VP, now taking 1 off of DZ. I mean, if you look at those stats, looking like a favorite. But of course, this team is trying to get to the semifinals for the very first time. What a performance there, Iconic. A lot of people surprised at home, but I think a lot of people also saying this is what this team has showed they're capable of, maybe just not consistently.
Yeah, I mean, for Weibo, that's a great start coming out. It's a map you want, especially being your pick coming out strong in this series, really putting your foot down too, because a lot of the time, if your map's a little bit closer for your opponent, it's a little bit stronger for your opponent, but really showing out with the 7-3, it was a great start too. The guys look confident, but if I'm a DZ fan, I would not be worried at all. I feel like this is right where you want it to be, and I feel like they're going to come back here.
1 win away, Alfam. I know you're going to break down some stuff a little later for us, scoreboards, some highlights, but they're on the verge of breaking history.
Absolutely, and we've mentioned it before, right? In these kind of tournaments where the format is quite close, there's no lower bracket. Everything is based on momentum. One guy that carries the momentum right now is Reeps. He goes absolutely crazy. He's been so good. I mean, look at that scoreboard. Wow. He was always known to be the best APL player, but he never disappoints. He may have the highest sense in the world. Yes, okay. He may move his keyboard or his mouse pad, just a couple of inches to get a crazy 1v2 clutch in that matchup. But whatever happens, that guy always delivers, right? And I think today, the momentum is on their side. He doesn't feel the pressure, and the pressure is on the side of the major champions. We're not supposed to lose to Weibo.
174 rating. I love that the casters were talking about, Devin Pengu, that, he's been waiting for his breakout game. You've seen guys have it on Weibo. It's now time for Reeps to step up, and that's, one of the higher ratings that you can have. I mean, 142 is what I think we have Bay coming in, and Wildcard is as the leader in this tournament. So what a performance from him. The question, Iconic, to you is, where do you go from here if you're Reeps?
You have to reset. You know, you have to go again. It's 0-0 in the overall standings because, you know, you won that map, but coming into your opponent's map pick, and then you have to reset for that, and then if that goes your way,
like, you should not, like, relax at all. You should not relax. Just because you got one map in, you should not relax at all. It's very important.
That's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Gotti as well. We talked about his impact, his story getting to this moment for Weibo. Again, one game away from a semifinal. That journeyman kind of narrative that he's had, able to really put something finite to it in a moment. You can see how excited the coaches were behind the scenes, and now again we look at it. Speaking
I don't know why it looks like
that same question
the coach on DC Fallout is like, is this sick or something? Because something is not right.
So you could lose one, but you obviously don't want to.
Something is not
I think
right.
You can see it from the player reactions right there, right? They're hyped up. And I don't think that you necessarily need to reset. I think if you're on the side of DZ, I know they like the mental, the quiet, the comms to always be on the same level.
Yeah.
I think for a team like Weibo, they thrive on momentum. They thrive on chaos. You don't want to reset that energy. It's fully high. So you fuel that. Gohan will be riding them up, and I think that's exactly the right thing to do. If you look at many of these rounds, it's on the back of 1 or 2 multi-kills, 2 clutches on the side of Reaps that are absolutely crazy. That's what gets them fired up. Keep the fire going.
Let's take a look at that, because I know you set up a little telestrator action for us. I kind of going to help you out with the mic there. Let's break down what made this such a good map for Weibo.
Yeah, a very interesting moment, in my opinion, was we talked about the depth, right?
Yeah.
In critical moments, how do you win? Well, we're going to start and we're going to have a look at this round. That's round 2, and that's a 2v3 on the side of Weibo.
So you have...
In what world do they win this? The target will be NJR here on the Wamai. So let's pay attention to what's going on right here. First, you see that Wamai is stuck on the bomb site. And what is going on here? We see that Hoven, from above, has directly a line of sight. If you see Wamai pushing through the rotate, he's going to get killed from the vert. So you need Wamai to move. You need to create some pressure. And so Hoven calls for Rips to come in and create some pressure. Vertical play. That's it. Wamai is moving. And he's going to be an absolute free kill for Hoven from above. And suddenly, it's not a 2v3. It's a 2v2. Now, most importantly, they need to create a win condition. What do we see here? We see Rips staying above and create some more vert. They need to create movement. So Hoven is going to go downstairs and he's going to fake the plant. Not to actually plant, but look at this guy on the left. He's running. He's afraid. He does not want the plant to go down. And that's going to be the movement that they wanted. We're going to see the player from above get the first kill. That's Reaps. And once again, they're going to fake the plant. And once again, another kill from above. They created a win condition.
That's kind of how I would play it, to be honest.
Iconic to a 2v0. That's the tactical depth that we wanted to see from Weibo. What a way to win this.
So teamwork makes the dream work, man. That's how you have to do it.
It's a beautiful thing. I mean, a 4K as well in round 3 from Reeves, but you talk about the tactical play. What do now Dark Zero need to do? Looking down the
host there,
exit in this tournament
he usually comments
I think you saw
for
Paul talking about in their
Apex
tournament, you know, not going against the prep that they've
That's
seen,
where
playing to
he's
what they see in
most
their
known
eyes,
for,
and just playing
is
like
in
any
the
other
Apex
moment,
era.
any other match that
So
they've
he
experienced.
knows
So I
what
feel
he's
like you can
talking
really see
in a
them look to
way
just
when it comes
reset
to
their fundamentals
Rainbow
and really go
Siege.
after this game here on their map.
Yeah, and I think the main thing is take away what's the biggest lesson here in the first game. They're struggling against aggression, quite clearly. They're going on a map.
I like
that
actually watching Pro League on Apex. I suck at Apex
so you just
so hard.
Basically,
but like,
your team lose to that playstyle just before. You've that experience of that one map where you could not deal with that aggression just a few days ago.
I love the game, but I
suck at something that you can use in this game.
Oh, by the way, guys, I am going to do like the FPS game month type of thing, so we are going to be playing different
We'll see what happens, how it shakes out in map number 2. But before that, we've got a club championship update with Chris over at the Kadia City Grid. Chris, what's up?
So that will happen soon. So it's going to be probably like after like a week or like maybe a week or 2 after the new season release. I would do this while we have the commercial, guys, so whatever you need to do, like pee, poop, go fight with a husband, wifey, whatever, I will go and make some dinner quickly. It's going to be like a frozen pizza, so it's going to take 2-3 minutes to be done, so...
Absolutely, we're in the last 2 matches of our 2-day-long survival stage.
He's actually a good caster. I really enjoy his work.
AGAL obviously being the biggest one with them being on top of the CC leaderboard right now. We thought they'd be able to do it. However, it's been a rough 2 days. A very close lobby across the board. Right now, they're in 11th place, which doesn't sound great. You need to be top 6 in order to make your way through to finals. But that difference in the leaderboard is only 9 points. So it's not a lot. It's a gap that's very close, but unfortunately, everyone's kind of been playing around the same level of capability right now, which means they haven't really had the pop-off performance they're looking for. If they have that right now in this match, they'll be safe. If they don't, it's all down to that last match, and you don't want that additional pressure on your shoulders.
Well, we're going to check in with you. We're in between maps right now as well, but we'll check in as soon as AJL and what's going on here. Big moment in the club championship. Lauren, thank you very much. Guys?
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Well, a very different image from one you just saw there to the one that's on stage right now. Dark Zero maybe searching for something there. Alfama, discipline was what came up in our conversation during that break.
Yeah, I mean, you're the most experienced team. You've just lost, what, at least 3 rounds where you were in a heavy man advantage situation. You're playing against a weaker opponent, someone that has not won majors before, that has not even reached a semi-final before. Surely, discipline needs to be the key word here. When you're in a manpower situation, you close this round out, you breathe, you meditate like they've done, and you make sure you close the manpower situation.
I feel like, too, for Weibo going into this, just going a map up, making sure that you can actually maintain that pressure, because I feel like as a player, a lot of the time, the closer you get to the win, the further it actually feels, because we just start to think about it more and more, so being able to detach from that and go for it again is going to be very big for Weibo here.
Playing with house money because no one expects you to get past DZ. Now you're at the door of getting past DZ. Do you start to think about it too much? Now you're like, we're here. Wait a second.
That's the question here. Looking at DZ2, looking very calm, look like they had a good reset going to this map. I'm expecting a lot closer one here.
Picks and bans here to kick off map 2.
I like the Solid Snake ban. I think it's been so useful on layer to clear out so many positions. You get a lot of intel just from outside of the building with that radius. So it's a strong one, especially to remove against such an aggressive team.
Capital too, going to help the top mez extension, especially too if they want to bring the clash for the chest extension too. Yeah, it's going to be just shutting down a little bit of the clear potential in the hard zone spots. Look to see some more Zofia Demos come out for that.
Best of 3 on the line here in Paris. Dark Zero. Wow, expectations so high for this team, but staring defeat right down the barrel if they cannot get this map win. It's Weibo Gaming now with the pressure to close it out. We'll see what happens as we send it back over to Dev and Pinku.
Thank you, Rander. Yes, we will indeed. Dark Zero have everything to lose here. As one of the tournament favorites, they need to step up on their map pick of Lair. But look, Pengu, in the last 6 months, DZ have only lost this map a single time out of the last 7 plays. However, that was against little old APAC in CAG, and it was a dominant 7-2 loss just 5 days ago. They haven't played it at the tournament outside of that result, however, have been very good locally within North America. I wonder if Weibo have been studying that DZ versus CAG map and picked up a few tricks.
And you said it best, right? They played this map a fair bit in North America, but going back to Colout's timeout that we saw in Nighthaven is the unusualness of Weibo that catch them off guard, right? Oh, they didn't do the prep work. Didn't know what we expected from them, and I think honestly, when you look at APAC, that's always been the story. Yes, they tend to play a bit more simple in the server. Yes, they have maybe a little less prep work, but now we have imported coaches. We have Gohan behind the players. They got much more layers to them.
Absolutely. I think you said it, Weibo play weird. Well, if you're not used to playing in the APAC region, then yeah, you might think so. I think that a lot of teams get so familiar with how their region likes to play that they underestimate other regions. Now, there's a reason why Wildcard chose not to pick Weibo. Wildcard had a choice between picking Weibo and Furia, and they wanted to play Furia. Furia over Weibo. So DZ may be getting a little bit more than they bargained for.
Well, Walker said, now those guys, they play weird, man. We don't want to get into that. We don't want to play that. We don't want to get in the mix of that. It's just an unknown entity the entire way through. I like if NGR, though, swung out early, exchanged bullets with the glass. So him and Hoven are equal on the health bars.
If there's anything going for DZ here, it's that they're back on the defensive side. Funnily enough, Weibo chose to start on attack here on Lair. But DZ have been a lot more comfortable on their defense. However, this could be a cracking way to start the attack here for Weibo if they do land the 3 big booms with that Zoth. The first boom to land is actually on Gotti, however, as Speakeasy takes a hell of a lot of damage as well. Big Nitro from Faults.
Sophia downstairs is quite nice, but if she's like wasting time looking for that red ping to come through, you're not going to get a lot of value. But Reap's simple solution. Demo strike, get the ping, shoot straight through the floor, get that kill. That's NGR. There is still Kino on the smoke, popping a bait, falling on back. Could even reinforce as well, but it's too busy with the verticality downstairs, so that rotation will stay open for Speakeasy to utilize later on. Newest on health, Hob and Speakeasy on health.
They're giving up ground. They're actually just giving the entire Varg 6 room over to Weibo. Well, this is risky though, Pengu. This will have to be a retake. Speakeasy could be in a plant position in just a few moments.
He's about to be. Track comes through, punch the desk, and there's 1C4 impacts in pocket though.
He's already low on HP. There needs to be a retake here to push Hoven off of his position. Otherwise, he will be able to prevent that flank. Hoven doesn't matter as Weibo again fire up on their attacking side. And look at this, there's time remaining. They don't have to rush. It's up to Newers and Kino to try and cook something up, but it's not happening. The bait again and again as Hoven with low HP. Newers does find him Speakeasy in the 1v1. This has been such a big round for Weibo right up until the 1v2. A much needed clutch up for Newers to stem the bleeding from Dark Zero.
Such a hard spot to be in there if you're hard, right? You're 1 HP outside the window. If you jump into this bye or a trap or a person waiting for you, you're as good as dead. So he's staying on the exterior of the building until that final moment in the 1 versus 2. We had no other option. But Newers, great job, pushed forward. Icy with the gunfights, found the first. Then it's just a matter of taking on the backbeat, which again, 1 HP because that C4 earlier to Speakeasy did all the damage required in that round.
So let's see
here. A lot of the moments, though, again, from Weibo, it's not a round loss where they fall apart early. It's a round loss where they do really good job early on. Problem solved on the fly, adapted, got into a plant position, and had it not been a trade between Kino and Turkstadt,
Showcase as usual.
1v2, the coverage would have been perfect. So we're talking tiny details of adjustment here.
Like something is wrong with my stomach. I can't eat everything right now.
We saw the 9 laps. Thankfully for DC, they find the first round, and the problems of the past won't chase them right at the heels, not yet at least.
5 seconds to go.
Still, there's one thing to win a round in a clutch, another thing to win a round because you played it convincingly. And
round win is a round win. In 3 rounds from now, you won't recall what happened that first one.
Sure, but a lot of the micro went wrong there for DZ. Weibo have a lot of bite on their attacks. Don't forget, remember the start of last map? It was very similar. Yes. DZ won a lot of rounds off of small moments. Now, Weibo Gaming lost a 7-0 earlier in the tournament to Virtus Pro and came back to win the next 2 maps. I talked to Gohan after the game and he said, I was very happy after we lost that 7-0. We had an embarrassing result, but we knew exactly what went wrong in all these minor details. We knew exactly what to fix for the next 2 maps. And I think we've seen that in a few of these rounds where Weibo have let it slip. I hope that DZ are thinking the same because, especially on their attacking side, too much has been going wrong.
Turkstadt Fuse LMG. Hoven playing the Nuke, creeping around. Speakeasy on the Monty.
Spiker said it, they play weird.
Yeah, how do you prep for this? I'm not sure you do. A Clash Shield. Well, that means that Nuke sneaking around, no longer effective. They'll be watching out for that. Newers looking for a backstep as well. Here's each other. Question is, do you want this fight if you're Hoven? Because the Clash will close in. You gotta get out of there. And he will jump out the window. Don't want to get 2v1'd. Yeah. Progress elsewhere is okay, but Speakeasy tanked the C4 earlier, I believe, from Newers, which means his health bar is not looking too great. Has to really respect Kino now with the Toxic Babes.
And you can see DZ continue pulling on back. They're happy to give up this map control again and look for a retake later in the round.
Smart there. He's worried about the verticality, the crossfire from that angle.
And here comes the Fuse to actually open up some of that verticality. This is such a strange attack here from Weibo, but DZ actually also defending it in a very unorthodox way as well. As Faults peeks outside for a bit of info, the Clash is an instrumental part of this defense.
That's the whole retake as well.
Bit of a battle. There's like an island in the middle, right, that nobody wants to go into. Turst that goes down from Newers, who's still downstairs by the rocket staircase, and that's going to open things up for DC and further stall out the push.
Problem is here for Weibo is having top floor control is only good if you can go for an execute. Now they do pivot. We've got 2 players dropping down below. As Hoven needs to try and prevent the retake. Indeed, he does. He wants to try and get up in Foltz's face as well, as that clash continues baiting back and forth. Meanwhile, the plan has been confirmed by Weibo. It's a difficult retake now for Newers and Foltz. But with that clash shield, they at least have a way to deal with Speakeasy. On the Monty, oh, big shot onto Gotti. If you can do enough damage on the Speakeasy, this might be possible. Newers tries to get up in his face. It's Reaps up on the vert above that needs to have a big impact. Speakeasy's taken down. It could even become a 1v3 if the revive can happen here. Indeed it will. But there's not a lot of time on the clock here for DZ. Reaps just has to prevent that counter defuse from coming out. And a shotgun kill up close from J90. Big retake from Dark Zero.
A little bit of a blunder there from Weibo, though they're stressing that injure on the staircase where, guys, you have the 3 versus 2 effectively. Leave the guy injured, fall back, play the verticality. They're chasing for that kill confirmation. You can just have Monty extending inside the bomb side, where Reeves watching from above from the vert, and you can fish for a couple of kills. Instead, Speakeasy unextends the shields, dies here unnecessarily, and then they get for the revive and the retake and the round victory. So that was a bit of a shake there from Weibo.
If it's not
Weibo are shaking for the first time, but they'll take a tactical timeout and immediately look to try and fix their mistakes.
I don't know if they're going to waste on him, to be honest.
Yeah, heard.
So
I agree.
Just bring the mute out.
What do you think is a good ban then? Grim?
I think we're going to go... Well, we're about to run a base and roam now. We could do Ram, then go for consolidation after, and like put Baja type of deal for bunks, and then we play down for the base consolidation after going roam here. It could be good, or honestly just read.
If they repeat that, you need to be prepared, okay, guys? Come on, guys, come on. We are the best here, guys. Come on.
Come on.
We can do this shit, guys. Let's go.
Come on, guys.
Then we're gonna go for Armory then.
Of course, the confidence there at the end, just saying, come on, guys, we got this with the best team that is here. And I think that's what they need, because a little bit of choking in the server, if you will, small indecisiveness, hesitation, and leadership, a little bit lackluster at the end of that round.
We just needed to stabilize for Weibo.
It really was a matter of...
If you're Speakeasy, I mean, you've got a Monty alive in a post plant, you're going up against the clash. What's the most important thing? Just don't feed the clash.
Yeah, that's it, right? I mean, Hoven was in a tough spot, found the injury, found the injure, and then just could not make up his mind.
Yeah.
Do you go up the staircase? Do you push the clash? Do you get out the door? Wasn't sure about it. But that's not really the issue. Hoven did his job. He got the 1-for-1 trade, but peeking outside the window, trying to fight back against the clash after, it's like, that's unnecessary.
And like I said earlier, I mean, literally the one reason why they got Gotti instead of Ape is Weibo just wanted someone who simply wouldn't die. And I said this stat on the first map, but I'll say it again. The best survival rate in the world in stage 1 at 52% of rounds survived. And he's also the top 6 at EWC with 41%, despite already losing 2 maps. You have other players who have played on teams that haven't even lost a map yet.
Yeah.
And Gotti is still in the top 6. And yet today, he's really struggled. First map, I wasn't very impressed. Second map, 1 and 2 so far. It's very uncharacteristic out of Gotti.
It just means that he has to fix his own problems, so somebody else has to step up and cover for him. That was kind of what Reaps was doing in the first map, having a stellar individual performance.
It's a problem for a lot of the Weibo players. Turd, Reaps, and Gotti have all been quite inconsistent.
Have to see, though. For DC, they're going to feel a lot better about this. They feel like they finally have control over the round, how to problem solve, and reading correctly into Weibo. I think Newers in particular, I mean, he won the first round 1v2 clutch, and second round he gets 2 kills, and he finds the opening frag. I mean, that's massive.
Yeah. And I think DZ have really restabilized and got a better read on the way that Weibo are playing. They're happy to expect the unexpected and then play off of what happens.
I just got something very hot.
The plant went down, didn't matter. DZ say that's fine. We've got 2 players. We
I'm very sensitive to spicy food.
And another opening kill. Guess who it's onto?
But I still like
dropping the ball. This is very uncharacteristic out of the Korean.
And DC also defending this in very unusual fashion. They're almost not even playing by the side itself. Instead, they're highly prioritizing holding top floor. 2 people watching the flank, 1 guy watching the vert. That means they're ready for a fight above, but also covering the player downstairs, Newers, who's playing that instrumental spot of locking down the bomb site. If he falls, they can push in deep, and then the round could fall apart for DC. So close to that bomb site, so tempted to make a play onto it. Speakeasy does get inside. He knows he needs to find the kill onto Newers first, but he's straight into the crossfire. Great aim from Newers. Quickly minces up Speakeasy by shooting his feet, and a lot of damage as well, as Weibo Gaming are stalled out. But who other than Reaps will find the opening? Immediately followed up with the E1D, the lion scan from Turd. While we have players in the bomb site from Weibo, it's not enough.
No. With the shield being dead, who's going to make that push? I mean, look how unsure Weibo are about the player locations. Know where Newers is, but not about anybody else.
The vertical control is too powerful there, and Newers on the bomb site does eventually go down to Turd 1v3 as he can grab that defuse. Never mind, he can't, because Foltz is watching it from up above. The most convincing round we have yet for Dark Zero as they go 3 straight on defense. Weibo have burned their tactical timeout and found nothing for it.
A little bit too linear. A little bit too simplistic, but even when it's simple, it gets complicated because you had a sole player, Speakeasy in the Blackbeard, pushing Newers, sprinting, feet exposed, gets shut down by Newers immediately, no follow-up, no trade, and also he had the diffuser. So they lose everything with one member dying, plus they lost Gotti early. Operator bans, Wamai and Deimos. I'm all for it. Again, Weibo, got to deal with so much utility. Wamai is gone, makes life easier. DC, worried about the verticality and information gathering lethality off that vert. Bit of tilt because Speakeasy now 2 rounds in a row has made a couple of errors.
Yeah, he keeps dying on the shields just by exposing his feet. Perhaps he's not used to playing against players that are so quick and unfearing of those shields, and because it's a skill issue, right? Like, you have to quickly flick down to the feet, land enough damage to try and get the down. And with the TCSG, that time to kill, time to injure by the feet,
a few shots.
It's 2 to 3 bullets depending on how much damage you've taken outside of that. And Speakeasy perhaps not used to players being so quick to land that. 3 rounds in a row, Dark Zero have found the opening kill, 3 rounds in a row, and they have looked better every single round as it goes. Remember that first round, that atop onto the top floor.
Yeah.
Weibo looks poised to win it. It was a clutch from Newers. Second round in, plant down, looking Weibo favored, and DZ retake. Third round was the first time that DZ looked well and truly in control.
And now they've flipped the way they're gonna win, right? Now they're gonna play Chubaro, Bandit, and then playing Goyu and Smoke. All about the clock, burning down the timer. I think also recognizing that Weibo are gonna slow down the game right now because they're dying early, they're making mistakes, they're like getting caught off guard. So if you expect them to play slower, you're playing time denial, you're double dipping.
Yeah, this is a good read from DZ.
You're also forcing them into like problem solving at, I want to say, like at the highest level. I think the dance around the bandit batteries and the hard reaching is such a beautiful way of playing the game. And right now in the attack and lineup, who's supposed to go downstairs and deal with NGR? I mean, everyone has a primary weapon, but there's no operator right now where like, oh, we're gonna deal with the bandit. That's because NGR was hiding in server room the entire drone phase.
Yeah.
Weibo probably don't even know that bandit existed until the round started.
And one of the best counters to that bandit is the Deimos that DZ banned. The Deimos that...
I mean, Sophia below would be good, IQ.
Very true.
Yes.
Any vertical operator. We've even seen Weibo recently rocking the Buck as well. A bit of an old school way to do the vertical.
Of course, home with the bailiff, second a shotgun could become that vert operator, but again, he's fighting against maybe a roamer. They don't know because again, Deimos track. They don't have solid snake available. The vert is there. He sees it and feels the pressure. But if you don't
that's
get
a good
those
ban.
batteries
Snake,
off the wall,
Deimos, and
the hard
Captain, that's
breacher
good ban.
breaching. That means that you have people in wasted positions, not helping each other progress the round, and you're not getting further. Then you start feeling pressured and stressed in the server, and you start brute forcing a play, getting impatient, and maybe getting caught off guard again.
Yeah. And as we saw on the face cams earlier, a little bit of tilt from Weibo. Very early in the game to get tilted, I must admit. So they've got to make sure they keep their mental in check and continue working through the checklist in this round, because as you said, the win condition here for DZ is the clock, and they've already burned 2 of the 3 minutes.
And they haven't done the hard breaching. Turns is AFK the entire round watching a flank. Hobbin look up the vert. Now they're getting gassed up on the main staircase. I mean, what exactly is the win condition? They're going to have to flip the attack for the 3rd time. There's not enough time left for that. 55 seconds, and only 2 people, now 3, have even entered the building.
Kino's got the read, but he might be revealed here by the Grim Bees. And indeed, the flank from Foltz with the TCSG in hand on the Goyo.
I don't think they know either.
DZ are in perfect positions to win this, and they don't even need to make the first move.
Turd, an unusual miss from him as Foltz are able to get away safely. Kino as well contesting with the shotgun in close range, hungry for more, gets taken down. But Turd is also on the floor. Reaps finally
the timing
wrenches over the numbers advantage here for Weibo, but the time is of the essence. DZ still maintain the map. They still have the bomb site. It's going to be 15 seconds left. How do you not see him? Gotti finally takes an NJR. It's J90 and Foltz to clutch up, but they have an impact and a nitro cell between them. Now it's just up to J90. This was looking like the best round Weibo had had up until Reeps comes up big with the triple. Finally, Weibo off the donut and onto the scoreboard.
Win,
not the way you want to win a round, but thankfully they just get the round regardless. Again, everything fell apart. The time, the wing condition, the only breeze to reinforce well there from Gotzi with 20 seconds left on the clock. And no easy way forward even after getting that breaching done. Thursday went even upstairs as Simon thankfully ran away. Turd gets revived to get 2 kills. It kind of bites them enough space in the server. But DC, I mean, they have gotten to a different level right now in terms of countering Weibo, putting up difficult problems to solve in the server and not showing their full hand in the drone phase. So they're now making Weibo play how they felt like they were attacking against them. Oh, they're not doing the prep work. Now we gotta adapt on the fly. It feels like that's the kind of flair they're putting into this matchup, saying, hey, you don't know what we're doing, have fun figuring it out.
But again, mid-round mistakes can cost the round. For example, NJR was the bandit prone on the floor in the bomb site. I don't know whether it was just the noise and calamity of what was happening in the server, but he didn't hear the breach open up behind him.
Maybe he thought it was clear, like he rotated away or whatever.
Exactly, and it meant that he wasn't in a safe position. There are a lot of safe positions still to play on that bomb site at that time. If DZ had been able to hold the clock just a little bit more, perhaps they would have won 4-0.
Come on,
also,
DC.
Small thing, Kino did burn 2 toxic babes
you
on
gotta
the
win
rocket
this now.
staircase when there were nobody from Weibo because Foltz was downstairs.
Just gonna be putting my
arguably
back.
should have thought that it was clear.
A lot of respect for Weibo.
But Weibo did rotate off it because they did have that person. Just they did flank it after the fact.
Yeah.
But if that toxic babe was on side, you know, what if?
Still a bit scary. A round should not come down to the clock having less than 10 seconds there for Weibo getting into the bomb site. But we'll see. This bomb site here was, again, a very strange attack last time and a very strange defense from DZ. They brought the clash out once again for the second final round of the half. Oh, Newers might be on for a run out here. Doesn't have the read. Doesn't know Speakeasy's droning. That would have been a free kill.
Again, just a quiet, bit of quiet before the storm happens. We know that once the fighting starts, it's not going to end until the round is over. DC, they will either lash out first with the clash, utilizing a push with a gun behind it, or it'll be Weibo finding a gap somewhere and finding that opening pick. Newers has been so good at playing the solo lurk game.
Yeah.
Just his game sense of understanding where he should be and where the enemy could be as well. When you saw the window prep, there was 2 attackers right outside. And then things, okay, don't get me called, they might know. Actually good plan. Thatcher, smoke, Monty.
This could very much be on. Is there any smoke in position from Kino? NJR has to get active right up close and personal. He doesn't realize the shield is blocking the damage, but not enough! Reeves will trade, but the plan has been denied for now, which is exactly what DZ needed. The win condition has been found as Kino immediately follows up onto Hoven. Gotti and Reeps left to salvage what is a nigh irredeemable round. Maybe would have been possible if Reeps had found that kill. Now he's in the bomb site. He has the defuse. He might be able to EMP out that bulletproof camera and look for a plant himself, but it is a fickle affair. There's a vert above him. There are flank opportunities, especially from the main stairs.
They have no real intel either. Smoking it in pocket of Gotti though. Maybe Smoke can go for a plan, but then Gotti has to pop off with the coverage. Ideally, you find a kill here for Weibo, but DC, they can just sit back. They got a camera inside, so there's no longer EMP. They got full intel on the push and the plant.
It's time on the board here for Weibo to play this out for the next 10 seconds to feel out whether they can take a 1v1. A 2v2 might just be possible. Reeps, though, needs to land his shot, and it's not going to be easy when the angle there from that staircase obscures his position. Now he once again does go for the denial of the info, but Newers is still watching the vert, and this is going to be a 4th round for DZ, I'm sure of it. This should be easily deniable from the vert. A good read from Reeps to take down Kino, but surely not going to find a second or even a third. There'll be 3 seconds of 0 on the clock as the Nitro Cell all but confirms it. He's forced off, and DZ will win the round on time.
Nicely done, nicely. We like that.
Second, James. NGR just barely saved the round for DC, sprinting on in, waves the entire first magazine. The deal comes out, and it finds the planter of Speakeasy. But also, you're planting in the smoke. You can't see through. There's no glass behind them. It was just a regular gun. I think it was Reeps himself actually looking. Yeah, right there. So that smoke and it works both ways. It's super risky to plant in the smoke like that. I guess they are hoping to catch them all by surprise, and they wouldn't be thinking, oh my god, they're going for a plant. But guys, when you're smoking and EMP with Thatcher, you're kind of telling them that what you're going to be doing.
For sure. I mean, there's no way that you wouldn't read that there's a plant going down in that position. And the smoke coverage was not vast enough to obscure the plant position, right? Like, you've got one smoke, you know you're somewhere in that smoke, you can pre-fire a lot of the obvious positions. If they threw another smoke deeper, then they might have been wondering, oh, is the plant happening a little bit further up? Maybe he has to pre-fire more positions. But as soon as he starts shooting and he hears the bullets hit the shield, he knows roughly where that Monty is. Another option would have just been flashing while that smoke was there, because even if he knows where it is, while he's flashed, he's not going to be able to land those shots. I mean, his chances drastically reduce. So DZ, look, another round where it comes down to such a narrow margin, but a win is a win. Yep. And 4 rounds of defense is exactly what DZ need when they fail to attack even for a single round on Nighthaven Labs. I think they'll have a lot more confidence moving into the second half here, especially if they can find a fifth.
It also does make the story of a third map that much more exciting, that it's a close loss on the second so far for Weibo in the rounds. Yeah, it's not been a landslide. You cannot write them out just yet.
Scoreline might not be close, but the rounds certainly are.
And also will praise DC's playstyle. They are not giving, I was going to say, any easy openings here for Weibo any longer. They keep falling back, playing the layers, giving up map control, comfortably playing by the side itself.
That was literally like running past
utility operators, right? Whether it's going to be the Castle, the Jaeger, like right now, Plant Denial, Lactoshanka or Smoke, then still having information for the gunfights in traps. Notably here, the Ella and the Thorn. But they also have Spare, Util, and Pocket. 2 Griswold Mines from NGR. 1 Razor Bloom, Thumb, Kino on the Thorn.
Expecting the shield.
They're expecting active usage against shields, for example.
A good way is to
hold they will
some
start
of the Razor
putting down those
the
traps in areas where they need them. So for a specific staircase, a specific door, when they surrender the flank watch, for example. So when a gun can only watch the angle, Grisma goes out, now you're watching the angle for me.
I tell you what though, Speakeasy here is running primary shotgun on the sledge, which means that once he creates the vert, he's going to be fighting Kino, and he will have the HP advantage in a shotgun v shotgun battle, which he should realistically win.
But it is Kino. That guy believes he's a bit more in shotguns than anybody else. It's a bit more lethal, does a bit more damage on range, he shoots a bit faster. That's the Kino special. He's going to be the playmaker, stalking Toxin behind a shield, stalk all the way deep in the corner. Very unusual location, but it counters the vert. There is a frag grenade in pocket of Speakeasy, so if there's no ADSs,
interesting.
He could die relatively easily. But if he has a bit of coverage from that Jaeger device, that could be everything.
Oh, never mind. Speakeasy goes down. Yeah, I don't think they knew that Nuez was holding this position deep inside. Reeps has snuck into the bomb site, takes a little bit of damage. They know where he is. This is Hoven. Reeps, though, does finally jump inside, take matters into his own hands and take down Nuez. He's now deep into the bomb site, but falls with it. A chunker will finish off Hoven. Defuse still remains on Gotti. Weber have 30 seconds to get into the bomb site and look for a plant position. They are deep, but they have to go for the pigs and the cover there. The crossfire. As the flank comes through from J90, DZ maintain dominance on their defensive side, is turned up against the world, and he can't even find the first. It's a 1v4 for the young Kiwi as he looks for a second. J90 and NJR say absolutely not today.
The decimating. I knew Lair would be Weibo's weakest map. I knew it would be the weakest for them.
Vibe check.
Now, I am worried
real quick,
about Clubhouse, but it's like, I do think it's going to be Dark Zero, but like, it's like it's a 50-50.
Remember the protocol in case they have like the Cade / like tube extension. We actually put you on that window. You bounce the nade off the top to get rid of that tube if we want to open that wall up early. Make sure we're doing that. If we want to do that, for whatever reason. We're actually putting you on the window. Don't play it from deep off that. And then Jack, obviously, you're going to be holding for his fucking rocket run down on that. Other things to note here, fellas. We're doing the standard bans, which means that bathroom side with a Thorn ban. It also means that the shields in play are going to be really good right now because they're not going to have the clash. For the third ban, you guys are going to read it based off arc, obviously. The only thing that I would say to watch out for that I could...
Hey, relax it. You are every round trying. Oh, and now. Bro, you don't have doubts. We have a plan and you follow.
Okay.
This is the big problem here, guys. We have a plan and we are not following. Instead of doing what we are good, we are doing what? Things that you are trying to discover now. Guys, this is not, you know, this will lead us to defeat. The thing is, pay attention now, guys. They like to come on top floor. Zulu, shield split. Bathroom, 2 guys on shield, on art. So the thing is, pay attention on that. We already have a plan. We need to follow. We don't need to try to improve 10 times one thing we don't need, you know? Yeah. That's the thing, guys. So let's trust in the map. Let's trust in the map we have. Until now, you guys are just trying. You lose 2 rounds and start to get scared to lose. Guys, forget about this. We don't have pressure. Remember yourselves during the game now. Remember, they have the pressure. They will have a big pressure to finish this.
It feels very much like a battle of the coaches. Both mentioned the presence of the shields in the bathroom with the Thorn ban and where the attack will happen and where the defenders start to fight back as well. And on the other side, Go mentioning a very important concept here from players in a very high pressure situation. You become afraid of losing. So you can play to win or you can play to lose. Always making the safe play, not taking the risk, and also doubting yourself in those moments. We saw the hesitation when Gotti had a red ping on Kino's Thorn, refusing to swing for the gunfight. When he did go for a swing, he's hip-fired, looking the wrong direction, instead being a bit scared of failing in that big moment.
Yeah, for sure. Also quite notable the difference where Callat was all strategy, all tactics, all, okay, this is what we're going to do, this is what they're going to do. He does also leave a lot of power with the players. He says, if you want to do that, that's what you can do, right? On the flip side of that, a lot of Gohan's tactical timeout for Weibo was mental. And when I spoke to him after they beat Virtus Pro, which of course they lost 7-0 on the first map, he said, I think this team's mental game right now is the best it's ever been, and I'm so proud of them for that. But we haven't seen that so far on this map, because as Gohan said, why are we trying new things, right? You don't need to try new things mid-game when you know what's tried and tested from before. You're coming up with an idea to counter something. I mean, it's nice in theory to play loosely, but do that after our defaults don't work, right? If you lose one round to a clutch, that doesn't mean you have to throw the baby out with the bathwater, as they say. You can stick to what parts of the strat work and try something more. I think this will work better for Weibo. Now they're on defense. Yeah. They don't have to iterate as much. They can come in with the strats that they've written, with the prep that they have brought into today, and stick to their guns.
I'm with you on that aspect, but the 1-5 half is not enough in my mind. I mean, you have to be basically flawless to have a fighting chance at that. Anything is possible, as we always like to say. Do not count anybody out too early, but it just feels like DC right now, the way they were managing to rotate on the defensive side, get themselves in strong player positions, always have a crossfire, and not give anything up for free, have that same mentality on the attack. Utilizing Kino's shields with the Clash and Thorn ban. It is gonna be Kino's game to win right now on the attacking side, because he has almost no direct counters against him. I'm surprised he went for the Blackbeard, but this is the time for it, because he's much more sheltered given those upper events. The Monty would be the super safe option, obviously.
Yeah.
But you can look at the frag grenades, worst gun.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you do really expect DZ to lean into the shield here, as Kino, one of the better shield players in the world. American flag there on the commando for J90. The 4 Americans on the squad for DZ have really helped forge a new era for North America. Of course, Kino as well won the most recent 2 major wins for North America. One with Dark Zero, one back in last November in Munich with M80. Nice vert game here from Newers on the buck, as Hoven starts feeling that pressure, though somewhat supported by the keeper barriers.
All about the process right now for DC, right? The place that they excel at. Step 1, get the buck downstairs, get a bit of vert, use the flashbang from the window repel, and then walk in the Blackbeard. That's all you need to do. Kino will lead the charge on all the entries off this map. That's step 1, conquered here for DC. Upstream control. And now, they've also shown a bit of their hand, right? The moment you hear that box skeleton key downstairs, you need to start communicating as well, but okay, what does this mean for us? Mirror window locations are very scary all of a sudden, because you can get pre-fired from beneath. So now you have a choice to make. Send the defender downstairs and fight for the vertical space beneath the bomb site, or simply just say, don't play in the usual pre-fireable spots. We can see bottom right, second floor, second floor, second floor. No one's fighting downstairs up against Newers. So Weibo are now backed in very specific player positions, trying to avoid the verticality from Buck downstairs, but also the Blackbeard pushing laterally upstairs against them. It's a very tough spot to be in if you're Weibo, and they have to be super sharp at where they use the Toxic Beard from Gotti and that 1C4 from Speakeasy, which is prepped right now in his hand.
It's actually a flip as well from DZ. Kino keeps changing his mind. He was going to push R6 room a moment ago. Nitro Cell for Speakeasy is one of the only tools that they have to deal with Kino. And 2 impacts from Reaps. He doesn't have any other Grishmots left in pocket as the drone sneaks onto the bomb site.
Yeah, there's only one C4, so they
He actually has made his way downstairs, eager for a flank onto Newers, who's looking to push main at the moment. DZ continue changing their mind. That's a very early blow of the Nitro Cell from Speakeasy. You have to find a kill in this game as Reaps is feeling that pressure, but Kino walks into the crossfire. Speakeasy finds one before he's traded on back. DZ are falling, but now J-Nono knows exactly where Reaps is. Doesn't matter. He still wins the fight regardless.
DZ, that
get their teeth into the bomb site, but cannot bite down.
That is not good.
Very good job there from Weibo again, almost doing what DZ did against them. Again, playing the right locations with a good crossfire, so no one swing in, isolated. And this also going back to my previous point, I was surprised about the Blackbeard. Mungie will walk all over that setup because there's no way to die, really. Blackbeard does have that slight vulnerability. The Griswold Mine, the Soul C4, and the crossfire angles is a lot more effective against the shield. That's not the Mungie. And Kino did struggle a little bit. He gets in, but he's in the crossfire like I mentioned before. They get the intel, but not the follow-up. It's going to be a slow and steady grind. But mind you, if you're Weibo, there's more to play for than just a comeback on this map. There is a possibility of a third of Clubhouse. And right now the goal is also just getting settled into the series. Going like down 1-7 on the second map, and now you play Clubhouse, doesn't feel very good. Not a lot of confidence in the mind of the players. If you go, you know, 3 rounds straight here for defense, you lose 7-5, for example, it feels a lot better. Guys, small issues, not a big deal. That clutch, that round change down with OT, like, you can start almost like gaslighting yourself in a way, but in a positive manner, saying that was a super close game. Because the scoreline easily shows it. It's a lot harder as a player to lose 1-7 and go, I know all the mistakes we did, they were super minor, you shouldn't lose 1-7.
Yeah. Look, if we do get to Clubhouse, it's going to be a very curious one because DZ play a hell of a lot of that map. They played it 8 times
fits it.
in the last 6 months. Weibo on the flip side, they've only played it thrice in the last 6 months. One of which was a 7-0, so not a lot of info from that. One was an 8-6 over VP, very close. DZ also went 7-8 against FaZe on that map. If you push FaZe that close, oh my god, that was a nuke. Bro's got an arm. He threw that from way off the pitch. Faults thankfully doesn't die, but he was probably a bit confused. How did I just take 40 damage?
Harvey sticking around. Again, you want to min-max how many drones you can find. There's 3 reasons for falling back on an extension. You kill enough drones, you burn enough time, or you get enough kills. You reach any of those criteria, you can fall back happily. Shotgun, shotgun. Gotti, of course, successful against Newers. Though could be off the board. A huge operator later in this round. And with that kill, you get that checklist. Guys, 5v4, fall back to side. Keep numbers up.
Wow.
Reaps finds another. They're not done fighting just yet.
No, they're not. Still a player all the way on the top floor is Toad as well. DZ have so much work to do, and we still have time delay.
I don't understand what
For
they're
Weibo
doing.
Gaming, there's a Vulcan canister which can now be popped. A little bit of an unfortunate angle. Reaps has also gone for a flank on the ground floor, and he's not the only roamer as well. Gotti and Turd still remain. NJR and Kino have a mountain to climb. And I don't expect them to be able to take more than the first few steps.
See, this is the issue. When the Monty becomes one of the last attackers alive and not in the entry battle, you're not really able to play around the shield. So General falling early,
it's going to be the same shit that it was in the last map.
It's almost like a contradiction to the playstyle.
Just failing
on
on
try and go for both, whatever works. Wow. You know, finds Gotti. Again, he plays the smoke, he plays his shields, he knows what the weaknesses are in that setup. But he has to find a few more than just that. The Nara Laser, Goyo Fire, and the Illa Griswold Mines. He is fighting the whole world and the whole circle. Eyes on using his heartbeat scatter on that wall.
NJR.
All up to NJR. 1v4.
Yeah.
As most of the players have made their way back to site. Turd still on the very top floor. A little bit of an ill-advised peek from Reaps. You can afford to have one player do that. Do not feed him. 20 seconds.
One more flash in pocket. Here comes the vert from Turd.
Damn.
And the round for Weibo. It's a second defense
Not
back
good.
to back.
Not good.
3 more to match Dark Zero's scoreboard.
Just gonna see DC get on a aligned game plan here on the attacking side. Are you gonna heavily play the Monty or loosely play the Monty? Because this right here, if Newers gets the kill, insane value, right? Almost like round defining. But on the flip side, if he dies, it's the same story. It's super high risk with super high reward. But when you got the Monty, it is the most stable, consistent, and safe operator in the game on the attacking side. So it feels a bit like you're trying to do too much there in the server. But DC, when you're leading with 3-4 rounds, whatever in the half, you can afford to try and play a bit risky. See if it works. If you get shot down, now you switch it. The only other issue here is that if Weibo wins this upcoming defense, you get Operator Benson to make. You ban the Monty, all of a sudden that combo changes. Now we're looking at 5-4, still favoring DC, but with the Monty being gone. And yes, they've invested, a ban into the Thorn and the Clash to enable the Blades, the Fuse, the Blackbeard in case of a Monty ban. But still, it is going to make your life just a little bit more challenging. And also force you to change your playstyle if you're Dark Zero.
It's funny seeing that Gotti has now found the last 2 opening kills in a row, but also has 2 opening deaths to his name as well. Very unusual. Like I said, this guy usually plays on the back line. I wonder if something is changing for Weibo with the roles a little bit, where they're happy to put Gotti in a bit more of an aggressive position, but it's strange to see. It's working sometimes, it's not working other times. There was one game in the tournament so far where Gotti had an unbelievable showing.
It looks like they're going to be avoiding
against
Vert.
Furia, their first match of the tournament.
No, they're after. I thought like for a second, I was like, why the fuck are you avoiding the Vert?
The man to have that kind of an impact here.
No, it is that side.
For Weibo. But now on the defense,
I got so
they're
confused.
tested yet again. It's a different bomb site.
So
A new day
they're
of the
not
week for Weibo
ignoring the
Gaming.
Vert
DC
play,
look to
okay.
try and attack the tertiary bomb site.
Again, all about the Monty. First in the building, guns following after. You get a constant string of information. Kino goes somewhere, you follow him. Now, when you are doing that playstyle, you gotta be very mindful of one thing in particular, the verticality. All this floor beneath them is soft. Having a player or a drone downstairs, just kind of checking in. Is there a C4 downstairs? Is there a person roaming? Well, Speakeasy says, I'm here.
Pulse is
Takes
having
down
a
False in the
bad,
thermite.
like,
You have 2 C4s in pocket, one upstairs
bad,
and one
bad,
beneath.
but, like, you could have
Plus,
played
of
better.
course, the Solace. So DC gotta play both floors at the same time. Oh, Grishmont does lead Kino to take a lot of damage. No more in pocket here for Gotti. I think the right move here is to fall on back. Peel back the layers of his defense. Weibo still have such a fortified position. And the Monty does leverage an opportunity here for DZ. Time to lash out for Reeves. Good kill onto NJR. Kino still needs to have an impact with that Monty. Needs to enable Newers and Geno to find kills. What are we doing? Going for a bait peek. Trying to go for the cheeky little play, but it doesn't work out whatsoever. The duo of Speakeasy and Gotti happy to counter up that shield.
Yeah,
it's Newers
Doxer
in a
is
1v5
really bad on
as
attack.
every single round that passes looks better for Weibo on their defense. 2 straight. As DZ are yet to find an attacking round in this series at all. It's a 3rd flawless round in this match for Weibo Gaming.
Such good position again. Weibo taking the fights in the correct areas. Crossfire downstairs. The verticality being utilized correctly. Kino trying the multi-take, but when down in numbers, not enough guns to support him behind, it's not a favorable fight
It's going to be the Monty and
So DC,
probably a Solus.
bit of a struggle there in the attacks. I'm curious if we do see that Monty ban.
No, Asami
or
would
Weibo
be
team that
Asami
is
would
not actually a
make
big
more
problem for
sense.
because they've been great at countering it.
I'm going for
On
the
flip
Monty
side,
Asami. Might be.
what
I
would
don't
you
think
ban
Solus is
for the
going to get
defense?
banned
Could
here.
be the
So
Goyo, could be Intel, could be Wamai, could be Smoke as well.
Yeah.
Dark Zero immediately take their tactical timeout.
Yeah, if they don't report them out. All right, Bulger on master side, push the drones here. If they're extended out trophy, I want to do that like old school rush that we do, where we open up the fucking exterior breach, and then because they're probably gonna compare those wall now, and then we go in with the Sens and the Thatcher on that. If they are not extended out, they're consolidated back. Let's take the hard reach, get bond the vertical option of establish pressure on trophy side, and make sure we have redundancy of hard reach for the supply side as well. And then we can either look to a catalyzed tank or through supply off that. So it's kind of if or they're extended on that. If site's bunks right here, we're going to look for one of the top cranks, preferably tank side, just due to the fact that we banned the Thorn, or we can look for the site rush, like straight on. And then basement, I don't think they're roam like that again. If they do, either hit the Amaru crank or just go straight for sight. But in general, I can't really predict what their base is going to look like. Push the Jones, just call it as you see.
Good.
Wow, that's the word right there being mentioned more than once. Crank it, right?
Crank, bro.
It's the DC/former SG/former Charlie's classic that they love to use, and honestly, I'm all for it. And a big stylistic change here to come up for DC as well.
Bro just uses tactical timeout to call about 5 different rush strats for
it's
different
the options,
sites.
right? This bomb site, this kind of strategy. And what I heard from a lot of it, it's a lot more dynamic. It almost speaks to like
the Weibo cracker.
It almost sounds like more like the gap finding meta where we're not going 4 guys behind the Monty looking at one door in front of us. We're gonna fan out, attack a lot of areas of the building. We're gonna bring more heartbeats than necessary to apply that destruction pressure.
Get that redundancy.
Exactly, redundancy on both sides. And he also kind of called their bluff. If they go basement, I don't think that they're roam like that again.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good read as well, because Weibo have been bringing pocket strats to the equation and to great success in this BO3.
Yeah, but DZ did call, if they do go basement again, we do the Amaru crank. Now, I don't know if you remember, we casted a game in APAC. It was from Daystar, and they had one of the most incredible Amaru strats to rush basement. And you're thinking, wait, there are no windows on basement. How do you rush? Rush through the sky bridge and then into the hallway to rush the guy at the stairs. If we end up seeing basement, I really hope that DZ try and make that play. Perhaps they won't realize that it was also played in APAC.
Well, that's the thing.
I might borrow that,
DC will know NAL quite well, but it's not common to watch every game for every region all the time.
That clip did go gangbusters on Twitter, so
it did actually do numbers.
Hopefully for call out, they have seen that strat and they will realize Weibo definitely will be aware of it.
Could also be a different crank entirely. We'll have to wait to find out. Hopefully they bring it out though, because I do love me a good Amaru round.
Oh yeah, let's see.
Just for the surprise factor. For now though, he mentioned the sense also that's being brought out.
Yeah, they were talking about a rush plan on the top floor, but I didn't quite understand exactly where he was thinking of placing these sense gadgets.
So it's either or, right? If we see the setup that way or this way. And I think with DC right now, almost go back to the card as you see it, because right now you have options. You have frontal attack, you have back motion attack. If the frontal can work, go for it. But I see it as Shanka.
Oh,
I see it as Mayan and Warden. I feel like the frontal attack is going to be incredibly dangerous and quite risky to pull off, unless you find a pick or two. And how can you find them? Newer's downstairs. But he's solo checking the flank Jones, solo doing the vert. He isn't being given a ton of resources. So if he's going to be the playmaker, the main man from below, I would like to see DC investing one guy to help him do that job.
Well, one way or another, Pengu here, DZ will either find map point or Weibo will finally catch them, tie the scoreboard. Kino goes all the way through the hallway on the top floor. Does he continue lapping up more map control? He's about to meet a few more choke points, and he cannot risk facing some of that Tachanka fire, as it will guard break his shield.
Wall finally opened up as well. Actually, it might have been impact trick denied. I'm not entirely certain, but either way, Box still doing the damage downstairs. Comes out. Homan just jukes it. He sidesteps it.
He does, but now he's vulnerable to the buck down below as his Asami Keeper barrier has been taken down. Newers will finish him off. Opening kill for the first time on the attacking half for DZ.
Planning is possible. The sense wall goes out. Kino can play default, but Tashanka is there.
Oh, the Janka
goes out, doing a lot of damage, and this plan spot might catch them by surprise. They have no idea.
Deep enough. Does he continue firing at the Tashanka? Kino somehow manages to dodge it.
Damn, are you serious?
Before retake here for Weibo Gaming. Speakeasy still has enough fire to kill Kino remotely if he sees him. Such low HP, the Nitro Cell almost takes him down, missing the gap there, but Fulton, Kino and Newers together find kills. Reeves with 15.
Yes, let's go.
And DZ, on the back of that Blackbeard plant, will make themselves in prime position to take the map.
It's again, we're talking a couple of seconds, a couple of centimeters in the server, and if that Shurima fire from Tashanka reached the correct plant location, it's an easy plant denial. As well. But the sense with the Blackbeard, it enables a new plant spot that you don't see very often. Instead of the default wall on the right-hand side, just go all the way left. The Tashanka fire doesn't spread very wide or very far. That's what the smoke does. Tashanka gets a lot more of them, but in a smaller area.
And there was a Solus pick, but it wasn't in position to make sure. Oh, wait, no. Am I getting that wrong? Maybe there wasn't a Solus pick. I'm looking at the wrong round.
I was going to say, I don't remember a Solus,
I'm looking at the wrong round.
Okay.
So I'm looking back at the operators that were brought there. There was potential for impacts on Ella and on Goyo, but we didn't see them placed because the impacts could have potentially destroyed the Sen's barrier and...
Yeah.
No, I'm looking at this round. I'm looking at the wrong stats again.
and Azami could have brought impacts there to potentially deal with the Sens walls.
Can also impact deny the breach, and you force them in the door, right? There's options there.
I think they used them earlier to stall out the hard breach. Look, credit to DZ. That was a very good attack, and very lucky for them that the Tachanka fire didn't land, because in theory, Weibo had the ingredients to deny that plan.
They did. Also, gotta talk about, right, Reeves is 15-6. That first game, you know, performance is definitely bleeding into the second match as well. And
I mean, Dude got 15 kills on the first map. Now he's hit 15 on the second. This is 30. What's the best of 3 land kill?
I want to say 55.
I think so. Look,
55.
Unlikely that he breaks it, but you never know.
It is a very, very tall order. Again, the record, is that the best of 5 I'm thinking of? It feels like...
Let me double check. I can double check.
We'll double check.
Give me a second.
I looked at it recently, but BO3, BO5, LAN online, there's a whole different...
I made a new channel in my Discord server called Records.
Yeah, I send you the graphics.
Best of 3 is 50 on LAN. KZ and Dan have tied it. And best of 3 online is Citizen and Ambi have tied it.
Okay.
And then best of 5 is Gunner with 63.
Oh, 60. Okay.
But yeah, in a BO 350, I mean, he's only 20 away from it. Anything's possible.
Yeah, still, I mean, into OT right here. And all of a sudden win that conversation. But for now, Weibo has to get us there first. Gotti falls back early, like we say, high survival rate. It does mean that when he's an extended player in a roam position, he will often surrender map control maybe 5-10 seconds before people usually would, which does mean a quicker roam clear here for DC. But then there's a second layer. Turt's top floor, still very much active on the roam, looking for a backstab later, while they push the front as well. That's a blitz.
Come on, come on, DC, come
does
on.
a lot of damage on Aquino. He wants to try and bait him in. A lot more damage again.
Tough, guys.
Oh my. Still hasn't finished. Oh my god, he buys enough time for turn. He sweeps back down the staircase and finds 2 kills. Call out said Weibo would not have the guts to roam for a second round, and he was wrong.
Pays off massively. Turst is still actively, though, looking for more. In general, finds Speakeasy. So all of a sudden, side a bit vulnerable. The roam game is very risky because it can get back together to that staircase. They're on 2 different sides of the hallway. So Turst being abandoned almost to play on his own. Also playing in lobby. This is super risky, guys.
Reeves as well, trying to back up as he decides to fall back to the bomb site. But Gotti finds Fault. I don't even know where that happened. Perhaps through the vert. Is now a flank opportunity as they get active once again. 11 for 3 in the round. It's J90 in a 1v4. Weibo have found their mojo back again. They just need to finish this round off, and then they're touching distance to OT. J90, once known as a clutch god, he has to sprint through that smoke straight into Reeps' waiting arms.
No, come on.
16 kills
DC,
on the
come
map.
on.
31 in the series
as
Weibo continue pushing this map deeper.
Bit of a pocket play once again. Catching DC by surprise seems to be the best way for Weibo to win. But doing that on defense is much harder than when you're on the attacking side, because they got the drone phase to scout out the bomb side and the general orbital lineup. That gives you intel of the idea from the defenders. So Turst are going undroned, unnoticed, and unwatched on the flank while they're distracting them here with the impact grenades. It's a great play, but doing that again to get us into OT on a different bomb side, probably unlikely. You saw that from NTR, just a little bit of frustration. The round was looking so good, and that's because there was a thing that they were missing. And that thing was Turd. And the hide and the bandit. DC did the same thing.
Yeah.
You're changing the wing con because you're gonna sprint to the building, just pop the hard breach on the wall, boom, they get sapped. And then you go, okay, we spent 1 or 2 Selma charges or can openers, and now we gotta go upstairs, do verdict setter. Oh, but that's what the roamers are. Okay, plan B, what's that gonna be? And that takes 20 seconds of conversation. So just by bringing the bandit and hiding it, that gives you something.
And they're not scared of the shields. We saw it last round, contesting with impact grenades. Now we have impacts on Reeps, who also, side note, can spot that blitz while he's holding his shield at a distance, as it is an electronic gadget. They've also got 3 nitro shells plus 2 Grismots in pocket for Tursa. That is so much ammo to deal tick damage to Kino.
On the other side, though, the line with the blitz, with the glass, backup smokes here on Capitao as well. They can do so much damage in the blink of an eye. Wherever they would like to go. For now, it's about establishing a foothold in the building. Landscan comes out, they're attacking top from bathroom, like I spoke of earlier.
Last chance to get it done in regulation here for DC. But they find quickly a first trade. And a second kill. All right, hold your horses here.
No!
Hoven with a double C4 out of nowhere. Weibo Gaming have the advantage
How
all
the
of a
fuck
sudden.
did that
and whatever
go?
the plan was to cook up here with the Glaz seems to have been stalled. It seems to have been thwarted. The defuse is being held by Turdster. But DZ have two players not too far from each other, ready to try and execute. On to Speakeasy and Turd onto that top floor. Tussing
you, like,
distance
fucking
back
drone?
to back. These two Weibo players look to hold on.
An awkward spot. The hatch is soft but not opened up. And Speakeasy has to rotate on over and open it himself, makes a lot of noise, and they get caught just running away from the fight. So I think right now we're gonna battle it 2v2 upstairs and have a backup safety and Hoven playing by the bomb side. There's
Like,
so
I'm
much
not sure
time.
why
Why
aren't you
DC
droning?
can just slowly inch forward, make a bit of sound, force a bit of movement. I think if Turdster and Speakeasy stay absolutely still, they will not know. But NGR, he's heard something.
He's heard something indeed. They need to try and isolate kills one at a time. NJR does so. Turd falls back. He doesn't push for the refrag. He needs to win his 1v1. Full HP for him, but low are both NJR and Newers.
Yes!
He still misses his shots.
Come on!
From the 2v3 now into the 2v1.
Can you fucking drone him out, please?
Who kicked off this round for Weber with a double C4 kill. Now he needs a double kill to close it.
Mind you, they got the glass team out. They
now
can
you're
pop the
droning.
hatch. They got soft reach from the Ash of Newers. They can force the mobility there. And Hoven doesn't see the drone on, but they have information on him. Yellow ping's coming out. There are no smokes, so glass ineffective with gadgetry, but it's still a good DMR gun.
Should not be won here.
Oh boy.
By Hoven. DZ have every advantage they could possibly ask for, and he doesn't have a safe rotate hole with one player from watching above. Newers looks to peek him on the bomb side. 12 kills to his name. Hoven protects himself, but Newers will look to go deep.
Why?
The first one, DZ! You're feeding the beast! Don't let Hoven clutch up against you!
What the fuck did you drop the
Newers
hatch?
for the map. 12 kills, looking for number 13, but Hoven waits with the MP5K. No plan possibility. Newers needs to go for the kill.
Yes!
But he gets him as Hoven hides away. Slings back into his shell. He brings out the shotgun to no avail.
I don't know why he dropped. I literally don't know why.
Pulling their punches. They dig deep on map 2.
To be honest, I don't know why he dropped the hatch. I don't know. He is glass. He's... Oh. Holy fucking Marooney. Oh my god.
It's Newers playing it better, bit smarter, patiently, baiting out the location and going for that final
That was
kill.
crazy.
But that's Weibo succeeding in a way as well. They made it close. They almost brought it back, and that's going to give them enough confidence to have a fighting chance on Clubhouse.
That's right, but as you say, Weibo, the team that has been praised for their mental fortitude, the only team that I know this tournament has come back from a 0-7 deficit in a series. They lose because the mental game gets the better of them. You're right. Hoven had no ammo in his shotgun, and he still had enough bullets to take the gunfight in his primary. Yet, he swaps away and dies for it. Weibo had a chance to push overtime, and they had every right to do so, but Dark Zero looked the better team when the white lights are on their faces. A third map required. DZ showing that they have the quality of a major championship. They've shown that before. Can they do it here in Paris? It remains to be seen, but to bounce back from the first map puts DZ in the best spot that we've seen from them today.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, at this level of play, when you're in the top 8, you're on the bigger stage with a crowd watching you. I want to see more 3-mappers. I want to see more closer games, bigger moments. And right now, we're in that perfect position where DC are showing up. They got the counters, they got the reads. Weibo got their pocket shots, throwing them a curveball, and they're unable to solve that in the server. It's a beautiful back and forth, but Clubhouse is a whole different level.
And here's a stat for you. I believe that is the second time in the last 15 or so maps that Hoven has gone negative in a map. Very unusual to see him. Usually the consistent player, but cannot get it done in the limelight in that 1v1, and we'll break it down with the experts down on the desk.
Well, some say the night is dark and full of terrors. I say that last one certainly is going to keep Hoven up at night as well. A moment that could have sent Weibo to their first semifinal. It's Newers who on
the better side of the trade, sends it to a third map, and it's going to be Clubhouse that we're heading to. Welcome back to the panel. Great cast there, Devin. Pengu, Rain Day here alongside Iconic and Alphama. Guys, let's talk about what we just saw. It was a moment that decides potentially the history of both of these teams, and what a moment it was. What better to have a 1v1 kind of decided?
I mean, all the pressure stacked against you, knew with 1,000 names on his back, all the DZ fans riding for him, pulls it out. I mean, you just see how tight these games are, how close these rounds are, and I feel like this is an amazing game of Siege right now.
Kind of came off the back of some slow starts for Weibo Gaming on that second map. We knew Lair wasn't their map, but I mean, they turned it around with 3 flawless rounds just to get to that position.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it all starts with round 1. I think Newers getting that 1v3, insane kills on the MPX. It's exactly what DZ needed. You need one big movement, one big move from one of your players to kick off that fire again, and I think that's all they needed afterwards. DZ, they established their game plan, they have the lead on the defense, and props to Weibo, they never gave up. They never gave up. They had multiple players going for multi-kills, and I think on their own, they also believed they could go back to overtime and take it. In the end, it's a 1v1. I know Hoven's gonna hate himself. I don't know if it was a fat finger to go and vault on that stuff, because I know he didn't have any ammo on that secondaries, but you know what? That's where major champions come from. Mentality.
And you just see it in that reaction after the game, how intense, how close he is, and his mouse falling off of his desk, him standing up out of his chair. They're on the edge of their seats right now going for this.
This is a very important moment in a player's career. I mean, we've talked about Godu, we're going to mention Reaps in a second, his performance, but when you look on Dark Zero's side as well, these players expected to come in. They also have pressure. Alphama trying to do something that you said, let me see if North America can win back-to-back big tournaments in R6. But my question to you, for those watching and trying to narrow in on this, is what was the difference in this map?
I think the main thing is the control. I think that's one thing, right? The main thing is when they played Weibo, they struggled to control them. If they did so in the early round, they struggled in the late round. That's how they lost so many rounds when they had the manpower. On that one, they controlled the game plan, they controlled the pace. Yes, they were able to play a little bit more turtle, a little bit more disciplined, but the main thing to me was the association of the two players. You had Newers in defense, rowing from free, creating a lot of pressure, ready to backstab, and on the other side, you had Kino as a turtle player, basically making sure that the side control was there and they could deny the plant. The association between the two of them was really beautiful to see, and I think they're the main two stakeholders of the victory of DZ.
How did you feel about the halftime conversations? Because I'm just in the back watching this saying this is such fantastic information to see these coaches and the different mentalities. You mentioned the coach on the side of Dark Zero and saying, you know, I don't think they're going to try this roam again. They ended up actually doing that, and it caught them off guard, but both coaches had different approaches to how they got their teams ready.
Yeah, I feel like with the Dark Zero side timeout, you see that it can confuse a lot of people going with something that doesn't seem so right then in front of you. But as a coach, you have to be thinking about the deep game plan, thinking about where the series could end up, especially on that Nighthaven map. Prepping, they already know what they're going to do on the attacking side, so the question is, if they get to that overtime, having the defenses ready to go so you don't have to take a timeout forward. And that's really what it's about. Siege is about using what time you have available and really making sure your team comes into it with a plan so that you don't have to waste that timeout on something that you could say in the halftime timeout, because it's so new and you have so much more time, so you can really give a lot of deep state game planning in that moment.
Yeah, and also sometimes back to basics, it seemed like, you know, on the other side, Gohan was kind of saying, what are we doing? This isn't the plan. We didn't come in with this. They're just thinking up new strategies in the middle of a quarterfinal on stage.
And that's the nerves really getting to you. So it's really good for Gohan to see that and allow his team to get back into the game. And you could see there's a change in play after that.
It certainly worked. I want to talk about and narrow in on Reaps. I know you prepped something to talk about with him because he's been phenomenal.
I mean, just look at the stats. Map 1, 15 kills. Map 2, 16 kills. Mind you guys, he lost the second map. Still dropped double digits, more than double digits. He was closer to 20 kills than 10. I mean, to me, you know, we've always said Reaps is absolutely crazy. He is known to be the best player we have in APL, right? Yeah. The main thing to me is his consistency, but the fact that he does that, especially here in playoffs, in a BO3, that despite his team is losing, he's the one that brings it back with 16 kills. I mean, if he can keep up with this, you know, he may be on for a world record on that BO3. I mean, he drops double digits almost all the time. Honestly, what a gameplay from this guy.
Yeah. Really is, and I feel like they're really coming into this series. You know, a lot of times they've really struggled into these matches to go further in the tournament, to really kind of get into the game, kind of letting opponents roll over them. I really feel like they're putting up contention, they're fighting for ground, and they're really fighting for this matchup. So it's going to be an exciting map 3 here.
Clubhouse, I mean, we're going to get to that in a moment, but just taking a look at some Reaps highlights as well. How important is this map? Because it's been a few weeks, I believe, since we've seen Dark Zero play it. And it's also been 3 days since we saw Virtus Pro face the same position Dark Zero were against Weibo and lose. It was Weibo taking it 8-6 in that final map. So they're comfortable with it. Maybe isn't going to be a stomp or something that they feel too strongly about, but it's something they know they can win, especially a tight matchup as it seems like this last map will be.
And yeah, you know, DZ, a very prep-heavy team. We saw in the timeout hearing that we're not going to go for the prep. The work we saw, we're just going to go for the playing it like we see. And we're going to see how well Weibo have been able to change what they've shown against VP, come into it with fresh stuff. This Clubhouse is a map that you really can't do too much. It's just a lot about taking that right decisions in the round and making sure you're in sync.
I'll ask a different question too, because you know sometimes when you haven't seen something, I would imagine it's more difficult to prep. And so having the fact that they did have that really tight map, I mean, you're already kind of shaking your head. Does that give Dark Zero a little bit of a look inside as to what Weibo are probably trying to do here?
Yeah, I mean, already you've spoken about it. They've got one VOD they can watch. Really recent. That's one way to look at it. The main thing is Weibo, I don't think, have the same depth as DZ. Not the same experience, not the same strategical depth. So what Weibo have done, you know, they will be able to change only so much. And I think the main thing is where their playstyle is, they like to play what I call spider. They like to spread around the map, have multiple pressure points, and trying to find a gap. And that's what they've done on Nighthaven Labs, because it's a really close and small map, right? Clubhouse, really methodical. Everyone knows the steps to do it, but it's a map on which you can do the same thing. And so I don't necessarily think that, although it's a methodical and slow-based map, you might think that DZ are the team for this map. I actually think that Weibo have their own chance. I think they've looked incredible on Clubhouse, and if both teams can play to the level that they showed on the 2 map, we're in for a banger and maybe overtime.
Okay, let's talk players, because we highlighted several stories here. We heard from Kino earlier on in the interview. We also talked about Gotti, and there's also this amazing story from Reaps and his performance. Which player on the side of either team that you're highlighting do you think, who's going to be the turning of events? Who's going to be the person who kind of it comes down to, whether it's on Dark Zero and Weibo? Who do you have your eye on in this final match?
I think it relies really on the IGLs, the captains, Speakeasy, Foltz / Kino. You know, piloting this ship into the stormy water, I call it. It takes a soul who's really in touch with himself and being able to not really let your personal fear get in the way of your team's success. So I feel like whoever can let go of those expectations and allow them to just kind of navigate these waters and really lead their team through it and through that unknown of Clubhouse, I feel like they'll take it.
I love the way you speak about that, because you're speaking from personal experience, knowing how difficult it is. A lot of people might say, well, you know, they haven't been playing this.
Sorry guys, that was my mother. I had to take the call.
Things, but Alfama, there's so much to it in terms of
she's been
internal trust in a moment like
sick
this.
for a while, but she actually made some progress. She actually took like a mini walk by herself for like a couple of meters to just throw in trash. So that is a record for her actually.
Clearly to me, it's Kino and Nours. We've spoken about it. Nours was the main guy in this
Very
matchup.
happy about that.
I think he's the main guy on the map too. He's the one roaming in defense. He's the one entering in attack. He's the one that wins the very critical gunfight on the round.
I think Clubhouse is probably going to go in favor of
and the main thing is, if these two can keep playing the way they do, we're going to be good. If Reaps stops performing the way he does,
that's right,
Weibo is in trouble. They've been struggling despite him going 16 kills. So if that guy stops his solo carry machine, then suddenly maybe they're not in contention for the win anymore.
Do you focus on that? I mean, do you try to say, listen, if Reaps isn't doing anything, there's no way they even stand a chance?
I mean, I feel like...
Is there a way to focus on it? I mean, let me ask maybe a better question. Can you?
It's difficult because I feel like it's really momentum based, and honestly, with DZ, you're going to be focused more on the whole system than picking out a player. So I feel like if your game plan is going well and Reaps is kind of getting shut down, Clubhouse is a very punished map. So if he does find not really a lot of success on these opening engagements and gets shut down early, that could be devastating for Weibo.
All right, Alfama, as we head into it, any thoughts before we throw over to our casters?
You know what? I want a target on the back of Reaps. I want them to chase him down, get him down, eliminate him, and that way no more double digits on their side.
One map stands between history for both teams. North America trying to move on. Weibo trying to do something they've never done before. Make it to a semifinal here at an international R6 event. One map, Clubhouse, will decide both of these teams' fates as the picks and bans show up here.
I think we're going to see a similar story, right? Solid Snake has been abused again and again on those
Going
master
to be
windows
banned
on top of
properly?
Clubhouse. You get all of the top floor information just from those windows.
I think
on the other
DC
side,
wants to keep
removing
it simple
Goldinaro,
and just ban
Iconic.
that.
So far in the defense, it's quite obvious. Bennett and Kaid, we've known about it.
I think DC's 7-4. You heard it here first.
NA bias.
NA bias. I gotta say,
What can I say?
It's refreshing every now and then. I've been in France for 5 weeks. A little bit of NA bias never hurt anybody. Plus, the player's gonna do the most talking here as well. Let's send it over to our map for our casters here to take us to our final map of our first series of the day. Pingu, Dev, take it away.
Thank you very much. And don't worry, because we got some APAC guys right here next to me. James, just tell me a bit more about how much you enjoy watching Weibo, how you love the play style, the players, the histories.
We've got the North Americans on the desk, so it only is fitting that I get my chance in the limelight as well.
Balance.
I have to say, though, I think I have to be careful because I'm getting ripped into on Twitter at the moment by Fett and his fans.
You picked the fight you're not winning, buddy, because his army is much bigger than yours.
That's for damn sure. But the only battle that I care about is the one in the server right now, and I'm going to be an APAC shill until the cows come home. Of course, great point there from Rain Day. Weibo have never made it to a semi-final before, but get this, Speakeasy has. 7 years ago, the only time we have ever had an International Rainbow Six event in the APAC region, the Tokoname Pro League Finals, and Speakeasy played for a little old team called Airwolf. They took down the #1 seeded European team, Giants Gaming, which, by the way, Al Farmer played on that team and was dropped shortly after. Speakeasy won that game.
His career in Europe.
And then played a semi-final. Do you know who that semi-final was against?
DC?
It was against Dark Zero. And of course, Speakeasy did lose that game, and DZ went on to struggle in the grand final and lose to Na'Vi, Citizens team at the time. Crazy history, of course, between these two teams. A lot of the players have been around the block more than a few times. Faults, I mean, he's won a 6 Invitational, for goodness sake. And all these 5 boys on DZ have won a major as they look to try and continue that momentum here in Paris for the Esports World Cup. Turdster falls off his roam completely.
Shows why this army can be such a crucial operator to help the rotations fall back towards the bomb side right there. Double keeper off the pool table, double door, and can drop down the hatch nice and comfortable. This DC with some early aggression, taking good bit of map control on top floor, cleaning out the mute jammers.
Whoever's hot shooting wins clubhouse.
And when you get top floor control,
it's
you
going
kind
to
of
be
get
Dark
the
Zero.
area beneath it very quickly after, because the
Zero.
verticality works in your favor now. So Weibo Gaming have made the call. Guys, let's mostly fall back towards the bomb site, with one exception, really. Reeves is hiding in stock room, also with the hatch open for a fallback. And so far, he's gone undroned and unnoticed. And if they don't go and check him, that could be a flank. The only weakness here for Reeves, SMG-11, long-distance gunfight, not where you're typically favored.
Dropping down on the back of the smoke, but Faults, of course, is about to meet Gotti. The Warden has an advantage as he can peer through that smoke as well. But this is a big play here from Genino. Meanwhile, Reeps is going for a flank, but Genino is the playmaker. He's in prime position to take down Gotti from behind. DZ have snuck through. They found 2 players. And with that, the round should surely be theirs. Unless we see a big flank from Reeps. He'll take down NJR, look for a little bit more against Faults in a brief moment, surely. As
no way, are you kidding me? What the fuck?
What's happening? How has he just team killed Newers? It was the gas pipe that took him down, and now he's the last one remaining. A 1v3 quickly becomes a 1v2. Steal your nerve, Faults.
What is happening?
It's just 2 more to find, and you've got plenty of time left on the clock to do it. Hoven and Turd separated. Turd all the way upstairs in kitchen. And I think Weibo know that defuse is down at short in the hallway. Faults doesn't have it, and they've got the cross onto his position.
How the fuck did I just lose that?
It's a Weibo bounce back from the 3v5.
It feels so similar to the first and the second map, where it comes down to just a couple of crucial gunfights, a couple of good timings in the server. And what happened, we saw Genino start off in a fiery fashion, get to blue, creates the gap, right now getting 2 quick kills. What we didn't see on screen was Reeps in the meantime, flying from stock into bar, and then had to drop the bar hatch and catch the guy with diffuser in short on bottom main. So there are 2 battles happening at once, but the real MVP, whoever shot open all the Goyo canisters there from the defense, because they were just isolating players, and I am Niklas Moritzen, but you know me as Pingu, and that is a bald version of myself, which I am succumbing to quicker and quicker day by day.
This is my favorite cosplay I've seen in quite some time.
He showed me the sign, he said, but there's more to it, and I guess the bald head is the more to it.
I love that.
Great job, Extreme, by the way. Shout out to you.
Same fellow who brought us flowers, the Paris Grand Final.
Yeah, he was there at SI.
Legend. Love
this
to see
man.
that.
Love when the fans they show up.
You know what I love? I love when we have close rounds. I mean, obviously, I want to see APAC make it, but I also want to see DZ playing well when that happens, right? Like, if Weibo are to win this game, I don't want to see one team that's favored, the David and Goliath matchup. I don't want to see Goliath just roll over and let David have it. I want it to be a contest. I want it to be a battle. I want to see a match deserving of a result. Even, you know, you look at what happened in Salt Lake City. Enterprise, for the first time, made it to a quarterfinal.
Yeah, that was
the first time that APAC's done that in quite some time. But who do they beat to get there? They beat Weibo.
I really don't know what happened.
It's different.
Yeah.
It's different. Weibo beat Virtus Pro to get here. VP have been such a prolific European team ever since their roster reboot. And if Weibo were to take down the major champs, that'd be a whole nother kettle of fish, especially if DZ are in form. And look, DZ are looking good. Their attacks left a lot to be desired on Nighthaven Labs, but now we're into Clubhouse. It's a whole different ballgame.
It's similar as well in there, right? It's been the attacking side that's been problematic for DC across the board. But look at this, another gap finding round. Barb to sound cue, pre-fire goes out. If that thermal charge was a second later, they might have masked the sound, but it didn't. And Gotcha gets 2 kills because of it.
They're going for broke.
Oh, they get a third one!
South Korean player is showing that he can bounce back after a slow start. Going up from the stairs. Newers runs straight through that barbed wire. I think the read has come through from Weibo, though. They know where he is, and the order continues to ring on out. It's Newers up against the world. He was team killed last round. He will go down last this time.
What the fuck?
Flawless for Weibo. That's 4 flawless rounds for them in the series.
You say you don't want Goliath to roll over, or you kick him down from where he's standing, because that right there is Weibo striking back in the server. Another round in a row where DZ trying to just create the gap.
This is fucked
I'm expecting
up.
them to be disciplined. Step 1, step 2, breach, and then go catwalk and clear the rafters and go breach again and then go for a plant. And I think they were expecting Weibo to have the same thought. But instead, they're doing the, we're gonna catch you by surprise. And I think the play was good. Exothermic charge on the external breach, and you walk up the staircase. But there was about a 1 second desync. Because the exothermic charge, it went off, the sound is gone, but you still heard the barbed wire rattling on the staircase. So we're talking 1 second, maybe 2 seconds of difference, and that's Gotchi hearing the guy pushing the staircase or not hearing the guy pushing the staircase. And Gotchi got 3 kills.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I wouldn't sweat too much for DZ as of yet. As soon as Weibo got their flawless rounds on defense on Lair, DZ won the next round. They've also shown that they're very good at taking their tactical timeouts and converting them. Call out has a lot of insight for the team, especially when we talked about this before. In the first half, he used the halftime break to talk about what would happen in overtime. I think
so the defense side on that side is the lowest for the entire Clubhouse. It's on 46% win rate. So that's when DC should be winning. To be honest, because Church and Cash have a 64% win rate. So they need to win this one right now.
Let's see it. For now, we're freezing open the walls. Just stalling for about 12 seconds each canister. You get 3 of them. And there's not a lot you can do right now if you're DC, but you just simply wait. The con wall, the single one, will get popped immediately though. No response there from Tubra. He's playing inside a cash room. But NGR, he's just a patient man. He's waiting, and they're going to play on the server rappel, cutting off any possibility of a peek or retake in towards that area. But with this secondary level of hard breach into the inside wall of cash, it could be that DC wants to attack it. But looking at the player locations on the roof, going towards the Kusi, I don't think they've fully locked in what the attack's going to be. They could fight for the roam clear with Kino joining, but they also could hit the side if they find a gap. NGR, he finds Reaps.
However, Speakeasy immediately replies, Newers is having a terrible game so far. Good gap found, though, by Faults. Surely, Weibo will have to peel back now. The bomb side is getting weaker and weaker. It's just Gotti.
I don't like how they are not burning sometimes.
Hoven is the sole player on the red stairs, but I think they don't realize it. Surely they'll be able to find the kill. The Blackbeard somehow manages to 5, but no. Hoven will find one regardless. Meanwhile, his teammates have fallen on the bomb site. He's the last one standing. Faults will go for the plant. No impact in pocket, but still he finds the shots onto the toes of Kino. 1v2. This is how the second map ended. Hoven failed to win his 1v2, and they've completely abandoned this. They can play it vertically. Hoven is low HP. Does he just jump on that kid, I wonder?
Tough defuse spot. Has the yellow ping, but it's fake information. They're not impossible. Still there. It's a great plant spot, by the way.
Yeah, I just don't see this as being possible to get the retake on. He's going to be completely exposed to the hatch while he goes for the counter defuse, and he can be swung from multiple different angles. Spots the first one, but then JR will take him down. It's 2-1 before we get the next set of operator bans. DZ
I don't
to
like
recompose
how DC
as they
is
pounce
playing.
on the gap
I really
on the bomb
don't.
side.
I love how they attacked that. That was a lot better. There's a frontal attack and the bomb side pressure, and where were they going to find the kills? That's the attack they go for. And it landed somewhere in the middle because they got a kill on the roam and a kill by the side. Holiday could have had a great double there, but it doesn't matter because DC, they conquered the bomb side control rather, and that's all they need to go for a plant. Hovin stuck on the wrong side of the building. Can't quite get back in time. Also, of course, no surprise here, Bandit Kite in the first rotation, Mira in the second with the third operator ban. Just all about the wall denial.
Yeah.
Guaranteed to break them. And don't get stuck. I mean, you still 2-brow freeze them, but it's not going to stop you from winning. Just
barely slow it down. And realistically here, the way that DC are playing, hard breach is the first consideration.
Yeah.
We heard Call Out talk about redundancy. They brought 3 hard breaches. You got Thermite with 3 exothermics, you've got Ace with 3 Selmas, and then you have Zephyr with the tin can openers. You're getting
Grim,
a lot of
and
that
Damus.
as well.
They don't
It's
want to
just
give them
opening
any
up
information
every possible
at
avenue
all.
for DZ, which means at the drop of the hat, as soon as they
People
find a kill,
don't
as soon
want
as
them
they
to
see
have
a gap, as soon
any
as they can't hang
information.
on, there are only 2 players on the bomb site, 1 over here, we can 3v2 this guy, they send it. And
Now,
that's exactly what
Butterfly
won them
has
that last round.
65%
Because
win
they did
rate
win that, there's no
for
tactical
Weibo
timeout call.
in favor
Because
of Weibo
realistically, you
Gaming,
win
so
2
it's
attacks
going
here
to
for
be
DZ, that
way
should be
harder
enough.
for
I think
DC
you've still gone for
to
3.
win this round,
With
but
how defensive favored this
they
series
might be able
has
to
been,
do it.
I would say that 2 attacks looks pretty good for DZ.
Double shield here from Dark Zero.
Unusual.
Could be a matter of having the ability to push dirt with a shield, but also have a shield elsewhere, either for roam control or dropping the hatch for a plant, because, you know, Monty, you're safe, you're planter, you're drone information kind of operator. Blackbeard, frag grenades, AR, go for fights, close the gap. It does give you a spearhead with 2 tips, right? A double stab, if you will. But first you gotta get into that exact position. Not a ton of roam presence though from Weibo. I mean, look at the bottom right, you see B basement, B basement. They're just not really upstairs. A single Peter Thursday in garage on first floor, but that's it. So once they join out all the stairs, they realize, guys, there is no roamers. This map is fully ours. I love the Kino just making it very safe here, destroying the gas pipe, despite the fact that there's no real threat. You never know what can happen later in a round.
Yeah. I mean, remember that Newer's got team kill with a gas pipe?
It can happen. It's still a relatively new feature, only about a year and some old.
Yeah, especially if you combine it with an impact or a nitro cell.
Yeah. No reason to take that risk.
DZ is so quick here.
Yeah, I mean, 1 minute 40 seconds, they've breached pretty much everything that they need. Just missing a little bit of self-destruction in kitchen probably, but then they have all the tools that they want. And they got the Monty. Again, this could be a very different round where they play for a plant-oriented push rather than playing for kills. Yeah. And as I said, because they got 2 shields, they got 2 different areas they can push.
It's just so effective and so efficient. Like DZ, so quick. I was speaking to a team that was boot camping and scrimming DZ in the lead up to this tournament. They said these guys are so good, you literally cannot get more than 1 round off of them in a 12-round scrim. That is how well efficiently oiled they are. And we're seeing that here on Clubhouse, a map which is just the staple of Siege. It's all about hard breach, it's all about execute, it's all about roaming. It's got so many different flavors of Siege rolled into one map. DZ struggled in the first 2 rounds. Now they're looking a lot more organized, but still in the 5v5, we don't have an answer to what's going to happen. Oh, a lot of damage on the Kino as the first shield drops down. I think it is a bait. Both shields are down in there. As Fall starts to take damage, he looks for a safe plant spot. The coverage is good from NJR. Will Weibo look for a way to deny this plant? It's 2 shields covering each other to guarantee that that plant will go down as Weibo forcing the 5v5 retake. Kino looks to try and lash out with the Blackbeard. No nitro cells or impact grenades remaining for Weibo, which makes it such a devilish task here to try and retake, and Folt has got an active. The double shield strat seems to be working out as both of them eventually will fall. Now it comes down to Weibo retaking up above into the 2v2 as News holds down 1. It's all up to Gotti in the 1 versus 2. With both players upstairs, J90 all the way outside. Now Gotti does not have the time,
oh,
and
thank
News
God.
will find the kill from the vert. It is picture perfect from DZ. The double shield strat works like a charm.
I love how they double down on the protection right there. So when Monty goes to plant with his shield in his back, his heels and ankles and feet are still exposed. So therefore, the Blackbeard dropped with him and blocks that final bit of area that could be vulnerable. While they're doing so, they're spamming the Ingodelas, that a couple of smoke grenades go off, chaos in the server. And the reason why I do that is because the player on AKs could just shoot the toes if you don't get blinded, and that's a way to just instantly lose the round. So it's a full commitment, rush of a push, after going for the roam clear, works out perfectly, and there was no intel there from the defense of Weibo of where and when that plant was going down. So the Toxic Babes were in pocket. They weren't even being tossed out. Now they had no real information on what was going on. They barely broke the back piece.
So that is a good win for DC because they won against
that's for sure.
A site that they had only 35% win rate on winning, and that was the bottom floor. Now they're going up on this site, which has 64% win rate on, so they have like 36% win rate on this one. So if they can win this, it's going to be a good.
I only worry about Clubhouse in general. You know, when we saw the map video before the game started, is there are. When you play Clubhouse, a lot of the rounds come down to the micro, the teeny tiny details, right? When you play Calgraph and Tursters right now, can he trade himself for 1-for-1 kill? On basement, do you know the planet is going down? Do you have a smoke or C4 on the location to go for denial? It's not as much about playmaking and really upsetting your opponent.
Hello!
And I think that's just a favorite Dark Seer because Weibo, how they were coming back on Lair was, again, disruptive gameplay patterns and playing for the early game. Much more challenging here on Clubhouse. The way they won the first map on Nighthaven Labs was about setting up problems that were a little bit unfamiliar to Dark Zero, which again on Clubhouse, a lot more difficult. The map's been on for ages.
Oh, good. I like this strat here from NJR. He's using the ace to breach open the catwalk walls. Weibo are prolific at holding on to rafters. Turd is a phenomenal rafters player, but Reach has gone down early. He's one of the deadliest players for Weibo. 31 kills across the first 2 maps, but not looking to break a kill record if he doesn't wake up here on Clubhouse. Does mean that Turdster is all alone holding on to rafters. Actually, I think Goshi might be playing in there as well.
Downstairs in lounge, I believe, right now. But yeah, so right now, Weibo, they know that Turdster is stuck on rafters. DC know this too. So they get opening pick, plus Turdster can't move. It's effectively a 4 versus 3, because one sole attacker can lock him in spot. That's NGR on the main breach right now. Meanwhile, they're clearing master bedroom, connector, office, and they're applying all this bit of pressure. And they've shown us now that they have flipped the attack. They're gonna go for backside take. Hobbin swings out and punished by Force on that single wall.
Come on.
This is starting to look very scary if you're Weibo. DZ have come into form in the last 3 rounds. And I frankly don't see a way that Weibo win it from here. They try and lash out, but DZ are ready for it with over a minute left on the clock. DZ, they can execute in a 5v5 last round. I have no doubts they'll be able to execute in a 5v2. And they decide to go deep instead of playing for plant. Kino, though, takes a lot of damage. He will go down. Be careful here, DZ. Don't let this fall back. And Terse has also lashed out and found one as well. He's now left all alone as the plan starts to be confirmed. He doesn't have a way to deny it from his position, and he's being watched from 2 angles. J9 from outside the window will cut him down. Surely Weibo need to take their tactical timeout now. DZ 3 in a row. They lead by 1 round as we have 1 remaining in the half.
You see the problem, right? Weibo, they feel the need and they have the urge to make a play and do a disruptive play because they feel like if DC get to the bomb site with 5 attackers alive, they can win.
It's true. You can't let DZ execute in a 5v5.
But it's Clubhouse. There are so few areas where you have even a 50% chance of working out. And 50-50 is what we say an equal play. Everyone's game for that. But almost every single fight that Weibo are choosing to take is like 30%, 25% in their favor, and so much more against them. So it's like either from the very beginning of the round, and this is what I like to see, Mossy, Scopus, Solace, this is a fighting lineup, and this is exactly what I'm going to talk about. If you from the beginning of the round say, we are going to fight, you're all committed, you're all understanding of what the game plan is going to be. This is so much better than picking plant denial, play by the bomb side, and then realize, oh, we lost that breach. Oh, they killed that player. Oh, we can't play in that corner. Oh, they have Monty. Now we swing in bad positions. So this is a big switch up for the final round, and the fact that the players came to this conclusion without the tag time off from Gohan, I think it speaks volumes that they're willing to make this adaptation, which can be seen as highly risky.
Yeah.
And of course, after this round, we'll get the halftime.
Yeah, they're bottom floor again. 65% win rate for them to be bottom floor.
But 4-2 split, I mean, that is pretty much game.
They need the 3-3.
Yeah.
Okay? It's not the end of the world, because I do think this map can lead attack our favorite in the current meta.
But DZ have been really bad on attack in this series, frankly, up until Clubhouse.
That's why it matters so much. Haven't heard the player and drones outside the door, has to respect it. Falling back options, dangerous. Main staircase window, watch them outside. Blue stairs window, same story. Hoven can go super deep as a Scopos player and always TP back to a safe location. The other teammates like Gotcha and the Mossy, different story for them. Reeps finds Lewis, that's line removed from the action. That's huge because now you can move around a lot more freely on the map. Hoven now lost the shell, by the way, and is inside a gym. So there's no TP back towards the bomb site. I think they're just counting on staying around for as long as possible, and then that makes the bomb site a lot weaker, which is why Pulse with the diffuser is looking for the site.
Well, I have to pop the Goyos here. Wow, Speakeasy somehow manages to find the shots in the feet through the wall. He knows the diffuser is down. He now needs to make sure he doesn't get overwhelmed on the bomb side. Takes out a second player.
Why are they getting fucking baited?
For the Singaporean, it's Kino up against 5 now on the Monty as Weibo look to restabilize after what has been a very troublesome last 3 rounds. They find another flawless, and a glimmer of hope sparks on the horizon for APAC.
Oh man, so guess what now? Now we shall listen in.
Time for D. D time.
Time, okay.
For whatever reason, Bulker, this does go to overtime. They're putting that same roam back. That's exactly what we were prepping on.
Yeah, I know.
Against that next time.
Yeah,
you'll just hammer them on that. Because they're going to start floating around again. And if they do more of the consolidation, obviously you can call more so on the fly off that.
Okay.
You were right, you know, that was actually like literally the initial was Thermite the wall open, ace the wall immediately, they have nothing to stop it. And then we float around the map and spread on them. So it was a teeter, but it could also be a tally because you forgot. Teeter because you remember.
Fair enough.
Teeter on a tally because you forgot type of deal.
Fair enough, I'll take it. I'll take it. Took well. Oh my god.
80 on prep, there ain't nothing to say.
Yeah, we got all
Book's
the
already been
prep
closed.
in the world, bro.
So,
Book's been opening
first? On top head, okay? Positions on church, shield, a lot of stuff for church. We can bring Thatcher, counter everything.
Come on.
So the thing is, you need to remember from basement. We're gonna have the map control, we're gonna have the sense walls, you're gonna push your shield on dirt. So the thing is, always try to push your shield in a way that you don't gonna die dropping hatch, you don't gonna die for easy pre-placed C4s. Okay, this is the main goal of this attack. So we're gonna improve a lot compared to last times we played. But yeah guys, we have the best map in front. Club, attack, you guys.
Wow. So a little bit more context this time. We heard that Carl mentioned overtime, so you and I were confused on the previous maps. Like, he's talking about defense, but they're going into the attack. What's that about? Fett, coach streamer, also tagged us Twitter.
Shout out Fett. Shout out Fett's viewers in my DMs.
That Carl has this tendency to talk about what happens when they go back to that same side in OT to fix the problems of the past, because he knows that the players have the solutions for the present. And we heard there, DC stopped talking about straps. They're like, guys, book's open, now it's closed.
They literally said, I don't have anything to talk about. What about you?
They are so prepared going into this, and the players have so much self-control in the server where Call only has to step in as an absolute emergency. Whereas the thing for Weibo, if Gohan had 3 tag timeouts, he might actually spend all 3 just to get more involved.
Totally. I think in particular there's a lot more to say on your attacking side than on your defensive side, because your defense, you're the one that they've got the paper. They're booklets, right? That say you put your gadget here, you might have some last minute adaptations or say play strat A instead of strat B. But for Weibo here, it's about making sure they know the setups from DZ. They're countering the setups. The Thatcher was mentioned by Gohan. Hibana ban, interesting.
The shield was also mentioned, not Monty in particular in itself, but just like the shield plant.
Yeah, I mean, now, Speakeasy will play one shield or another depending on what gets banned.
But it's so much more challenging without the Monty, and that's always going to be my go back to. DC are such a great shield team, and you said it so well on Lair. We see how quickly Newers with a TCSG can shred Speakeasy when he's not crouching, protecting his toes. So it really comes down to Speakeasy playing a more sheltered version of the shield. When he plays in APL, you know, you're playing 60 ping, playing against weaker aimers, arguably. Now you're in LAN. 0 ping, perfect hit drag against some of the greatest fraggers in the world. You die immediately before you realize what's going wrong. So a lot of attention right now, I think, on pressure on the strategical elements relies on Speakeasy's positioning as a shield. On the other side, for DC, we just gotta see Kino not pop up with defense. He's been taking a lot of shields on the attacking side. He was last alive a few moments in a 1v3, you know, unwinnable spots. So his scoreline being 0-5, not really a true stat line, but he now has a chance on the side swap to change that that story for himself.
Yeah. Free.
There was a fear from Alpha on the desk about what happens if Reaps the carry stops fragging out like a madman.
I'm gonna
and this is the thing about Weibo Gaming when they play at the highest level. They can take turns. Hoven is at a big clubhouse. Big Easy had a huge round there in basement for the final and a half. Turd Stab can pop off. He's at a quiet moment. He's now on Solid Snake. That's gone unbanned. He's going to feel super comfortable on a particular operator, getting a ton of intel.
Yeah, a lot of intel for the roam clear and perhaps for an eventual execute. The problem I see here for Weibo is going to be DZ with their hard setups on the bomb site with Wamai, with the Goyo, and the Azami. This is a slew of util that is extremely difficult to counter. And if DZ can burn enough time at the start of the round, and if Weibo are inefficient with their roam clear, then they're going to run out of time to go for an execute.
Also, no Thatcher, which they did speak about. But of course, that can happen in a later basement attack as well. Don't show it all in the first round.
He also said be careful of pre-placed C4s, two possible
keep the shields alive. We're playing for the late round. The thing is, without the Thatcher and the Bandit on the board, that was, you know, Church is no longer attackable, I don't think, with this lineup.
Yeah, this is very slow.
So what we're looking at, Dirt Tunnel Kitchen attacks, something that DC has seen a billion times before. They got C4, they got Toxic Babes, they got the Wamaya Sami set up, the Goyo canisters.
Oh, are they going to impact Trick the Hatch?
This feels a little bit like Weibo are playing into DC's defense, and I mean that in a negative way, that they're countering themselves, but not having necessarily the correct read. And I think a lot of this will come down to the opening pick, if they can find it.
Yeah, I'm wondering the same. Look, this is going to be... all the ingredients here say that DZ should be favored in the round, unless if Weibo can pull off something miraculous. I don't think the kitchen hatch has successfully opened yet, and the impact trick unsuccessful here. So credit to Weibo, they managed to make that work. Now, the plan was to go for a dirt push. We have to use the final piece of hard breach utility to open up dirt for Speakeasy to make his way forward. However, NJR still has an impact grenade to try and battle with that Blackbeard.
I don't like that Speakeasy is solo here because the kitchen house is open. DC know that. That means they cannot fall back unless an Asami barrier is positioned to enable his safety. And there's a Goyo fire on the ground. So this is going to stall for 20 seconds. There we go. That's 20 seconds. Now we're talking 29 left on the clock. If there's a second canister, Dirt Tunnel is off hands here for Weibo Gaming. And while they're waiting, they're not progressing. They're in kitchen hands, they're on the main staircase. Everyone is waiting with no progress. That applies more and more pressure as those seconds are slipping away.
And DZ are pre-smoking the default plant. They now have one gas babe left. Might be burned a little bit too early. That nade might actually destroy some of the sensors. There needs to be a backstab here for Weibo. That's the only way they win this round, but Hoven has somehow managed to go all the way up long and find a kill. It's now up to Turd to come in from the backstab. Newers does retain control. It's now up to Gotti as Turd finds a double from Blue. DZ now needs to deny that plan. It's all up to Reeves, making his way down the stairs, but NJR will recompose for Dark Zero. A little bit sketchy, but they find it nonetheless.
Such well-played moment there from NJR. I'm not sure you caught it. He was sitting beneath the hatch, looking at the plant there for 5 full seconds, then one taps it, then ensures a second kill follow-up as well. He said, guys, I got this on the back, do not worry about it. But Hoven found the opening, like I said, down the main staircase, in through long, takes a player inside a church double door, but then thankfully traded back by Newers and DC, who was playing that Moto position, closing the gap that was once created.
Basement's going to be a very different bomb site, though, to these other two.
By far the most different.
Taken by DZ. On the basement, for DZ, you can just have 5 on site with an impeccable setup, especially with these bands, right? With the Wamai and the Bandit in play.
Insane.
But the other bomb sites, you got to fight for the extension. Here in CCTV, you got to fight for Catwalk and or Master Bedroom.
This site should be a DC win because the percentage of them winning this site is 65%. So they should win this shit.
But also something that I feel like might be happening if this goes the distance as well. The bar bomb site. We saw DC being out kitchen on laps twice.
Oh man, I would love to see a bar bomb site choice from DZ in overtime.
It's always going to be a bit of a risk factor. But DC, they have been the strongest version of themselves in this BO3 when they've been doing something unusual against Weibo.
I can say that for both sides.
Yeah, I think argument goes both sides for sure.
I mean, we've cast enough of Speakeasy in the APAC region to see him push dirt 100 times on the Blackbeard.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to, but he got denied.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem. That often you end up going, you know, dirt early in the round. You fight for dirt control. You leave one player there because they can't reach it because the kitchen has to get your line of sight. They went dirt last up against the Goyo, and it's like, okay, that's just not gonna work.
A little too late.
But the plan B flip, I think, for Weibo was a solid attempt of a round. It wasn't that, oh my god, they're panicking, they're stressed. It's like, okay, they're gonna full send it.
Interesting that
they actually got close.
Left the con single wall soft, actually.
Potentially 3 rounds from a semi-final. Dark Zero lock in on Cash and CCTV for this next round. How do Weibo look to clear it? It seems to be a Rafters intention here. There's a lot of util to go Rafters. I think particularly the Blackbeard and the Dokkaebi will be very useful. They're dealing as much damage.
It's very interesting because the reason why I said on the garage wall is because Capital is not banned, so they can easily open up and use the Capital.
Should be able to hold their positions comfortably.
That's too early.
They should. C4 goes out, doesn't find much there from Kino, even just 1 left for NJR. Again, opening pick is so vital here on Clubhouse because it's all about watching as many gaps as possible. One defender dying early will leave something else exposed. Florsron goes to deny the bandit tricking, but NJR gets right back on it. There's not an attacker downstairs to deny the angle vertically because that's what Newers was playing earlier, reinforcing those walls. Right now it's Foltz downstairs instead.
He's all out.
They're protecting NJR for as long as humanly possible.
A lot of damage dealt though, thanks to the Dokkaebi. Now he's forced to move. But Weibo aren't able to capitalize on a kill just yet. He's standing up on top of the desk. He would be exposed to the breach, but Weibo are not playing that breach aggressively. In fact, they haven't even opened it up. This is a very strange attack here from Weibo. To fail to open up the CCTV breach seems like a very costly mistake.
There could be a bait here. Forces downstairs right beneath the breach with a shotgun in hand on the Thorn. Planting default is not going to be a possibility, and I don't know if Weibo know this just yet.
Yeah, this
Weibo
is
are not doing enough of the normal checklist items on this bomb site. You need to have CCTV open, otherwise it is simply impossible. Especially, as you say, if they don't have control down below the bomb site. We need a level of spice out of Weibo here, but I'm not seeing it.
So they're playing for WinCon underneath.
Needs to go big. He tries to make an entry. It's Turd. He finds one. Reaps will get his first, but immediately NJR is there to find a 3K. Turd will trade back, but he is now the last one standing. And the plant will be denied from below if he tries to go for it. He won't get the chance. Newers never shut out of his position as Weibo cannot breach step 1.
One small issue. Actually, first I think I'll get a tag time out here from Go. I'm just waiting for the confirmation call. I saw the mic being flipped down.
Surely.
I don't want to get into a long point and to cut myself off. Yes, Weibo Gaming calling their tactical timeout.
I'm not surprised that they wanted a timeout.
We're playing too scared with the shield, not opening space, being the last one to push, bro. If you're gonna pick the shield, is to put pressure, is to play fast, is to open space. I told you guys, look, they play very spread on the map, they give big areas, but you are playing full safe with the shield, bro. Who's the shield are a fucking drone, you know?
So if they go gym, you want me to use shield or just clear or go?
No, the thing is, bro, check the comp. Bandit, Wamai, bro, we need to bring the Thatcher to solve the problem, break the bunker. We need to break the gadgets so we can throw grenades, we can make the space, you know? It's all about that, guys. Come on, we can do it. It's 5-3, it's easy to us. We can take this game. Come on, guys, come on. We are the best. Remember, guys, the pressure is on them, it's not on us. Remember this, okay?
Gohan with so much conviction, saying exactly the same thing he said at the start of the half as well, which is we need to break the bunker with the Thatcher, and you said it at the start of the half. We didn't see it once from Weibo.
No, we did not. And to make matters worse, the Thatcher does simplify the problem. The solution for Weibo was right there the entire time. Those bandit batteries on the CCTV wall can be shot through the soft wall from connector. From the door, with a couple of bullets, from the breach, couple of bullets, but they never did it. And they did have one spare exothermic charge from Thermite when the round ended.
Would have been a very different round if that breach had been open.
2 different defenders, Newers playing by Serverek, and I think it was Kino Bandit sticking by the corner, or whoever it was, they NJR actually, they wouldn't be able to live anymore, right? They'd be like, rotate to a different location at least, right? And that bandit battery is a 100% deniable with any weaponry, but nobody made that connection that, okay, now we got the breach, let's go for a plan. But say, oh, what about getting every breach? What about getting all the angles? That never happened.
I think Weibo were also focusing so much on some vague win conditions, but not seeing opportunities to get kills. For example, the player on the defense, I believe it was NJR, on the bandit, who kept dashing around. He was in a very vulnerable position. If Weibo
had the foresight and the utility to say, let's target this guy with a grenade, not just with Roteros to get rid of the batches, but let's target the player. We might actually be able to capitalize, get a kill, numbers advantage, and then you can spiral around, even if you don't have superior positioning or breaching, if you have numbers advantage. And the banning continues to be a problem here for Weibo Gaming. I think they have to ban it now. If they're struggling so much to counter it, they're going to need to ban it after this next round.
The issue is, right, because Dodge is playing Thatcher, he went away from Thermite. They have a single can opener in pocket for the entirety of this round, James. They have, that's it. That's the only hard breach they have. A single point of contact. Mind you, this top four, CC wall, con wall, Jacuzzi wall, and single con.
It's the opposite to what DZ
4 areas you want to breach.
Yeah, I mean, DZ are bringing 3 hard breach operators on Clubhouse most of the time. They're bringing Ace, Thermite, and the Zofia. It's very unusual that Weibo are doing the absolute opposite.
The issue is now the Thatcher becomes not ineffective because it still deals with certain gadgetry, but look at this round. What can you catch? A single a C4 or a toxic bait midair? Actually, sorry,
I feel like we were making a lot of basic mistakes
So now we gotta
right
work
now.
around the breaches with a Thatcher that's arguably a little bit ineffective and no way forward. It's gotta come down to an APAC round. You gotta go frag hunting.
Yeah, and I have to wonder, what's the point in bringing the Lion when DZ are, for the most part, playing in power positions rather than roaming? Now, we are seeing a bit of aggression from Fault in Garage, but Weibo unable to convert it into a kill. Missed opportunity. Reaps goes for a backside to work. He needs to have a massive moment here, but NJR is watching from a prone angle. This is a very off-piste position here from NJR. And he will not Reaps. He lands the first bullet, but Reaps, quick reaction times, finds the first kill. This could unsettle DZ. Where are you looking? Kino, where are you looking? He goes down. Reaps has single-handedly brought this round back for Weibo. DZ recompose. A flashbang on the J90 as Reaps will finally go down. Faults in a 1v1. He's had the quad this round. It's Gotti.
No!
He does clutch it for Weibo.
Damn it!
To prevent the match point opportunity from DZ, the young and new blood player from Weibo.
Oh, that was so close.
On Clubhouse.
Oh boy, I want to go and say, don't hide behind the shields, don't be afraid, take the fight to DC.
Oh
no breaching, no problem. They get the job done regardless. Operator bands are going through. Will it be that bandit like you said, James?
Come on, gotta do it.
Yes, it will be. Breaching easier. Thermite bandit responds. It's all about the walls. It's all about step one here on Clubhouse.
You can bring Ace, though. I think we need to ditch the Lion. We need to get more Ace. I don't know if this Lion is helpful.
I think the Lion was instrumental for this specific round. The timing of Reaps walking up with it meant that Kino couldn't go for a trade immediately in bathroom, so it gets that timing inside a logic connector. But generally speaking, outside of those chaotic moments, the Lion is hard to get value out of.
Yeah.
For a usual round of Clubhouse.
I'm just looking at a comp that, like, what space do you have to bring more hard breaches?
But this is the difficulty, right? When you're up against the line of the DC's bringing, wall denial, bunker down, time denial, you are stretching the attack so thin. Because either you'll have a bit of solutions for everything, but not one clear plan of action, or you'll go into like, this is how we do it. But if they bring a certain defender or a certain attacker dies early to a gunfight, you lose the round.
This round right here is where Weibo need to be bringing that Thatcher and a lot of grenades.
Not gonna do that.
And they're not gonna do it. I mean, we're talking about trying to counter the Clash. We're talking about trying to counter the Wamai, the Warden, particularly the Goyo and the Azami, which are both vulnerable to grenades. But we don't have the Thatcher to counter the Wamai.
What would this be? So, okay, just like while the round is early, right? Because it's a bunker down here for DC. No action should be happening. We'll see. What would you replace? Because going through it, the way that you get into the bomb site, the way you plan with cover, that's what Glass is doing, right?
I don't think we need to bring Deimos and Snake. These are, for the most part,
roam clear.
They're roam clearing up. We're not roaming.
So we're getting rid of one of the two at least.
Yeah.
You get onto the Thatcher. Now you get a bit wider in the bigger picture.
I'd get Capitao instead of Grim, to be honest. Capitao can flush out the AK's position. It's also a better Clash counter. I mean, it's easy to see the comp. I don't know if
I kind of see it because they don't. They have Snake, they have Deimos, and then they have like 3 roam clearing operators. You don't need to have 3 necessarily.
What teams often do is the Clash kind of try and start a fight, slow the attackers down with sapping them, and a C4 from downstairs to try and get a kill. If DC finds any kill that goes untraded, that is the strat working out to perfection. That's what they're aiming for with the setup.
Nitro could win a freebie here onto Hoven. Kino is allowed to play so aggressively here, looking for his first kill of the game still, but yeah, he is forced back, targeted by the Deimos. Now the worry is the pre-placed C4s if you're Weibo. J90 and Kino both have chances to try and land shots with them.
Okay, so step 1 is cleared. They got a bit of breaching done as well. Second step here, right? Because you got the Deimos and Solid Snake, I feel like you're forced to try and take some fights on blue and go for backstab like Turst did last time, because how can you go for a 4-man kitchen execute like DC did with this lineup? Not to be. How do you take third tunnel? Not easily, because there's no shield. C4 goes out, could find these straight. No! He stays alive! But it's straight across it.
It is so critical that he stays alive there. If he had died, that would have also been his tin can opener with him, and this hatch not likely to get opened up. Final Nitro cell wasted by Kino. As the ace opens up the triple wall, there is not a lot of safe positions here.
That
for
is
DZ. Weibo
why
now have a chance.
That's the game that I spoke about, Solid Snake. That's going to be a big win condition. The issue is you need to find the first kill, create the chaos on the server, make DC spin around in circles looking for the angle to cover. Weibo, they have to find the first.
And the clash marches on forward. Bikino has gone down to Gotti. Now looking for a pin. Backstab! Oh my god!
Oh my god!
And now Weibo look to execute together. Turn has found another one. It's Chain, I know. The only one left.
Nah.
He's trapped at AKs. But the plan has not been confirmed as of yet. Does he know where that diffuser is?
What the fuck? The backstab after the backstab. That is such a so fucking good from
Weibo.
Or if you're Gohan and you're watching that round, you're thinking if this doesn't work out, they didn't listen. But because it worked out, it's all okay. DC called their attack timeout.
That was such a beautiful backstab.
After sight on this round. And then if we do go back to basement, did he print off the fucking fake roam for us?
Yeah, I think we have it.
Let's go cash and let's go back into the fake roam after that. Slow them down a little bit off the clear. They already think we're roaming shut, so.
Third.
Yeah. Just crank it. Little simple A round, that's all it is. They're just dropping hatches and flying down staircases and shit. Just call it crosses. Simple.
Yeah, we do have fake rooms. Last one. Heard on it. For the cash side, let's do. What is our hardest Raptors strat? It's just like base, master contest, yeah? And then Bayou get in there?
We have the cash ratatouille prep, where I hide in there.
Yeah, let's do that.
I love hearing the call-out adaptations there for the side, just kind of making it very simple for Weibo are trying to accomplish, right? They're flying down hatches, flying down staircases, and that is the view of what happened if you're against them. But if you're watching from our perspective, it's like they had no other choice because they kind of scuffed themselves in the operator lineup to begin with. I am very curious though if Weibo will make that adaptation and go and called break the bunker because they could get baited otherwise.
Well, I think that the big adaptation for that round from Weibo, while they didn't counter the power positions like AKs, which ended up being the last player alive, by the way, the critical thing was hard breach, right? Having that ace in the lineup, having that bandit and Kai banned, if there was a Tubarao that round, I think it would have been a completely different story.
Yeah.
But of course, the thing that was called there by DZ in that tactical timeout was this cash round, right? And they were talking about a particular strat. I didn't hear the details of it, but
fake roam?
No, that was for the next round. Okay. So they said if we lose cash, regardless of what happens in this round, next round we go to a fake roam. So keep that in the back of your mind. There will be a fake roam next round, unless if DZ change their minds.
The biggest thing for me though was Weibo's ability in the chaos to calculate who's gonna make the play, right? Tursta walks down blue, baits the clash in, drop the hatch, get the kill, while the tech from Motor Thor. Yeah. The fact that they can navigate the chaos of that end round is why they're currently sitting on 5-5.
Look, Weibo are used to playing in the APAC region. They used to play against Souffle and Pika and all the Daystar boys, all the Souls Heart and Orchid boys. They used to Chaotic Siege.
So I think right now, I mean, look at the attacking lineup. This is exactly what Gohan wanted. Breaking the bunker. You got the Capitao. You got the Thatcher. There's no more wall denial on the breach here, but there are 4 impact grenades. This is where you would want the Thermite Hibana, but they both been bent away. Look at the value here. Impact goes out. And all of a sudden, you have a really bad prone hole and really bad standing hole to peek through. There is a third Cellman pocket, but guess what?
That is interesting.
Also 2 more impact grenades. And that means that's all your hot destruction in the main breach. You cannot go for a can opener for Hoven because, well, it's exposed now. So
like, Dogstar needs to be more aware of the backstab. I don't understand how they are missing the backstab.
The hole in the Sami Kiba barrier, it's just fake pressure doesn't exist anymore. So
I also
watch for that.
I do wonder as well if there's a chance later for the Selma to detonate. Indeed there is. So there you go. Problem solved for Weibo. They are able to have an entry into the bomb site, and now they target the players and the utility that remains.
There is one other thing though. Now they can't use the Selma charge for the inside bomb site wall leading to Catwalk Rafters. So if they want to go for a garage attack, they're gonna have to brute force it. Garage door, bottom garage breach. There are 2 Catwalk players. Okay? Jaina and Noah is playing in that position together with Newers. One by the window, one by Rafters position 2.
Newers is just hiding.
And right now they're committed. Look at the player lineups. They're on the garage door. They're downstairs. They have to make this entire round work off Catwalk. If they clean both kills, it will be free.
The EMP comes out though, that might enable the fire from the Capitao to go out into the first position, which is on to Newers, who's trying desperately to look for a peek. They haven't landed the shots as of yet. Out comes the first fire, but that's the last of them.
Jumped out the breach.
And Folds finds one. The jump out doesn't work for Folds. Unnecessary pressure from DZ. Weibo win the exchange with Turd going down, but at the price of 2.
Maybe you need Catwalk now. They're players stalking Catwalk Rafters. No, they're gonna commit to it actually. They thought it was clear.
Newers. He might have just given a lifeline over to Dark Zero. Hoven takes the 1v1. There were no Selmas left.
You need to watch out for the back.
To try and breach that catwalk wall. There's actually no rotate as well. This is a critical moment.
Yo! Andy Jar, what the fuck?
What else can't he do? It's now up to DZ. Kino with 0 kills, Newers with 10 to clutch up and prevent Weibo from stealing the match point they thought was rightfully theirs.
The no garage is clear because Newers is downstairs, so they can take that control, but there's almost no time left. 10 seconds. An attacker on the roof, one by the breach, and Speakeasy on the catwalk.
The clock will be their biggest enemy for Weibo. They need to find that kill. They need to find their way inside, but they cannot do so. DZ might have the numbers advantage, but they sat back, they waited. All they needed to do was prevent the plant, and they can say that they checked that off nicely.
This is crazy.
Weibo now staring down match and elimination point from EWC.
Such a small detail, right? The Thatcher MPs, they were sapping Magnus, they were sapping the Jaeger ADSs, but there was one that went unsapped, and it saved Newers. That first Capital Fire arrow, it was spot on. And then they're gonna have a player on the outside.
Yeah, and JR, you should have been aware of the window, to be honest.
At the same second, the ADS catches the fire arrow, Folds peeks the main breach. That's a winning microplay there from DC. Folds then, arguably in hindsight, overcooked. He jumped out the breach looking for a second kill. He got traded successfully. But DC, they said, guys, now we're making it happen, and you will win or lose the round off that play.
And a big part of that is the fact that there was a double reinforcement on Rafters. That was only a single reinforcement. Weibo would have had to wait into plant.
And that's the thing. This is so hard because hindsight, right?
Come on now.
Wanted the boys to break
okay,
apart
so...
the bunker. And this is maybe where the one...
Are they going to have any roamers? Yeah, so Newers on roaming, he might be the jack in the box for the roaming.
Especially in Asia.
It's going to be interesting to see
but you're taking Weibo
how they will be able to track him, or Turd for that matter. Snake is such a good operator to clear out roamers quickly, because you don't, since this map is so small, the Snake kind of like covers the entire site, or entire like floor in a way, so you just have to go to 2 spots and you would know immediately if there is anyone above. Obviously, Damus can hide
and he might be about
from
to come back to the bomb side
Snake,
as well.
and he's the only one that can hide right now from his gadget.
The Solid Snake on the other side will be soft countered by the Vigil, but can still allow a lot of map control to be taken here for Weibo.
It's all about trying to bait him in right now. They know roughly where each other are attacking or defending from. And Newers has been so good today, especially on Lair, playing that 4+1 strat, or just doing his own solo roam game. And I think they both roughly have an idea, but he can be scored back by Folds with a pre-fire action. But this is Turns are getting good value by effectively doing nothing, just waiting for the gunfight that will never come his way.
And this fake roam is working. You can see the new jammers have really stalled out the droning on the top floor. Also, Speakeasy's onto his shield.
I know what they go and say. Do not hide behind the shield. You pick for it, you're gonna get in there, you're gonna fight, you're gonna get intel, be in the front lines. Right now, he was on the roof for half the round, only just entering gym after his teammates droned the majority of it for him.
He said, if you're on the shield, I don't want to see you droning. It has been a slow round from Weibo. The only saving grace will be their explosivity in the late round.
It's 1 minute 20 seconds. That is way too slow.
Timer's ticking down every second. You feel the pressure, elimination point as well. You're going to be going home and not breaking the top 4, which would be historic for your region. The goal for this Weibo roster, it keeps increasing. They expect to qualify for majors, expect to go into playoffs, expect to now start breaking into top 4 territory, and to do it against DC, who just came off a major victory. historic for the players. First time for everyone but Speakeasy, and Gohan would be so proud. And it's gonna come down to this.
Impact trick.
A 5v5 in the basement, C4 goes out, Impact Grenade as well, denying the hard destruction. Combined with the Hibana ban from earlier, it makes this attack fall apart in the late round before we even get there. There are 2 summons left in pocket. It's the only bit of hard destruction. And they have to be
seconds
so
left.
Oh my god, they haven't even breached the Mitch. They're flipping it. They're flipping it again. The issue is, this is the 3rd time they've done this attack. Where Tursta goes down blue, where somebody follows on the hatch, they go down Hobbit main staircase, and they drop Moto.
So
they've shown this twice already.
It has to work. It's go big or go home now for Weibo Gaming. As the major champs sit back, relax, and wait. They lash out. They find the first. Gotti finds one. Needs to double up. But he can't do so as of yet. And he's trapped. Speakeasy, good for one. Trade it back again. It's Reaps, the last one. The major champs can take a bunch, and they can dish it straight back.
Yes!
With the solar eclipse hanging over the Sen. Dark Zero chase the trophy into the semifinals.
Oh my god.
Holy
fuck.
Final round for the fans of
Yeah, I would tell the thing that failed Weibo Gaming was this round, because they Dev said he said it. They changed 3 times on their attack. They did not do it in a way they should have done it. It took them over half the round to clear, and they haven't even opened up the hatch. They changed around, so the IGL was not doing it properly. Unfortunately, but damn, Weaver gave them the run for the money. I said they would surprise us, and they certainly did. With the backstabbing, they love the backstabbing game on attack.
Just barely makes top 8 advance was a major champion down to strategy, depth, adaptation, going to a map like Clubhouse as a decider, and it being a close affair on all 3 maps. There are no landslide victories. They're clutched on both sides. There was a bit of an upset, starting off strong there for Weibo. But DZ in the end, I think some people might have counted them out of the map 1.
Oh, definitely. Look, I want to give some credit to DZ, not just for what we saw in that second half, but also their attacks. Because their attacks across the series today were very rough around the edges. But they got 3 attacks here on Clubhouse because they brought out pocket strat after pocket strat. And even though Weibo Gaming had 4 flawless rounds in the series, it doesn't matter how convincing each round is, it just matters how many you get on each map. And here with Weibo unable to dig deep into overtime for a second map in a row, DZ
that was bad.
will knock them from the tournaments and continue marching towards that ever-elusive trophy.
What did Iconics in the desk? Okay. The first game sets the tone for playoffs.
Now the big game. Wildcard versus Furia, that is big.
Massive statement for Dark Zero. Let's hear from someone who's won the last 2 majors over on the stage.
Yes, my friends, I'm here with our victors, Dark Zero and his Kino. Joining me here for a quick chat. Look, I'm noticing strategy-wise against Weibo, you're trying to slow things down. You're banning hard breachers. You're trying to make it difficult for him to roam around. Was that the plan from the start?
Yeah, it's the plan on these maps like Clubhouse, Nighthaven. When they ban the Bandit, the Cade, the Mira, and they have all the hard breach up, the Thermite, they're ripping all the walls. It's pretty hard to defend. So.
Is something to slow it down for you? Is this something that you noticed that Weibo later in a round will stall out for time, and that's something that you can play to your advantage?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was part of the game plan. We knew they were very slow. Their executes were not the best, even though they had some really good executes today. So, yeah, that was the game plan.
An overall great game between both of you. We have to say it. It got tight a lot of times, especially map 1. There were some things to think about. You're going back. You're now not just the player, but the team with the most experience. You got call out behind you as well. When you're in a moment where you have to come back, what goes into your mind? Because you got young gunners on the other side that are hungry for semifinals and more.
We're super present on this team. We're not really thinking about the score. I mean, and if you do, any team, that goes for any player. If you're looking at the score, you're looking down, you're looking at scoreboard, all that, it's gonna get in your head, you're gonna play worse. And it doesn't help. So I just look at the group, we all laugh, we all have fun, and that's all that matters.
heard is what I keep hearing from the team when we're all locked in together in your tactical timeouts, especially now. This is the quarterfinal. You've been in this position before and you advance to semis. The option is Furia or an all-NA matchup. The top 2 teams in North America, Dark Zero wildcard. What do you expect to see and what do you really want to see then?
I expect to see a good game, for sure. 2 really good teams. And what I want to happen, it really does not matter. We're just here to play, and we're just going to do our thing regardless of the opponent.
So far, so good. But actually, you know one thing, our good friends over at the Chess broadcast were saying that the crowd here at Rainbow Six is getting a bit too loud for them. So how about we make Chess hear just a little bit how loud we could get at Rainbow Six on 3, Dark Zero. 1, 2, 3! We'll do it again. 1, 2, 3, Dark Zero! They're all in for it. Gentlemen, come on in from Dark Zero. Come here. It's time to crush some keys. And really, it's Weibo on the other side. Do you want to crush a Kino or do you want one of your teammates to go for it?
Actually, I want NJR to do it.
You don't seem too excited about it. Why? Come on in. Let's go. Let's go together. Why? Where's the hesitation?
I don't think you want my answer.
Let's get this one open. It's our doors and it's our crusher. I'm gonna call her Gertrude for today. Please come on in. Our key master here will tell you where to go. We'll guide you through. Dark Zero have been in this position time and time again. And this year, they've done it in Salt Lake City. Here to make it to the semifinals. They crushed Weibo and the Asia Pacific Hearts. And they're down to nothing. Smushed. That's Weibo despite all their best efforts. Dark Zero advanced.
It's gonna hurt more to see the key crushed.
In the game with our wonderful disc. Take it away.
Thank you, Milos. Only one can move forward. One story can continue, and it was not the side of Weibo Gaming that would see their first semifinal. They'll have to wait another day as their key is crushed in typical Esports World Cup fashion. It would be Dark Zero who would claim the next step.
So I have 1 point right now.
Playoffs, and we'll see how that
so far so
on.
good.
But from Kino's words and
so
the
far
rest
so
of
good.
DZ, they say they are staying present. They're not worried about the future, and I love that approach as we come back to the guest iconic.
So I said that Wildcard would win the next one. This one might fuck my prediction in general because Furia are a good team for a good reason.
Different result, but you know they mentioned it.
But Wildcard has been playing good because Faye is the most high. He is the highest rated player in this tournament right now.
And of course, I feel like too, it's very important stepping stones. You know,
I wouldn't be
surprised actually if
Wildcard would win. The funny thing is, Furia doesn't have anyone on the board right now, like the top 5.
And you can't really put a timer on it. You just have to kind of go through it as a
team
and go through those losses and learn from it.
Don't have like Liquid is the only one that is. The only one from Furia on the top 5 is the Clutches, and he has done that 3 times during the tournament. So, and it should not fall on him.
Can they actually beat one team of the top 4 to make the top 4?
The funny thing is, the place that has the most entry kill is actually Syrup from CAG, and Syrup also have the best KD overall as well. And they were eliminated
We've seen the evolution from that team. They're getting
like
closer and closer
3 days ago too. So it's kind of interesting.
And once again, DZ in terms of mental, they have to be that one team that has the, I don't know, they have that magic in them that the comeback is always possible for these guys. They always believe. They never look at the score.
Listen, as someone who, again, I'll say this phrase a couple of times over this week, you'll hear it, the eye test, right? Basically, what do you see and what's the takeaway without doing too much analytics? They have a great mentality, but not just in terms of executing, in terms of realizing what is their responsibility, but also iconic, realizing what isn't their responsibility. You've played with these guys quite often. You know, you were excited to see some of your former teammates be successful, but the way that they're successful, it's not like every single esport athlete, even in R6, but across all esports has that same mentality.
And of course, you see how important it is just staying in the present moment, because that's all we really do have. You know, that's why they call it the present. It's a gift. And being there, anything is possible to make sure you can actually take those steps forward as a team and not really feel that pressure mounting upon you. And, you know, we'll try to pin narrative towards them, pin expectations on them, but your expectations, they try to put the limit on it, and they don't have a limit. They just go out there, have fun, and that will just give them just a endless product.
Well, we set up two narratives coming into this. Alphama, you raised the question, can North America do it back-to-back? That's the challenge for you. You know they've won, they've been in the mix, but can they do it twice? Now Dark Zero continue on that journey.
Yeah, can they build that legacy? I think the answer is yes. I think that they're not feeling the expectations. That's the biggest thing. I think many people would feel the pressure looking at the scoreboard, or you looking at your achievements. You'd feel like we've won the last major. Everyone expects us to be the best team coming at the EWC, and we need to be that best team. I think DZ, they don't think that way, and they are probably one of the only teams, if not the only teams, that think that way. Let's not think about us winning EWC.
Yeah.
Let's take not even every match by match. Let's take it round by round. And like you said, be in the present. And it just speaks a lot about that team's mentality that's unlike any other in our scene.
You kind of set up a story, and I think this was important, about how they ran out of options towards the end. And even Kino was mentioning that, you know, they had some pretty good executes on the day, but they knew that was maybe where the weakness would be. They took advantage of it. One player who was in the front to stop, I think, the momentum and stop the bleeding from when Weibo took that first map, and then was able to finish it off with that 1v1. Newers, who was the MVP of this matchup. Talk to me, Iconic and Alphama, about the impact that this player had for DZ.
I mean, New Krug, going all the way back to Charlotte when he first made his debut. Just been a player with immense impact no matter what team he's been on, and I'm just so glad to see him really finding the success, because he even said it when he joined this team that he didn't know how serious you could take this game until he was in the part of this system, and I feel like he's really getting the best and most consistent version of himself, and I'm just happy for him. Like the last major too, his
I wonder how, like, I'm pretty sure we have to wait
very happy for him.
For a bit.
I think first thing first with Newers, that giving credit for firing up DZ. He's the one that wins the 1v3 on the very first map on map 2. He's the one that wins the clutch 2 in map 2. He's the one then that goes and gets multiple kills, multi-kills on the last map as well, so that DZ takes the series. He was the one that was the entry, winning the opening engagements on the side of DZ, and in defense he was the time buyer. He was the one roaming and flanking in the last moment to win those moments where Weibo had great executes. So in my opinion, MVP by far, not only by the score, but of actually the impact he had in the game.
An incredible clutch, a lot of moments that I said stop the bleeding. Alphama just said also saved the day for this team. Dark Zero probably couldn't have done it without Newers' heroics. However, on the other side, to every victory there is a loss. There's a defeat that hopefully is learned from. We have a chance to talk to Speak Easy about falling to Dark Zero here in the playoffs.
We're talking to Speak Easy after elimination. Unfortunate result here. My first question for you would be, did you expect to play Lair today?
Yes, we prepped 4 maps, Chalet, Lair, Labs, and Club. And I mean, if you look at that, we kind of won the veto, but we can't really execute it in game.
I mean, that's my main question.
Sorry, I
the
just
second
heard my
episode,
daughter
got really
outside,
close
so I
to an
need to
overtime. What do you think went wrong on that map?
Play around a little bit.
The attacks that I tried to lead with the guys, like it doesn't work well, and also understanding like their win con. I tried to play with the shields, but I think DZ did a great job countering me. I think, yeah, props to them.
And what do you then talk about after map 2 to get the momentum back and the vibes back from map 3 as well?
We just talk about like the pressures on them, and you know, and we're just here to play our game.
Aww.
And yeah, I think we just need to keep our mental high, and I think we showed that like really well.
That's really good. It's very impressive as well. And I think, I'm not sure if you heard it, but it really seemed like the crowd was on your side today here. So anything you want to say for the fans after their support in this tournament?
Thank you to the fans like all around the world, and I see like there's like at least 15 like Weibo fans, and thank you for coming and watching us. And I promise like we will try to do a lot more than just top 8.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck for stage 2. We'll send it back to you, the studio, for now.
Cute. Cute.
Well, thanks, Ann. Weibo and Speak Easy saying that they're going to do a little bit better next time they come out, but I know the fans back at home watching, and the fans, he was right, filling up these stands, are happy with what they've done and will continue to support them. Gentlemen, as we kind of transition from this match to our second series of the day, some closing thoughts and takeaways from what we've seen so far. Dark Zero moving on.
I feel like this game was a great example of what EWC can bring in terms of rivalries and competitions. We've just seen 2 of the biggest regions face each other, the Titan of Asia facing the Titans of NA, and that was only quarterfinals. It went all the way to a 3rd map. We had multiple clutches. We had a lot of emotions and a lot of fans here in the crowd already. Yeah. And that's only the first day of playoffs, so that gets me excited for the rest.
I think mentality is king right now, especially this long tournament. You have to make sure that you're really able to push it over the finish line. And I feel like this going into this next series, Fury versus Wildcard, I mean, I'm excited for both. Speaking to both teams, they seem ready for it, ready to go out for the challenge, and it's going to be a bloodbath.
If it's anything like this one, we are going to have a show on our hands as well. Make sure you get your pick'ems in, because at the Esports World Cup, you have a chance to choose whether you believe a team is going to win or not and earn your share of prizing, which is a great opportunity for you to also just get some bragging rights, say, I got this, I got that. I also was right about something. For those of you who picked Weibo, you were close, but it was DZ. So we'll see if maybe you can get on the right side of the pick here with Wildcard and Furia coming up next in our schedule. These two teams about to go head to head to finish off our series of the day. All right, coming up in just a moment, we'll have our final series. As I mentioned, Wildcard and Fury about to take the stage, but until then, we've got a treat for you. It's Pengu's Confessions, so stay tuned.
If any of you have been watching some of the other broadcasts over the last 5 weeks, you know exactly what this is. You are, unfortunately, well, you are the guinea pig this week for Pengu's Confessions.
My confessions?
Confessions,
okay,
yes.
What am I confessing to?
Well, let's find out. You know what? These are actually pretty good. We've had some very, very tame weeks on this. Okay. Everyone's like, we work with a couple of companies that don't let you kind of say things. Now, these are a lot better than that. So
loose lips.
Well, I mean, you got to kind of... You'll be fine. Anyway, so let's look back at some of your earlier days, Pengu. So looking back at everyone between 2016 and 2019, what percentage of your old behavior would you now class as competitive passion, and what percentage was you being a...
Percentages, yeah?
Well, I mean,
so there's two versions of this, right?
Okay.
There's the one where I'm going to be like, defending myself, and I'll say 50-50.
Okay.
Not accurate whatsoever, by the way. Honestly, I'm going to have to go 80% being an absolute
Yeah, no, that's fair then.
and 20 is passion.
I need to look back at some of this because I'm actually all for the toxicity. I'm actually game.
You're all for, I mean, you're a COD kid, right? So
yeah,
you
well,
understand.
exactly. Yeah, no, so we can cook on that. Yeah, absolutely. At what point are you actually planning on getting a driver's license, or is it just somebody else's problem?
Oh my god. Oh yeah, listen, everyone bothers me about the driver's license constantly, but get it, right? We have a great life here. We have shuttle transport. I live in Denmark with public transportation available for a cheap cost, etc. But I did
Cheap
get a
cost
house
in Denmark in the same sentence.
comparatively to getting a car, right?
Fair.
But I did get a house earlier this year, and I went to IKEA a couple of times, and I had to beg people, can you please drive me there? Get for me. So honestly, 2027, a goal for a driver's license.
Yeah, no, I had that problem, you know, having to drive around, but I was also like 17, so.
28.
Be honest, what is more satisfying, winning a major or getting a really good photo of a bird?
Yo, no! No.
One major.
Okay.
I've taken many photos of birds.
Okay.
Over that long stretch of time, I think I've gotten more satisfaction from the bird photos.
Yeah.
If it's one-to-one, go to the major.
Gotta be the major. What's the
fuck
best bird photo you've had?
Oh my god! So it's actually of a shoebill, African stork.
Okay.
It's in the zoo in Tokyo, and it's basically an animal that almost doesn't exist at any zoos in the world.
Oh, the shoebill's the one with the huge
beak,
and they like clap it together, don't they?
It
Yeah,
sounds like a gun firing.
I know exactly what he means.
It's a crazy bird, beautiful, looks very dangerous.
Yes. No, they are dangerous though, aren't they? Like,
wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know.
But they look dangerous.
Okay.
I'm not sure about the bird passion, but
Chris,
have you packed more than one pair of socks for this event?
I have.
Okay.
But I will say there has been a couple of it. Oh my god, that's why this question is from. Oh my god, yeah. There's been events in the past where I would just bring the pair that I arrived in, realize 3 days in, that's the only pair that I have.
Yeah, that's.
And guess what I did?
What'd you do?
I just stuck it out.
Oh, you just filmed it?
One pair for 2 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah.
For 2 weeks.
Yeah, but that's how the long events last for, Chris.
You don't get even sync wash them or anything?
No, because the thing is, I was 23 years old. I was a gamer.
That's fair.
And if there's no mom around, there's no laundry around. But now that I'm 28, I've learned, and I bring more than I need.
Well, that wasn't too bad.
It could have been worse.
It could have been worse. I need to
can always get worse.
I need to delve a little bit more than the rest of the week. Thank you very much, mate.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. That wasn't too bad.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Let's put in...
An update from the Gidea City Grid. A big moment in the club championship. A game that AJL were looking towards to not even just pick up points, but to go far in. Hasn't went well.
Did not go well at all. I think a little bit of an upset for them in that regard. Had 2 opportunities in those last 2 matches to get 12 points. It was a very doable point gap, but they weren't able to manage it. Ended up getting pushed by Notion Red Force, and at the end of the day, they couldn't stand up against them.
And that's a conversation, I mean, we were just having off camera, how that's a big moment for AGL, one that they would have probably banked on picking something up in, and now all of a sudden the rest of their week kind of looking for them is realistically down to something potentially in chess or potentially in weeks gone by. This is a big moment for Falcons to retake the lead, right?
Absolutely. I think that they were banking on at least a top 8 finish, a couple extra additional points when it comes to CC leaderboard, maintaining that first place spot for a little bit longer, and now they're gonna have to work even harder if they want to stay up there.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Well, we'll be keeping up to date throughout the rest of the week with you, Lauren, of course. When we get into the latter stages, see how things go. Thank you very much, guys. Back to you.
Yeah. The EWC World's Esports Nation Cup. This is the Esports World Cup, but Esports Nations Cup is going to be even more fun. I'm really excited about that.
We were there. For every click.
You were?
Every clutch. Every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We've had so much action already. It feels like we've got a full day of R6. But no, there's one more series to come, and it is not one you want to miss. Basically, the top performing team of the tournament wildcard about to take on some serious fan favorites in Furia who are already making some noise in our stands. So it's going to be an exciting one. My name is Rain Day. Welcome back to the panel. I'll be joined by some familiar and, well, no, they're just familiar faces. They just one hasn't been here for the first set. Laxing back. I'm sure you guys love seeing him here. We're going to get his analysis and Alphama again to join us. Laxing, since you didn't get a chance to talk about that first series, I know you're watching. What's the takeaway, man?
I mean, I think you guys broke it down very well. It was a very good series. It had to go with the third map, and that's always what we love to see in Siege. Now, you know, some of those games can get a little grueling, but it was how close it was with each and every single one of those maps, and for DZ to be able to close out, especially on a map like Clubhouse. I mean, we talk about this as the very default map.
Holy
it's
shit.
The Gauntlet. It's the Coliseum, essentially. You have to win off based-off fundamentals, and for Dark Zero to close it out the way they did, it really speaks to their fundamentals and mentality.
I just love
I warned you.
The reason he's smiling has nothing to do with what he's saying. It's the drums, it's the band that is behind us now.
I just love that we brought the loudest analyst on the
Are you serious now?
Where they started King of the Drums,
you have been in front of the camera so many times. Go away. Go away.
You remember Furia and their drums and their fans, and Brazil is here in Paris with those fans.
Brazil.
I just love it.
Come on, man. Let's go.
And the fucking drums again. Please, God.
Toca bola. That's what I know because I was over there playing some soccer. Man, 20 years ago. Can you believe it? That's when I was over there. Big shout out Fluminense. Big shout out my Brazilian people as well. Got a lot of Brazilian talent managers also. So, you know, Abner, Norton, Gio, we got to send love to you guys. But here's the deal. We have got storylines to say, even though we've got drums as well. And that's why we want to introduce our PS5 story of the day. Wild card. From wild card to favorites. Talk to me about that.
I mean, when you just look at the progression of this team and where they've been, they came into 2025 kind of as a wild card, essentially, and their first event was Reload. It was kind of a little bit of a goofy event, fun format, but a lot of people kind of wrote them off as like, okay, you know, this was an event for everyone to kind of just get a feel of the water, see what they look like, but wild card inevitably ends up making, close to a grand final, semi-final finish, but everyone wrote them off. It was kind of like, oh, that was a fluke event. They aren't going to be able to replicate it, but since then, they've been able to replicate a main stage appearance at every single event since that 2025 Reload.
Wow. It's a a beautiful story, I think, of the grassroots system that we have, and young players coming out of nowhere. Spiker, IGLing, youngest IGL in the world. And just coming here and IGLing to a crazy level, base, surprising.
A really big fucking hole coming right up!
Oh, no! Wait! Hello, everyone!
Every single time.
W Raid, how are you doing? Ganalito, thank you so much
Honey,
for raiding with
I'm home.
People, lovely people. Were you watching like Rainbow Six Siege as well? Yeah, W Raid, guys. W. Hi. We're visiting from Sweden. By the way, guys, if you don't know who I am, my name is Rana. I'm a Swedish gaming mom who is in love with Siege. Been playing Siege since beta, and that is my main thing to do. And we are co-streaming for the EWC right now, and it's going to be intense in a moment here, so it's going to be so much fun. I do predict that Wildcard is going to be winning, but it's going to be close though.
Honey, I'm home.
Yeah, I'm a svensk. Yeah, so that's kind of what we're doing, kind of listening about, watching some stuff. Was just quiet because I wanted to look at the stats for this matchup, because Wildcard has won every single game, but Fury has not so far. So that's what I did. So where's the button? Is it working? I don't think my button seems to be working. I went for the solar eclipse. I am. Yeah, I'm not going to watch that. I did go out yesterday with my family to the peak of the mountains yesterday to look at the view that it is. Like, there is like a view thing here. Oh, thank you. I'm trying to shut him out, but it's not working right now. Yeah, I'm actually 41 years old, so my kids are not young per se. Like, I have an 18-year-old and a 14-year-old as well, so. Yeah, I don't have it either, but I went out yesterday on midnight because there was like a meteor shower coming about. So went on the night watching it. Now, it's not the greatest pictures, but this is what I took on the sky yesterday, so it's kind of looking like that. I hope that you can see it. Like, yeah, I like it. Like, all the purpley color and everything is from the sky. I did not do anything with that. And like then we had this is the view that we have from up in the mountains, so you can like see very good portion on like where I live and stuff, and also towards the other side. And from the view as well from the top is like a lot. So we actually stood on the peak on here. There is actually a barbecue spot next to it, so we were sitting there and barbecuing and playing like Uno and stuff as well. So we just had a cozy family time because next week the kids are back at school, so they would not have time for me. Thank God. Whoa, what happened there?
From Secret as well, or it's just something we've learned together as a team. I think. I don't think it's one specific
Lol, Bekans. But yeah, so that's what I did during my day off. Except for streaming, guys, I am also a coach for Rainbow Six Siege team as well. So we are going for tournaments and everything as well. So that is also going to be interesting as well. So like I said, I am a huge maniac for Rainbow Six Siege. I do play other games as well, guys, so don't worry. Like, I do play, like, Valorant, I do play Counter-Strike, I do play Apex, and so, also, as a reminder, next month, or like, yeah, I don't know if it's going to be, like, in 2 weeks or less, but I will be doing a so-called FPS event, and that means that I'm going to be playing 1 FPS game per week for like 3 weeks, and I do have a goal that I need to hit gold, otherwise I would get punished. And last year I had like a ginger juice punishment type of thing, so I'm going to be having that going on again. So it's going to be fun to see if I have gotten better or not in some way, because I upgraded my PC as well. So, and I have upgraded my mouse. PC is like a year old, so I don't count it. But I did upgrade to a new mouse. I got like the Super Strike. I had it for like, I think 3 months now or something. So, still getting a grip on it. And I just got a new keyboard because I was in the LAN event Glitch that is in Sweden, Jönköping, and I got like a new keyboard from there because I had like a special discount. Yeah, we might be able to do that sometime, reaction. This week I'm not going to be able to. By the way, the reveal for the new season, Splitfire, is going to be happening at 5 PM this Saturday. And it's going to be the new operator. And I think I heard a little birdie say that he's going to be having Maestro's LMG. And something a little bit of a spitting fire action as well. So it might be the new form of Tachanka. We will see. We will see. So that is also going to be so much fun to see. And of course, the DMR is getting nerfed. So the damage is going to be below 60. And there's going to be recoil on the DMR as well now. The SMG-12 is going to be having less ammo capacity and having less ammo to shoot out as well. So it's going to be a little bit harder to use that weapon as well. And also, Dokkaebi is going to be getting not a nerf, but a lot more counter. So Solis, Tubero, and Mute is going to be the counter for Dokkaebi in the next season as well. So we have something going on for the next season. Yeah, so Ginger, Ingefära. So I do like the FPS event where I play new FPS games every week. And if I don't hit the goal, which is going to be gold, so if I don't hit gold, then I will have to drink something nasty. And last year it was ginger, ingefära, last year, and that was not good, to say the least. Healthy, but not as good. So we will see what it's going to be in punishment for this year. Maybe the same, because I actually hate it. And I make the weirdest face, apparently, from chat last year. So, by the way, guys, thank you so much for the follow. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. By the way, if you hear drums in the background, that is actually the Brazilian fans on the stage, like on the audience right there on the event. So I don't like Arboga. Yeah, I'm more like to like the Heineken type of thing. I like Heineken. I like Carlsberg as well. Mariestad is such a good beer as well. I like it. It's a good beer. Especially when you do a barbecue. Oh. It's so good. NASA, NASA. I was like, which NASA. Yeah, here in Sweden we're about to see it in like an hour, 30 minutes or so. Oh, oh. Didn't see it. Yeah. Yeah, I did see the meteor shower that was this night, so took the kids up to the mountain so we can look at the meteor shower. That was amazing. So it's going to be very fun. Okay, the map belts. Let's focus. So, Lair, Lighthaven, Bank. Yeah, Consulate 4. Whoa. Yeah, okay. Wildcard got Consulate, guys. That is going to be interesting. Now, my question is, Furia, do they want to go to Fortress? It's going to be either Fortress or Cafe for Furia. So I think they're going to be picking either one of those two. Fortress, yes. They're going to Fortress right now. I'm not surprised by the pick by Furia. I'm kind of surprised that they got wildcard. So, will we see. I'm gonna go and stare at the sun darkness so I can take tomorrow. No, don't do that. You're gonna lose your sight and you're going to have it for the rest of your life. And Cafe is the decider, guys. I actually predicted that correctly. It's going to be either one of those, and it got both. Cafe might be more favorable for Fury, actually. That is going to be so interesting to see. That is good. By the way, guys, I do have a sub goal. I might change it because I don't think there is going to be enough interest. Because the sub goal is that if we hit the goal, I'm going to do a stream where I would be your coach for the entire stream. So any questions, any videos or whatever, like jumping into a ranked game and play together, and I will see what you guys need to improve on or stuff like that. Would be has been the stream goal or the sub goal. Not sure if it is anything that you guys are interested. Otherwise, I would just change that. I think a lot of people ask me to cosplay Osa. Apparently, I am a thing looking like Osa. I don't know. I had people on TikTok asking me if I was inspired, if Ubisoft took inspiration from me for looking like Osa, but I'm a Swede. I'm not from Czechia. Croatian, I mean. So that doesn't even compute either. So that is kind of interesting. We will see. I'm gonna turn up the volume so you can actually hear.
Welcome back, my friends, to the Lenovo Legion.
Let me know if the volume is too low or too high as well.
That quarterfinal went the way of Dark Zero. It's the only eclipse that I've been watching here in Paris. That is for sure, despite Weibo's best efforts.
Very true, my friend. I have no idea whether anybody can hear us right now. It's so loud in here, which I'm loving. But I feel like 10 foot tall right now. My chest out. I feel good. Okay, taking a lead out of DZ's book there. Unbelievable scenes. Beating up Weibo there.
Holy moly.
1-0 down, winning 2-1 in the end. Going through to the semi-finals later on this week. It's going to be immense. It's going to be amazing. But who will they play? We're going to find out now. In this next quarterfinal, we have two teams ready and waiting in the wings.
If we talk about Consulate overall, when it comes to which site would work better for defenders, the best site that has the highest win rate is actually Garage Cafeteria and CEO. they have over 60% win rate on those. Garrett's Cafeteria has 67%, but it has only been played 6 times during this tournament out of 29 rounds. So it is not a high number to be going there, and it's harder for defenders to hold versus holding upstairs and piano side. Of course, the second top place that has the highest percentage is going to be Top Floor CEO/Meeting, and it's been played 13 times for a good reason. It's harder to attack.
The second best team in the SAL, just behind FaZe. Salt Lake City Disappointment is behind them, and under Hertz's leadership, they're ready to write a brand new chapter. They are ready for this. They're excited for this. The fans can't wait for this as well. It's going to be absolutely enormous. Mark our words here.
So before we send our players to a spot, we're going to tell everybody just to calm down for a little bit, because we have some words to hear from both of our team captains.
Yeah, we welcome, but we ask that our players, you can go to your seats, but our 2 captains come forward, please, for this final showdown. Kicking things off, Wildcard, Baby Shark, let us know. This is our chance here to talk to your opponent. Any final closing words that you want to say before you go head to head?
I never lost to him. I'm never gonna lose to him, and
I'm never going to lose him.
With great fans, but that's it. I never lost to Loira. I never lost to him, and I'm never going to lose.
He's very confident. KZ, any words?
Baby Shark never won anything. This game is for big boys, not for babies. I am the new era. I am the new era.
Here we go. This is.
Let's see.
Gentlemen, please.
Oh my fucking god, that is so hilarious.
Best of luck. Please take your seats here. Incredible. You can hear the fighting talk between them both here.
That was funny.
And the audience here
that was
well.
actually funny, guys.
Absolutely loving it. So we're going to have to hear from you guys first. Let's get some wildcard cheers.
I like Baby Shark. He's such a nice guy. Nice. Such a nice guy.
Furia, make some noise. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, no Furia. No Furia. I have 1 point on the quarterfinals so far on my prediction, guys. I want to keep it, so please Wildcard win this. So now they need to play on the refrag against Furia, because they always have someone to cover up every single time.
I love the trash talk, guys. Siege is just lighting it up here. In France.
I mean, that guy also, he's playing in his home country, in front of his family. He's done so 6 months ago at SI. He was in front of them. He wanted to win in front of them. That wasn't for him. I'm sure he believes.
I'm guessing it's like a French type of thing.
He believes that he can do it. And it would be a beautiful story for that young player. I mean, he was overlooked.
Is the volume good, guys, or do you want to have higher volume?
To get his shot at a professional level, and what a journey since then.
Wow. It absolutely has been, and you can't argue.
I don't know if
results.
it's
Baby
too
Shark
low or
isn't
too
wrong
high
to
for
feel
you.
the way that he does. I mean, he's beaten G2, he's beaten the old Furia. I mean, sure, he hasn't beaten this team yet, but the confidence definitely has to be there. That's
let's
exactly
see
the
here.
mentality you need
When
to
have
be
they?
an esports cup world champion?
The new era. It's what he
The last
himself.
time they
When you make
faced
big
was Euro 6
proclamations like that, it's
Invitational.
time
Guys, Euro 6
to put them
Invitational.
into
And
the
Wildcard
test, and
won
that's exactly
2-0
what this next match will do.
against them.
I mean,
So
it's an atmosphere you would, I'm sure, Lax love to play in. It'd be nerve-wracking in some
not
ways, but also
surprising.
this is what you
And it was actually Fortress and Chalet. Fortress and Clubhouse.
Whether they're with you, I mean, you thrive in this environment, and none of these players are not familiar to this. They love
I'm gonna think it's going to be on the ban.
We've heard Iconic just talk about you have to be in this moment.
Yikes, that is the ban on this map.
One of these players absolutely will.
Take some bans coming up in just a second, but Alpha Mal.
I wouldn't say
that to you.
Capital.
I was a guy who kind of got more jazzed up when
So
people
maybe
were
a
against him.
Capital and a Mossy, Capital and a Monty.
I liked it as well.
And
1v3 clutch and start raising.
and us on defense, Asami.
This is my thing right here.
I would like to say Kai, Asami and Goyo.
A matchup as well,
But
and
it
obviously
might be a
second place
mirror,
behind FaZe
actually.
and
It might be a
SAL. They've
mirror.
got kind of that rivalry to prove as well, because many people think Lax of FaZe is the
So
best team here in this
Capital,
tournament.
Yeah, and respectfully
Mira,
so. I mean, they're the two-time world champions for a reason. They have some of the best players in the world, if not the
Asami,
best players in the world, and
and
they themselves have to prove it as well. But again, when you're looking at
Capital
all
and
5 of those
Monty
players
and
respectively,
Mira
they
and
all have
Asami.
their own right to
I don't
be
think
here.
we
They
have
all
it
have
right,
their own
but
name,
I
their own legacy,
think I would be
especially a
close
player
enough
like
to
Hertz,
get it.
Where we talked about in 2023, they absolutely dominated that year, and I know Hertz wants to get back to that form.
I had the chance to sit down with him.
By the way, Bay in wildcard is the highest rated player in this tournament so far based off his performance. So Furia needs to be a little bit more cautious on that.
Around a more traditional, slower play style.
Why is that trophy being so dusty?
If you've followed him for a long time, he's one of the craziest, most chaotic player ever.
We'll see if my banning prediction is right.
To be aggressive and
Clash and Blitz the shields ban. Okay, so I was right about the shields.
I mean, you know Wildcard, you've seen them for a long time play in NAL. They absolutely hate to play against shields.
That is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, they're also a team that doesn't let the narrative control their play in terms of shields. We've talked about it time and time again. What separates Wildcard
I was right about the shield, but I didn't think that would
like an M80, like a Dark Zero, like an SR. And I think that's the leverage that they have whenever they do get to their attacking half, is they have a lot more operators to be able to use. They don't force those shields unless absolutely necessary.
I didn't think it would be like 2 shield walls,
especially on that defensive half here on Consulate, where we know how congested this map is, how tight the corridors are. And when you think about how they play the early aggression. They get the first pick going into their favor, and then they play back into those layers.
Also, guys, friendly reminder, if you like what you have seen through the stream and you want to stay more updated for future streams like these, please hit the follow button and enjoy the stream as well. We do a lot of talk, strats, and stats view as well. And also, who knows, I might get invited by Ubisoft if we get enough interest. So that would be so amazing.
You have to be swinging these opening kills into your favor and playing into that man advantage, especially going into the late round when you can go for that execute, have the extra man advantage. Because if you can't do that, Wildcard is already going to be beating you to the punch.
And we all know that Furia is the one team with the biggest restaking.
Oh, by the way, guys, how did
chaotic player? But every single player doubles down on that. Now, that's Volps, for example. That's Loira. Some of the most aggressive players in the world.
How did they find it, by the way?
Gifted players in the world. All assembled onto one roster. And what's the backline that's going to save this? Buck. And most importantly,
Ganelito, how did he find my stream? Actually, that's quite interesting.
He had insane plays throughout
Always
these
fun
playoffs.
to know how
I think there was a
people
big
find each
4K
other.
that he got on Cafe, then he ends up falling into a 1v2 in another series. I mean, those are the support players that you want that are going to allow Volps, allow Lawyer, allow Hertz to really excel
By the way,
in their flag department. But again, it's that backline that you're really going to be looking at once we get to that. Even defensive half, that you're going to be focusing on who's getting those opening engages, then how are they playing back into those layers, how are they playing into these setups, and then what that's going to look like only further into it.
Yeah, I'm just looking back again at Wildcard, and I'm just so proud of the evolution of this roster. I think we mentioned it before, right? And there were a bunch of young kids, basically overlooked. I think young NA players that came in, but also young French players that came in that didn't have a name back then. They made their name already. They've recruited, in my opinion, the best there was in Europe as a backline. That is Adrian, champion of EWC last year, obviously. Finally, he's got a little bit of time as they're setting up his PC here. He's got a little bit of time with that roster.
Didn't I even get that?
And we've directly seen the results. NA champion.
Let's see here if I got an email. Like, I'm so nervous. I'm checking to see if I got like an invitation to be like
contend with the title. We never really
like content partner for the EWC, because we had ENC in November, and that is the Esports Nation Cup, and Sweden is actually in there in the Rainbow Six Siege department. They got all the qualification into it, and Sweden is actually in that team as well. So I'm super pumped to look at it. I'm hoping I might get an invite to co-stream it, because that would actually be amazing if I could.
I was in America. We were in Vegas. We were at the HyperX Esports Arena doing a minor, and somebody who's on the stage, not a player anymore, was a player, Reduct, who is the coach, and he was playing for One Esports, right, at that time.
Yes.
So his journey, obviously, as a player, obviously now into a coach, and we just saw the impact of both the coaches, you know, in our previous matchup, Dark Zero and Gohan for Weibo. It's super important, but how do you feel like that comes into play? Because two different styles. DZ, they had their eyes closed, they were doing breathing techniques. Gohan kind of saying, what are we doing, guys? This is not what we practice. How do you think that matchup is going to play into this one?
I mean, every team is different, but what we understand, even when you look on the side of Wildcard, Lagonis, or we call him Lagonis, he is from Brazil. He knows what it's like to play in that region and understand those players.
Laura is not to be underestimated, guys.
He does really well with Wildcard is he really reins everyone back
really
in. If things are going off the rails, he gets everyone back on the same page. They all get back onto that ideology. And then on the side of Rita, now, I'm not too familiar
to see how
with
they
his
play.
coaching. I do know him as a player. He knocked me out of
Spiker is a very good idea for his age as well.
There's no doubt in my mind with the experience that he brings, he can do the exact
He's
same
going
thing.
to give a lot.
Thank you, boys, so much for the opener. Let's send it over to our casters because the game is ready. It's Guz and Xenox.
Thank you very much, boys. Excited for this one. Second quarterfinal for today's evening. Wildcard, Furia.
Not surprising at all. They're going for the multiplayer from Furia side. The two shields, like on this map, Blackbeard is probably the most common thing you want to run on this side. And the second best would be like the Blitz. So the banning is kind of correct for Wildcard. And when it comes for the banning against Wildcard is like not going to impact them at all. Like Clash, they do play Clash, but not that deep. If it would be like M80 or Dark Zero, then yes, it would be a different story. Ooh, tickling. Shooting on the feet. Oh.
I'm expecting him to have impact in this series.
First getting the opening kill, amazing.
Furia to respond with the yellow drop. Pressure mounting onto Wildcard.
The Drake is very well played on this site as well, so.
To be strong in this series. Every event since Reload, it feels like the doubters are less and less vocal, as this team now has expectation to do well on behalf of North America.
I'm kind of worried. Hers has nades. He can just chunk the nade above to force him off.
Spotted through the hatch from Herds.
You missed that.
A lot of experience for this Furia roster. Has the ping information as well above, but looking for some more gadgets to deal with. Of course, can get the call from the Jugger payload of Box Zero and look to play off that. Has Baby Shark in
Are they going to do that?
Eliminating in this round. So far, so good for Furia on the attack. A very defender-sided map. From Baby Shark. At a tight angle against Loira. Brings it back to even numbers.
Volps is by himself right
box
now.
Position very tricky for the defense to play, yet Furia haven't been able to reap the dividends of that off the back of the yellow drop. They're stalled out courtesy of really good to chunky utility. Adrian has played this well, and the shotgun opposed from Baby Shark also netting a positive result. 40 seconds now for Furia.
This is not good at all for Furia on the first round. Oh, you're overpeaking Bay.
Diaz will beat out Bay, who's been the best performing player at the Esports World Cup up until today.
Yeah.
He will die. That gives Furia the advantage heading towards the site. Time though starting to expire. Need to push.
No, Adrian died. Yo.
Pistol, and what a play, Furia.
What are you looking at? Damn.
On their attack.
Well, it hasn't taken long. Herds already on his feet.
It's the first round, my guy. Chill, only can come back and bite you. Can you chill a little bit?
Respectful from both sides, but both oozing confidence that they can get a result today. Herds lay good pressure early, courtesy of the Vert. And for a large portion of that round, about 2.5 minutes, Furia was stalled out massively, courtesy of the Tachanka and the cross up close. But it was Diaz elsewhere to start unlocking things, and then eventually they were able to brute force the push yellow side. So the persistence from Furia does pay off in round one.
Consulate, the least played map at the event so far. We've only seen it 3 times, but it does sit at a 60% defensive win rate. CO meeting the site we just saw also sits at that same figure. So it's a really solid start for Furia to begin on the quarterfinal. Of course, a large chunk of fan base sitting pretty close to them. We heard the drums before, Cuz. I couldn't hear anything, and we're sitting back talking to each other, wondering if Furia themselves would hear anything. I actually made the joke saying that maybe they would tell them to be quiet. But no, good start. Basement we go now for the second round. Not a site that has been as common on Consulate since it's come back into the map pool. Very much we see more of CO meeting, Akvo Piano.
Come on.
Sits at a 71% defensive win rate, so Furia are going to have their work cut out for them again.
Bay given the visual license here for round number 2. Boss G, he'll be eager to roam around and cause a headache for this attacking squad. Of course, we'll have support with both Volk and Pulse info to be relayed. And he can then play off. Counter info, though, available. The triple lineup here from Furia, very on meta. Solid Snake, Dockerby, Deimos, courtesy of the double shield ban. They're going to lean heavily into that over the course of this first half.
First minute down. Xera's going to push down Baby Shark towards basement.
Yeah, so the basement has the highest win rate.
A lot of defenders still roaming around the map. Nitrocell from Kansas doesn't really amount to anything. And Spiker will then fall to Herds. Furia creeping nicely around Consulate. Kenzen will go for the peak, but doesn't hit the shots.
I would actually fall back at this point.
Furia are starting to surround his position. He will opt to fall back. Certainly with the death mark on his head as Loira.
Yeah, no, this is not good.
2-kill advantage for Furia in the second round.
And Bay hasn't been able to be impactful. The attack not pushing into his position. And whilst he did escort Kansan back towards the objective, he too now under the pump. And Wildcard at this point of the round will sense that they need to be playmakers. They need to be active. If they play passive, they turtle into this lineup. 2 players down. Surely they can't win it out.
It's looking like a rough start for Wildcard, but they needed that kill from Bay. Push, shove, pistol shot, no. Boxero will go again. Second time will do the job, but they did lose Loira. 3 versus 2. But Kenz and Bay both low on health. The good news, neither of them really that known in terms of their positioning, and so Furia will need to search them out.
Yeah, but they do have the Monty to help with the scout effort. Boxero should play frontline here and relay information to Diaz
impact the Goyo. You should have impacted the Goyo. That would just slow them down for 20 seconds. Yeah, he did.
On the pulse as he will go for the swing. Straight at the doorway is Diaz. Kansan wasn't ready.
Is Kansan nervous by any chance?
Very ready for Consulate. Bay needs a 1v3. But with the Monty alive, who can go for the plant, that's exactly what he's going to do. Herds is over towards Yellow. So Bay pushes out into that hallway. Boxer is actually going to push up to Bay. And Herds then from bot Yellow gets the kill. This is a fantastic start for Furia.
And once again, on his feet.
Holy, they get a run over. So Lagones is going to be pulling a timeout right now because he needs to. It looks like that Wildcard is actually nervous for some reason.
That it procs the tack timeout from Wildcard.
Doing nothing correct. Let's use the echo. You can hide the echo in the preface, stay on def right there, okay? And then you kite first. Let's play more, okay? Play more the game to flank more. Let's try to play more. We're just waiting, and like it's not working, right?
What the fuck?
Let's avoid basement, okay? Spark later. Let's go terrace. Let's go piano bomb sides, okay? For later on the match if we need, okay? Don't forget about 2 Baron, guys. 2 Baron can be something. For the demos special right there, if you need to run with 2 Baron can be. But the main thing for us, playing more the game. Talk a little bit more, calm down a little bit communication. Talk about the non-information. You guys know what is happening, right? But not being able to react. Let's try to play more the game.
He's talking so fast. I like barely keep up with him.
Okay, let's change the pace a little bit, change the mood, and now's the moment. Okay, guys, let's go. Let's go.
So we got to hear from Lagones there in the tactical timeout for Wildcard. It's well prompt, but it's also valid. To give some extra context and clarity regarding this map, Furia, this roster iteration has never played it in an official Gus. They have banned it 22 times from a possible 25 times.
Yeah.
On the flip side, for Wildcard, it's the complete opposite. Banned by them 3
It feels like they are like nervous, to be honest.
We've seen, of course, Wildcard have got a 1-1 record. They lost to FaZe 7-8 3 months ago. And of course beat Dark Zero 8-7 a month ago. Of course that FaZe game was over at the Salt Lake City Major. There's just no data though for Furia. This is a workshop map that they're bringing out at the quarterfinal of the Esports World Cup, and to get 2 attacking rounds already.
I actually can't see it from the window.
For the Brazilians.
And live scenes as well with the Eclipse. I believe it is the first solar eclipse in mainland Europe since 1999, and maybe that's a good omen for Dark Zero, as the boys on the desk alluded to earlier.
That is correct.
What are the odds that we are here to not witness it? We've got all the way over to Paris, and we're inside. We have to cast. This is much better though. What can Wildcard do to respond now? 2 rounds down. Again, defender-sided map. Not a great start. Early timeout from Lagones. I think a mental reset is in order. Hopefully, they can come out the other side for the better.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Kansan was nervous and like
the information
everyone is kind of nervous, actually.
It's really aiding and taking this map
Mark is like,
control.
yeah, ready to open
So
up.
we'll see what they elect to go for this time now. Ooh, only fight elsewhere. It's
No.
Tachanka.
Yo,
Baby
what the
Shark
fuck?
is able to get rid of Volks, removes the Jugger payload pressure of the Dockerby. Good responsive trade. Good activity from Wildcard on the defense.
Why the fuck would you...
Do lose a little bit of that space denial though with the Tachanka. No
I
Shimika launcher
don't understand
available.
why
Can be
Adrian
used, of course,
died
to
there,
stop
but...
that CO push in through the window. They will have other alternatives for canisters along with the Yokais.
Yeah.
Baby Shark over towards managers.
Yeah, not the biggest loss with the backup U-tool that the defense does have on offer.
Yeah, but still, it's not a good pick to die like that early.
Plan
no
B,
matter
or
how
do
you
they
spin
commit
it.
to the admin side take? Given where that diffuser is being routed, I assume they will go for the commit. Easier said than done, though.
Are they rotating around?
Hertz
Because it
actually
looks like
reconsiders.
it.
Diffuser was over.
Yeah,
on that
they're
admin side,
they're
but now
rotating
going for a
around
full
right now.
rotation across,
Yeah.
perhaps in response to that Tachanka now being taken off.
Yeah, Loira's just above Hertz now. He's been sitting at this CO window for about the last 40 seconds. And it looks as if he will go the Boogie Auto Breacher, send it in, clear some space, and allow Hertz to then go in for the plant. Looking for the default, and he'll look to cover. Nice flashbang. That's going to make it harder for Wildcard to push in to deny. Then he gets out and says, Hertz, good luck. And Hertz will get the plant down. And then finds the kill onto the swinging
this is
Ganson.
stupid.
Doesn't quite die below either as Bayfall Spiker finally gets the kill, but so much work to be done in this round. Furia are on the verge of 3 straight attacking rounds.
Yeah, such a difficult post plant, a player down, but now we're 2 versus 2. What can Spiker do? He sees the repel, but he can't find the angle.
Diaz, though, is still inside of the building towards the hallway fighting Baby Shark. They'll take a stalemate, and as he loses Spiker, this now becomes virtually impossible for Baby Shark, barring a mistake or a collapse. It won't happen.
They should have read it in, because even I knew that they were making rotate.
This is a statement.
I knew they were making a rotate. That is disappointing that they couldn't read that off.
For Furia. And I think that that round is really indicative that the cogs are turning in the attacking minds of these players. They didn't commit to the plan A. They considered admin for a large portion of that round, but then courtesy of some of the information they gathered, some of the positioning and the patience that they had, identifying that the console side hit was the play, the execution on that play with 2 players committing to the window.
I'm actually surprised that they couldn't see it earlier.
Really clean work. Very difficult position Wildcard were put in. They didn't get the value from some of the denial potential that they did have. Of course,
very
Tachanka died first. Kansan, his Yokai's unable to deny the plant. The rest of the team was scattered then, and in the post, Furia certainly favored.
And don't get it twisted, because Wildcard coming into this series were favored. They are the favorites. This Furia team has only been together for 4 months. A very disappointing Salt Lake City, and this Wildcard project has been in full effect for well over a year now. They are respected, many believing maybe even the favorites.
I did put that Wildcard would be winning against Furia. I might have to eat my words right now, because like Furia had it rough during this tournament, more rough, so like not too rough, but they lost 1 match. Wildcard has not lost a single time
as well. So they'll now be by themselves for the remainder of this match outside of...
Okay, so they are going to be heading into Piano, which has only 50% win rate on the defense side, and it's been played 8 times. It's like not there. So the most important thing to note is that the vertical play is more important than the actual site. Because if you have the vertical play, it's the same as when you play Lair in bunkers. You play for the vertical play. Hold above, they have nowhere to plan, it's not safe anywhere. So what they need to do is to clear out top floor and then move down. And also open up like the vert. That was a little bit too early.
Working for Wildcard right now on Consulate. It's little set plays, they're not really finding opening kills.
Adrian getting Gloria, that snake, that is huge pick.
Gets their first opening kill.
Don't know what Gloria was trying to do,
It
but...
was 3 straight for Hertz, by the way, up until then. He's 6 and 1.
He dies,
Adrian
okay.
goes down. A 7th kill acquired for Hertz. He's on his game today. And they're going for the plant inside of Expo from Volks, but denied. Good angle from Bay. Towards Spiral, he denies the plant, gets rid of the Monty, and now puts this kit in a bad spot. Another battle over towards the hallway. He's Nitrocell too. A little damage, but not a lot gained from it. This looks like a reset moment for Furia.
Yeah, they need to reset. Like I said, they need to take control of the vertical play to be able to go in for the plant right now. For granted, they're forced Solus downstairs now to play on the post-plant situation, or like the plant situation. Bay is going to be holding on Spiral. I'm hoping that Council is going to be playing underneath and go for it, but he doesn't have any impact left now, so...
Oh, what a shot from Herds! Didn't even need the pinch. He is locked in. Solo swing from the veteran. And we enter into the final minute of this fourth round. All time.
Yeah, this might actually be a Furia win as well.
Their first round here on Consulate.
Kansan goes searching. Is he aware?
Oh, it's a double swing. But Zero got one though. Goes prone. Baby Shark gets the trade. Knows there's more though. Down towards Spiral. And Baby Shark collects a critical kill. Spiker follows up.
Finally.
Carter on the board.
And Baby Shark is on his feet. Returning serve.
Damn, come on.
That's got to be a nice feeling for Wildcard. A slow start here on Consulate, especially on defense. Typically, we see the attack have a slow start on this style of map because it is so grind heavy.
It can be a little bit toxic, but not too toxic.
Great effort there from Bay. Had a bit of
the point is that you're still supposed to be like kind of see if you can
into the transition, back
have
up
some good of.
It was a wise double swing, top Spiral. And from there, it was relatively straightforward being able to confirm the round. Herds was isolated and alone, and Wildcard still retained vertical presence. Split site up next for Wildcard.
Now, Bay has a 143 EPS coming into today, averaging a 2.05 KD. He's been statistically, without a doubt, the best player at the Esports World Cup up until this point. As for Furia, it's been Herds, ranked 14th overall with 113 EPS, and he's playing like it right now, 8-2-3. As the sun has turned into a nice red crescent moon.
Yeah, literally can't see anything from here, so...
active front door.
Oh, he's known, and it's going to be a double. Oh, he catches the timing on Herds.
Ah, damn.
Imminently by Loira. But does get rid of the Twitch. No shock drones remaining for the rest of this round. That might be a little reprieve. Shockwave batteries are in play.
They at least have the Thatcher for fallback, so I mean, it's probably going to hurt them in terms of the ability to clear some of the default cameras in map.
And it's Herds.
And yeah. He's been leading the charge in terms of firepower so far. So this is going to be an interesting dynamic now this round. In fact, it's the top fraggers from each squad in the grave for the remainder. With their sights set on cams. Volps again, very active early in the objective. We've seen this on a couple of occasions now. Can he start attempting plan at the 1 minute mark?
Again.
No!
Down below.
Does get off it though. Volps will go
and
continue to try and stick this. First Nitrocell did get through. The second one is still available for Bay if he wants it, but he's top floor. He's not below, and the plan may just be successful.
What the fuck are you guys doing?
Did nothing for Bay. Another plan goes down for Furia. That's their second already in this half. And now into a post plant, but Spiker immediately goes down from Loira. Volks with the pistol. He went out against Adrian. Down to Bay and Kansan to try and salvage this for Wildcard.
What can they do? Kansan in a pinch. Needs to produce a big effort.
Flashbang went in. Bay got one. Big battle against Loira. Pushing down servers. Both low on health. Loira's going to go prone. Kansan to try and clutch up against both. But he too will fall.
Like this is...
Another round for Fury on the attack.
Oh. Another frustrating round for Wildcard. They had the tools to identify where that plant was, and initially it kind of worked out. Some good counterplay on the side of Furia, courtesy of the Thatcher. But even with the Solace, the Valkyrie, and the Pulse, Wildcard allowing that plant to go down early in the round. And again, as is typically the case in Siege, the post plant for the defense, it's low percentage. It was ultimately quite close, but still low percentage. Fury on the flip side, they're playing the percentages really nicely. This is crazy. Here, this is attack on Consulate. This is a really strong start.
So final round of the half. And for wildcard, they're going to have to dig very, very deep. This round feels almost all but required. A second defensive round is absolutely a must. Fortress, of course, the next map, but it was chosen by Furia. But as we know, Fortress as a North American map, guys, they play it quite a lot. 5-2 record for wildcard. Most importantly, 3 straight wins over for Fun Esports. Then
not too happy about the
Shield,
Shield, to be honest.
Following that, 5 days ago, Team Falcons. As for Furia, though, they have a 7-2 record on the map of Fortress. Wildcard coming into this series as heavy, heavy favorites. Right now, it's Furia that have landed the first blow, and it's a heavy knockout.
So, like, wildcard didn't need to get the first pick. That's the most important thing.
This final round of the half. Can't shake the feeling that it's critically important.
They need to get the
to establish a foundation. As all eyes now to Herds. Sophia below.
Surprised that the Herd is getting all the... This kind of feels like a repeat on the last time they faced each other in 6th Invitation, because Herd did the same thing. He played that Eve to get the opening
Almost
pick.
every single round, the opening kill has been inside of the first minute. These have been some fast-paced consulate rounds. Kansan, well, the Nitro Cells haven't really been landing at all as well from Wildcard, and into the shield play of Furia. That's something they needed to have probably improved on.
I think Herds is waiting for a ping or a call from Volps onto the position of Baby Shark. This is precarious for the smoke.
Furia have just been in total command, total control of this half.
Don't like this at all.
Feels like Wildcard have just been constantly playing catch-up. But the slower pace might just benefit them. This is indeed the slowest round we've seen thus far. Herds, of course, looking for his back trick.
He's looming. Can he
It's
land
gonna-
the triple, find the down, and the opener here for Furia?
Hobbs will step into a razor bloom as we continue
He's
to
looking for
this
this chunker.
There's one,
Yeah.
and that's Baby Shark dead. A good combination with Volps above and Herds down below. Another opening kill for Furia. They win out the half 4-2 in their favor. Now looking for a plant position. Could have honestly had his gun out at that point, and Herds would have found the kill. Spiker lurking in basement needs to get involved.
Someone needs to go underneath.
Two Razor Blooms could be critical for active denial as Volps continues to draw more utility.
Loira so lucky to be alive on 1 HP. He stays up. Kansan goes down, losing his battle towards bathroom. Bay falls to Loira. The site is also now very vulnerable for Wildcard. Adrian, the closest to contest it. Spiker finally makes his way up from basement with an impact kill onto Diaz. Volps didn't look comfortable,
What
but
the
Furia
fuck?
certainly do in the half. A devastating 5-1 half to the Brazilians. Controlling
That
consulate.
is
Wildcard's
crazy.
map pick is in tatters.
Share a little bit. Just one thing, guys. First of all, about communication, right? Focus a little bit on what is the plan, what we're gonna do to win the round, right? We're just saying, but nothing is happening. We need to flank a little bit or need to do stuff, right? So for attack right there, talk about the next step, right, Spiker? Like what we're gonna do right now, how we can solve that problem, right? So focus on that thing, right? We can just accept, like, they're just working cooking us, right? So for attack right now, bro, don't be shy. If you need to run some fast play to change the mood, don't be shy to do that.
Holy.
For me, main thing is like,
Puppy, how you doing?
That's one thing, right? They're gonna probably go now is comp them, maybe they're gonna a little bit more, cheese a little bit more, so be
So
careful.
how should Wildcard turn this around? So obviously they need to get the roamers off the board. So probably Hertz is going to be like the lurker at this point, like roaming about. So you need to clear him out. Play for a refrag of course when you're doing. Use the Sophia IQ. Depending on whether you wanna like push, I'm guessing this is going to be the top 4 that is the first site. They're going to be opening up, of course, the balcony. They're going to be doing ghost pressure. I'm guessing the ghost pressure is going to be on the B side towards the windows. Then you have towards the off side is going to be the main push. So they're going to be using, depending on if Capital is still on board.
Oh, so halftime break, but it's a difficult halftime break talk. I think if you're Lagonis and Wildcard down 1-5 going onto the attack at Consulate, you know it's not going to be easy. But we always say Siege is a game of 2 halves. It's the beauty of this. And know that, yes, this is a defend-decided map, but if Furia can do it, guys, if they can do it, and they just did it, why can't we? That has to be the thought process in the mind of Wildcard.
Yeah, not only is it a game of two halves, but a best-of-3 series, it could potentially go the distance. The concern, though, for Wildcard is that this is their
probably going to be a Blackbeard ban from Furia.
Pretty strong, and so too their Cafe.
Grim.
It's going to be an unsettling feeling being significantly outmatched at the moment by their opposition.
Then Asami is the last one.
Furia going in with a
maybe
very direct game plan, introducing info, playing heavy.
Okay, Grim and Damus. They want to roam, so that kind of signals that they want to roam freely. Furia, they want to keep them guessing when they are going to be up and about. And I think it's going to be utilized a lot of Snake on this one, so they can like get
first half.
The information that they need.
Though, that you look at and say that was Furia. That's not Wildcard, that was Furia. They controlled the pacing, their entries were absolutely amazing. They didn't really do anything wrong. For Wildcard, yes, you could probably argue maybe at the start they were a little bit lackadaisical, a little bit on the back foot, but then they tried to switch it up. They tried to go for those opening picks. We saw Adrian, then into Baby Shark, back-to-back opening kills. Ultimately, though, Furia were just far better into attack pause to begin the second half.
Did she just ask to get proposed to?
And the takeaway for me is this. We've seen so many best of threes over such a very long period of time in this game. Most important thing to remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint. The first map, yeah, it may be your map pick. It's not impossible to think Wildcard wouldn't have the ability to win Fortress following after this. But if you're Furia, well, it's all smiles.
But not for long.
Certainly is. It would appear that the technical pause has come to its conclusion, and so we can jump back into the second half. Kaid, Bandit, banned alongside the Grim and Deimos. So Wildcard putting all the chips on the table and trying to make Hard Breach far more feasible over the course of this second half. And Furia not wanting to contend with a large portion of the information gathering that was so devastating when used against their opposition back in the first half. So that does, though, mean that Furia will potentially need to deal with a little more shield play if Wildcard elect to go that route. And so the strategy and the dynamic here of the second half will probably be a little different to what we saw back in the last 6 rounds.
Well, it's going to go one of two ways. Either this is going to be an attacker-sided Consulate, Wildcard bring him back, and this turns into an all-timer, or Furia get the job done in that 7-1, 7-2. It's probably not a lot in between. I mean, you could have maybe a fake comeback, but we'll see what happens. 5-1 lead for Furia as we switch halves. Kaid, Bandit, Grim, and Deimos as the bans, pretty much as you would probably expect. Wildcard are going to have to play with the same vigor and ferocity that we saw from Furia. For the first 5 rounds, the opening kill was in the first minute. They went for plants at the 1 minute mark, 1.5 minute mark. And they weren't wasting a lot of time, were Furia. The opposite of the 20-second meta, that was kind of what that first half was.
It was almost 20 seconds, but
20 seconds into the round. Yeah, their pacing was just extraordinary.
Well, speaking of, Spiker with a lurk yellow here, shotgun sledge up close. Maybe trying to catch a member of this defense off guard. It could be a potential shotgun battle against Diaz, holding the line.
Well, Diaz is not ready for this. Well, maybe he is. He's going to get pinched, though, with Bay. Wildcard will bring the same pace, the same vigor. They find the opening kill. But a lot more work still to be done in this round, and they lose Bay. Loira finds his 9th kill. Now top fragging for Furia. Spiker and Kansan both combined. Wildcard showing Furia that they can do to them.
Yeah, come on, come on.
Did to Wildcard. This is a stomping in the first round of the second half.
Yes, let's go.
I'm not done with Unconsulate. Oh, this could get very interesting.
I should have known better. When I saw the veto and I saw Consulate pop up, I was like, oh, this could be a bit of a grind fest. It could be pretty slow pace.
A lot of defensive round wins.
A lot of late round action. It's been anything but. And if that's anything to go by for the second half, Wildcard may be looking to deploy a similar play style. Great lurk yellow, good pinch from Bathroom, and then they had the back hit on the opposing side, which meant that Furia couldn't fall back, play the back line, maybe
look
pinch for denial. Davis with the first pinch, and then the back line got pinched courtesy of the back hit. Overall from Wildcard, really nice work.
It just says early on to start the second half that if you're Fury, it's not like job's done. Yeah, we smash them on the attack, we go into the comfort of defense. That's not how it's going to play out, apparently. Justin very happy backstage. Wildcard find their second round. But so much more to be done, and there's zero room for error. They cannot make any real mistakes. You lose a round, and there's 6. Fury got OT secured, and then it's suddenly a long, long way back into this map. But everything to play for as we head basement for the 8th round.
Downstairs has been playing more. Actually, I did not expect that. So still, it's Garage Cafeteria is still at 67%. Fun fact though, Service Tellers have only been played twice, and it actually has 100% win rate or per time now, and it has like. I don't think it's 100% anymore, but it was before on this.
And anticipating that to be a bit of a mainstay in this second half with the full lineup available.
Yeah, I mean, when you haven't been a single shield up, you can kind of pick what you want now, firstly.
Hopefully, they will be able to win on this one. 2 more
options anyway. And Spike is just going to bring the blitz, have some fun with that, keep up the pace.
Come
they
on.
didn't play, of course, shield in the opening round to start the second half, but it is available, so why not? It's afforded to you. Basement, of course, the site, but not a lot of presence from Furia on the site. Loira top floor and a heavy contingency of players on the first floor for Furia, as it's a top-down clear for Wildcard, and it is indeed Loira that found the first pick onto Baby Shark. Push down service from Spiker, but traded quickly. Bay, though, there for company. Again, the pinch is set up from Wildcard. They are playing off each other very well.
This is what I'm talking about. Like the pressure that they need to put, like refrag as well.
To try and maybe catch the defense back on the peel. Ultimately eventuates into a 3 versus 3.
Still 2 Boogie Auto breaches available from Kansan. He likes to use it though. 1 on the top floor. Will he hold 1 maybe for first floor?
Yeah. Well, there was at least a little bit of pressure on that first floor, but
looked
now
at him.
Out, courtesy of some of that vert. And so Diaz, Volps, and Boxera all basement for the remainder of the round. And you have triple smoke still up for Diaz, Nitro for Volps. And I wonder how much of that Goyo utility is still standing. Right now, Fury is still in a good position.
Still in a good position, but not great. At 60 seconds is plenty of time here for Wildcard,
yeah,
but you mentioned the utility still available for Furia. Finally, Kansan will use his last Boogie Auto breach up over towards Piano. Open up more of the floorboards. Honestly, at the point now, though, for Wildcard, where they may just have to push. You don't want to leave this too little, too late. Drone from Adrian, try and gather some more information. Double push down from Kansan and Bay, down service and into
I don't
server.
like this.
They will push together and play together.
I really don't
Adrian
like
will
this.
Be by himself, coming in late, behind. He's coming down spiral. Now all 3 in the hallway. Oh, headshot tap from Volps, though. They're all stacked up against each other.
I don't understand this.
This is easy for Furia. They're all just in one position as Adrian's by himself.
Why did they rotate from that? Why? I don't understand why they rotated.
Points for Furia.
I really don't understand why they rotated like that. That was a tactical mistake.
Makes it all too easy for Furia.
Yeah, lulled into a little bit of a false sense of security. The drone late, identifying that the back hit was initially clear, but it was a simple case of the filter effect late there. A triple stack from Wildcard. No pinch pressure. That too was, though, covered. Diaz was yellow stairs. So again, wouldn't have been very easy. Furia had them covered late in that round and didn't even have to expend any of that utility. None of the utility late there made any difference. It simply wasn't used by Furia. It was gun up. They were ready.
Yeah.
And their shots are landing here. So strong
I clearly don't understand what they were thinking.
I mean, just a wonderful map of console. And again, this is the problem for Wildcard. Yeah, you got that first round, played it really well to start the second half, but there was zero room for error. You couldn't make a mistake. Now, 4 straight rounds required. You're in a position now where it's looking very likely that you're going to lose your map pick. You chose to come here, and Furia have said thank you very much. Again, a reminder, Furia have not played this map ever with this roster. Which is 4 months, but still enough time.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
And they've looked really, really sharp. Again, a very defender-sided map, but their attacking half was just lethal. 9 kills from Herds, 10 from Loira. Battling to see who will be the top fragger by the end of the map. And Herds thinking about something on the top floor, but not to be. He'll fall away. Expo Piano.
Hertz has been the most successful player on entry inside of the server. 3 1s, or +2. And critically, he's cost at 88%. So having consistent impact over such a huge majority of these rounds. Lawyer as well creeping up to double digits, 10 for him. And whilst his cost isn't quite as high, 75 at the moment, that's certainly above par or close to it. Wildcard in this round maybe looking for a little bit of pressure early on the vert. Don't necessarily have the dedicated operators to open up that space as easily, but certainly still possible. But met with resistance. It's again Diaz up close. Yellow stairs, although actually he's retreated. He's first floor. Limited second floor pressure at the moment from Furia, looking to probably peel back Visa side eventually.
Oh, Vending commit! Spiker down early on the blitz as Hertz has found the angle. Second of Vending!
What the fuck are you guys doing?
Bay finally stops Hertz. But has he done already too much damage in the round, getting rid of the blitz?
I don't understand it. I really don't fucking understand what they're doing. Like, it's...
out by that early round aggression from Hertz.
This is what I said. Hertz is the one that is going to be like roaming and stuff.
Straight down server stairs. Wonder his right hand side. Heard the footsteps of Lawyer, but Box Era has got the pinch. Baby Shark, if he pushes down, will probably die. And in the background, Bay went down. Lawyer with the super shotty gets rid of Baby Shark.
Yeah, so stupid. So stupid. Yeah, I'm hoping Wildcard is doing better on Fortress. I think it's the nerves and the inexperience that Wildcard has that is like making it hard for them.
On map 1, they have set the tone, they have set the tempo. Can they maybe run away in a 2-0?
That's a possibility. It's their map pick of Fortress to follow. Wildcard, you don't count them out. Not just yet. Too experienced of a team over the last 12 months especially. But they've got some soul searching to do backstage. Where did this go wrong, and how can we solve it moving into the next map? For Furia,
that is not good.
Make sure they don't celebrate too early. There's still work to be done heading into the next map.
Okay, so if we talk about the next upcoming map, so of course Consulate is the map that's been played the least during this tournament. Except for like next to Border, they are the two least played maps during this tournament with free. Of course, this Consulate is going to be played 4 times, so that means. But they are the ones that are going to be played the least during this tournament for now. So on the next map is going to be Fortress, and it's the second most played map. As well. Nighthaven has been played 12 times, which is not surprising. So it's going to be the top 3 maps have been Nighthaven, Fortress, and Bank. Closely behind is going to be Clubhouse and Lair on 8 times each. So now when it comes to whole new side, so the rounds on Fortress has been played 106 times. So the stats is showing on defense, which Wildcard is it's not going to be starting Fury, it's going to be starting a lot. So it's going to be 64% on Dorm's games percentage, and then you have Waiting Cafeteria, 72% win rate. That is how hard it is to attack on Fortress. So this is a highly defensive map.
Pretty sure the trap was set up perfectly fine. When you ban a map 22 times in the last 3 months, when you never show that map, and out of nowhere, it's the favorite map of your opponents, and you leave it open for them to pick it in quarterfinals of EWC.
Yeah. So that is how it's looking, at least.
Absolutely right. You called it a trap. It clearly was 7-2 finish for the side of Furia. I mean, a phenomenal performance. I mean, they clearly had the formula, understood how they wanted to overthrow Wildcard, and they did it seamlessly. I mean, it was really well executed on their attacking half.
I will go and grab some fruit, and I will be right back. I need to eat something.
We see Wildcard remove 2 shields.
Yes.
3 shields are up in this game, right? Technically, few shields, but no one speaks about it.
Yeah.
That meant that basically Volps could be on the Monty almost all the time, and he could apply a lot of pressure. Pressure means movement, and every time a wildcard player was moving, they were expecting that and they were punishing him. And I was surprised to not see them completely ban out the shields because they abused it as much as possible. Furia, so strong. 5-1 on one of the most, if not the most defended side in map in the meta.
I mean, what's more confusing to me is Wildcard plays in a region where shields are heavily abused, and they're able to handle them, but this time they were not able to thwart off that aggression and the space being taken from that shield and the pressure that was being applied.
My question is, if it's so clear, and I almost made the joke, you must have been a rabbit in a past life because you were avoiding traps like nobody's business. No one could see it out, but you did. You sniffed it out. So the idea is this a mistake from the side of Wildcard not seeing this coming? Or is this calling their bluff, saying, we know you might have something for us, but we like to attack. We got Bay, who's performing well. We know what Adrian can do, so we'll take that map.
I mean, we've both been there before, right? There is the 50-50. You feel super confident because it's your map. You've never lost it. You feel great on it. The screens have looked amazing. You can beat FaZe in the scrim. You can beat anyone. And then comes game day. And then you see something you've not seen in scrims, and then you regret. And I think that's exactly what happened with Wildcard.
I mean, even when you talk about the mentality, which obviously we know at this level, a lot of mentality plays into it. Yeah. When you're Wildcard and you get your favorite map, you go into it a little more relaxed. You're like, oh, this is easily going to be our map. Why are they taking us here? But then you start to see those rounds slowly start to slip away. You start to question your own gameplay. You start to question what is happening in these rounds. And next thing you know, it's a 5-1 half, and now you're having to fight back to try to be able to make something happen. Try to have a round that everyone can get back into the fight, and then it's over. It's a 7-2 loss. It's not great for Wildcard.
Is it harder, considering the way that they started off with the trash talk, the confidence, the crowd, to then have that type of result and bounce back?
I mean, you definitely want it there. You want to be hyped going into your match. It's just a matter of keeping that composure as the series progresses.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of trash talk on their side.
Am I the only one getting annoyed about people like put on music on that side?
The players are following the same
drums and everything.
And I'm about to dance as well, so let's get to your telestrator before we do it. I know you got some clips set up for us, Alpha. Black's going to help you out there with the mic.
So I want to talk to you.
I think those kind of things should be banned in my esports arena, to be honest. Not to be throwing shade.
That I don't think anyone spotted. So we've got 43 seconds left on the timer here, and you pay attention to the position of everyone. You see 4 players on the top floor, and the Monty is pressuring on that side, and at the same time, Wildcard are trying to be aggressive, and they're gonna try and challenge Diaz on that spiral window. Now pay attention to this gunfight, it's critical. We're gonna see Diaz being challenged by Bay, instant kill, that's 4v3, that's beautiful. Most importantly, I want you to pay attention to something on your screen now. The CEO Rappel player, Buck, is calling someone, and that someone is Adrian. Adrian is getting cold. And why is that super important? Adrian is the one defending the bomb site. And what is there downstairs? IQ. When IQ sees the phone with her scanner from downstairs, Herds with IQ can now kill Tachenka directly from below because the phone is ringing. One tiny detail, one tiny piece of gadget, and that's it. The rest of the defense crumbles. Everyone gonna rappel in, and from a 4v4, it's suddenly a 4v0. That synergy between Dokaibi and IQ was absolutely amazing to see, and that's the difference between a Furia that is completely lined up on the momentum and Wildcard right now.
And that's exactly what you want to be able to replicate and have success from once you go to your opponent's best map, is to be able to catch them off guard. Use the vertical pressure, use that shield to your advantage, and that's really where Wildcard was getting beat time and time again. And that was something that I also mentioned coming into this series. Wildcard, throughout all the NAL, was fantastic on opening engagements going into their favor, converting those rounds. This series alone, I believe Furia ended up with 6 of those opening kills going into their favor, converting, I believe, 5 of those 6 opening kills going into their favor. I said this was going to be a series where they need to be.
We see how it's going to be on the next one. I'm like very scared right now.
Just add the layers of the shield pressure, of the vertical pressure, and then again, the series ends in a 7-2.
See if they can change things up here. We've been talking a lot about it, and hopefully Wildcard have also been talking about it. That Eclipse just keeps getting cooler and cooler every time you show it to you. I know a guy who's staying cool as well, finding his way across the venue. It's Chris Tunn with an update from the Alliance Vault to check in on chess, which just started.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. This is crazy. Let's turn down the volume. Okay. So when it comes to Fortress during this tournament, let me double check.
Another CC update heading your way. Interesting game, of course, on the Allianz Vault this time around. We've got
Pretty sure that Wildcard have played it.
One of the more hyped matchups that are probably, well, chess-wise, but of course with CC
during this tournament, I think.
playing,
yeah, they played it against Liquid 3 days ago, and that was Fortress, and they won 7-4. So I think it's definitely going to be way better for them.
For those who know chess, quite a bit of a grudge match, to be honest with you, and it did end the way you'd expected. Magnus walking off stage without shaking his hand, so still quite a lot of bad blood between those guys as expected, but Club Championship-wise, he's guaranteed himself a place in the playoffs now, and it's Hikaru versus Dennis Ladvig, who's going to be playing for those spots as well, which is Team Falcons versus AGL, so a massive storyline over on the B stage as well. So
like, who has this like keeping track on the club score thing? Like, I don't actually.
It's looking very good at the moment for Magnus Carlsen.
And as far as CC goes, though, when it does come down to chess, our favorite is obviously going to be Magnus, winning last year for the side of Liquid. But looking as a whole, though, what are we expecting outside of that CC-wise? Because Falcons have got some real big names here. Right?
Yeah, so Falcons managed to come second and third last year. Obviously, Hikaru being the name he is, we expect him to be up there as well. But as I said, he's still got to get through Dennis today, who's playing for AGL, and that's going on at the moment. Seemed like a bit of a tense back and forward game, but, you know, as I said, we expect big things from him, so we expect him to get far.
Yeah, going to be interesting as the week goes on over here at the Allianz Vault. We'll be keeping you up to date as we go through. Guys.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game.
Oh, damn him.
Tyler, why? You're done.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Let me see how long.
7-2 on Consulate. Furia take map number 1 as the solar eclipse signals potentially a foreboding sign for our number 1 team coming into it. Undefeated no longer. Well, obviously they still have a chance to remain undefeated in series,
here.
but that map loss is a big one. And Black's Alphama, what is the biggest, I've asked this question before, turning point, or who needs to do what if Wildcard are going to get back into it and respond?
I mean, if I'm a player and I'm in Wildcard shoes right now, you lose your map pick, going into now your opponent's map, it's still a comfortable territory for them, so they can
gonna
be
be
relieved
interesting
in
to
that
see
regard,
what the
but you just
ban
don't have a
here.
lifeline. Now your back is against the wall, and they are no strangers to this, whether that's in the NAL stage.
Is it going to be a clash ban? Because I think on this map it is, you kind of need to have that.
You know, we've highlighted Bay, we've highlighted Adrian, Baby Shark, Cans, and everyone across the board, but nobody was able to really get their foot in the door and get that pop-off round, and that's so crucial in moments like these when you're down, your back is against the wall. One player has to have that round that everyone can just rally behind, really believe in themselves, dig deep, and finish this map and push it into a map 3.
And going back to the tactical aspect now, we've just seen the bans, and that means that Wildcard, they start defense on Fortress. Again, it's important to look at the bans. They've removed Blitz, okay, that's one great thing.
I literally have the best husband in the world.
Really important,
look at this, guys.
operator to abuse to try and clear those areas, because Fortress is quite big. Try and clear the anti-roam, basically. As quickly as possible, but
look
at
at
least
that. I have like the
that leaves
best
Monty
husband
open. The few operators that were so hard for them to counter on Consulate. I don't think the tactical problem is here. I think the problem is mental.
Well, let's see what our casters think about it. A loss on their own map in Consulate. See if the Wildcard can respond on Fortress and send it over to Xenox and Gus.
10 seconds remaining.
So second map of this quarter-final showdown. Furia, they landed the first blow, and boy, did that one hurt. Wildcard need to respond. The good news, and there is indeed good news for Wildcard fans, they start defense here on Fortress, guys, and it's the most defend-decided map that we've got in the pool.
I thought that would have aided them a little bit back on Consulate, but as we saw,
like, he even got me like a
on map
toothpick as well.
dictated tempo, and they were able to manipulate the map as they please.
It's a lot harder to do that on Fortress, though.
It should be. Let's see maybe if Furia can subvert expectations on a map that has proven so far, even at the top level at international events, to be tricky for the attack, to be a grind, to be slow paced, to be the filter effect. Can they find a way to maybe just open it up a little more? Wildcard actually electing to go to the tertiary site here straight away on Fortress. So it's Waiting Cafe up first as opposed to the more traditional selection on second floor.
Well, Herd's making first contact, but he's the one that loses out in that mini battle. A 7-2 record for Furia on the map of Fortress over the last 4 months. It's their first preference map, hence why they've selected it. Wildcard, a 3-2 record, but a 3-map streak wins on Fortress. As Loira's got to be careful, but he hits the headshot on the spike up. Never mind. Well, he is the demon after all, but that demon is down and now out for the count, but as Adrian wanted to get that kill.
Guys, you should have known better.
Ready and waiting, and gets the imminent trade, and now the Duggar payload call on to Bay.
Yeah.
Freebie.
Ooh, I was about to say, good work from Furia dealing with this roam, this offside heavy play from Wildcard.
And he had time to answer the call as well, so Bay doesn't take any damage from that Jugger payload. Got the kill, evens it up 3 versus 3. It's better activity from Wildcard on the defense. Getting these trades, being more active. But even like Consulate, Fortress still starts with a strong start because of Furia. And then the pace they're setting on the attack. As Hertz captures Hansen, walking down the hallway. But Bay again finds the trade. The best performing player at the Esports World Cup up until today has been Bay, and arguably if Wildcard to get themselves out of this hole, they will need him to continue to be the best player at the event. He started well here on Fortress, 2v2, 45 seconds.
Bay eats the call. It's double nitro for Wildcard.
He's got the angle.
Yeah, don't like the angle,
jiggle
but...
peek at the doorway means he couldn't find the initial kill. A little bit of separation for Baby Shark's actually very close to Diaz as well inside the kitchen. Ooh. What a swing though from Diaz. It's probably the second or third time in this round alone, and then make it one more.
No fucking way.
What's Bay to do? What was Baby Shark to do when they're hitting shots like that as Furia take an attacking round to start Fortress?
The gamble, the risk for Wildcard to go first floor straight off the rip doesn't quite work out. Fury initially did a pretty good job playing into the horizontal lurk. Vertically, it was compromised as Bay found
it feels like they are just not aware of the
Wildcard
surroundings sometimes.
Back, and then Bay got slammed alongside his compatriot late in that round.
Well, Wader and Cafe so far here at the Esports World Cup sits at a 72% defensive win rate. Now that's 32 rounds played. Dorm's Games 36 rounds and Command Bathroom 38. So it's not exactly a statistic that you can throw out the window. It has been the hardest site to attack into, and Furia made it pretty comfortable in the end, as they did back in Consulate. That's going to be a little bit nervous for Wildcard. If they give up defensive rounds again, like the opening map of Consulate, that's when mentally it's easy to check out. They need to stay locked in.
And if you missed the tail end of the desk segment there, I really love the point that Lax was making. When you're the team trailing, when you're on the back foot, we need to see individuals be able to step up. The rest of the team can then piggyback off that momentum. Not a single player on the side of Wildcard went positive. Back on Consulate.
Baby Shark the closest. -1.
And as we saw there in the opening round of Fortress, the overall gunplay from Furia, no signs of that slowing down. Into this round, double shield with the finger combination for the attack. Do Furia look to continually play high tempo?
Pulps with the Monty should be rather safe. Spike a core to the doorway from Box Zero.
Oh my god.
Well, there's that high tempo again, and Adrian, nothing he can do but just stand in their way. Big nitro from Bay. Huge. Baby Shark's gotten two as well.
Holy shit.
Bay was setting the tone, but Wildcard answered the call. It's only Diaz left. After a fast, frenetic start, Wildcard finally gets something to go their way. And it's the local hero and their superstar in Bay. Huge round for Wildcard. It's only one, but it's the way they want it.
The way the start of that round was progressing, I was getting ready to tee up the storyline that Furia had found a way to crack open Fortress and play high intensity, high velocity. And whilst initially they did a Great nitro there from Bay. We finally see a big individual moment from Wildcard, lands the double, and in the meantime, in the midst of all that chaos, Baby Shark also hitting a successful flank. Something finally going the way of Wildcard. They find a way to contend against the double shield and the Fink combo there from Furia.
Nicely done done by them.
I'm starting to sense that this kind of tempo, it's not going to be a one-off. It's not going to just be 2 rounds in isolation. Wildcard needs to be able to match that for the remainder of this first half.
Attackers have located their bomb.
I'm not gonna lie, up until that double kill, Nitrous, although it was looking like Furia once again, quick, get into the face of Wildcard, find some good kills, and everything was going to the same script that we've seen round after round in this series. Could that be a defining moment? Could that be a circuit breaker for Wildcard? Command bathroom.
Come on now.
Floor
Woo.
again, different site.
I pierced my apple.
And boy, that would mentally be so exhilarating for Wildcard to win the round.
Sorry
in that
that I'm
Bay with
eating
5
at the
kills
same
in
time,
opening
man.
2 rounds. It's like you said, and what Lack said, they just need some individuals to pop off. Well, there's one. The rest to now try and piggyback off him.
So command and bathroom for round number 3. C4 maxing on the side of Wildcard, 4 in play. And with Adrian on the
shit,
pulse
4
as well,
C4s?
that's something that Furia will need to be
That
very
is
cautious of
crazy.
through the mid to late round. They themselves will once again bring the Monty, and we're gathering on the Deimos.
Oh my goodness! Drops on down all the way outside of the map. And Spiker that finds the opening kill onto Hertz. Again, Fury want to keep this pace going. Wildcard just starting to clue on how to deal with it. Good flash onto Spiker, but he stays alive. Tucks into the corner to safety. As Boxera easily dealt with Baby Sharks on the roam. One outside the window.
No,
but he
come
too
on.
falls. Just
Come
Adrian
on.
Wildcard will make it 2 rounds straight. Getting the job done. It may just be defensive rounds, but with the shape of the series, every round is so important.
Yeah, they're keeping the 5-1 dream alive here, which is a perfect split defending Fortress. Well, near perfect. Doing a better job in dealing with the tempo and the pressure that Furia are looking to persist with. Do we maybe now see Furia just temper that a little bit? Go for map clears, try and flood util, layer that for the late round. Or do they look to brute force it? In terms of the additional bans now for the remainder of this first half, it's the Monty, so that means it's double shield alongside the Deimos, and then it's Mirror, no longer wanting to be contended with by Furia. So we'll see what Wildcard look to do in terms of this hold as we return back to the tertiary site, if they want to play Peel Heavy or Elector Turtle. The lineup, especially with the Solace, will aid them in some of that info gathering. And then I think more crucially on the side of Fury, how do they respond to that Monty ban being played in 2 of the 3 rounds thus far? As expected, we'll see that pivot across to the Blackbeard, but will that maybe now just stall out some of that early round pressure that they have typically presented? Double primary hard breach of the Ace and the Thermite in play alongside the Ram for Vert. Anticipating it'll be less focused on the horizontal. Or they might look to dabble in it early. I suspect they'll look to get Box Zero activated to the mid-round and flush out that site.
The best thing Wildcard can do as well is just keep meeting Furia head on, try and beat them at their own game. Furia want to play fast, quick siege, that's fine. You just got to be ready for it. And if they can start to win a couple of rounds, Furia will have to pivot and adapt themselves. That may slow them down, and that slowness may benefit Wildcard.
Sorry, I was talking to my team. I do apologize. Okay, so they're doing the same push Furia right now.
Courtesy of Baby Shark, getting the early jugger payload call from Volps. And the death mark as well. That's a lot of pressure onto one player, but so far nothing to come from it. Was able to answer that call. Death's mark is still active on Baby Shark, but he has gone over to Hammam on the first floor, and that means Bay rotates back up to Games to just keep some presence on the top floor. Baby Shark towards main stairs.
Isn't Bib Shop being a little bit too aggressive?
Yeah,
patience from both teams.
That is going to be interesting to see how they clear him out.
Sensing that this might be one of the slower rounds of the series thus far. Wildcard not wanting to completely forfeit above. Will play appeal defense, game side and main stairs, courtesy of Bay and Shark in those positions respectively. Can also chip away some of the drone economy here of Furia. Interestingly, the vert being used on this Hammam side across, as opposed to the site directly. Are we then opening up a route for the rotation for Furia late to play, courtesy of the hard breach and the horizontal
one attack on that
side.
side. That is interesting.
Will Wildcard clue onto that and be prepared?
Boxzero on top main stairs, and Baby Shark is right there. Easy swing kill from Boxzero. Good read. Is he aware though of Bay? It seems as if he is. Definitely is now, as Bay opted to try and push and look for the trade, but Bay's forced to just sit inside of dorms. As Boxzero was able to break that barbed wire.
Ooh, Adrian and Kansan will both go second floor, so it's a big flood up above from Wildcard.
Yeah, but design means it will be vacant. It will be vulnerable.
They can't commit. They've got to go back to site.
So Adrian does indeed do that, and now so will Bay. Bay has been able to make his way back. It's almost as if they went top floor just to collect Bay, bring him back safely. 4 versus 5, but low on time. We haven't seen Furia in this sort of position often. Usually the round is done by now. 30 seconds left.
Like, there is nothing to deny except for the full trap and the smoke.
And a Razor Bloom for Bay. 20 seconds for Furia.
Death Mark activated from Loira. Target payload call onto Spiker. Throws out his final gas babe. The Razor Bloom 2 thrown from Bay. Getting low, closer to red time. Impact. Oh, it was the frag. Bay got the headshot onto Loira. Furia starting to fall apart here. Late in towards the side.
Now Bay is waking up.
Left up. He's got no time. Wildcard should make this 3 straight rounds. 3 in a row for Wildcard on
Come on now.
Fortress. Digging deep.
Time out for Fury, I'm guessing.
Getting the job done.
Well, they invested pretty heavily to get Bay back to safety, and it worked out well. Tactical timeout, Furia.
Como é que tá sendo o jogo? O primeiro espaço que a gente tá pegando, eles já estão entregando muita kill nesse primeiro espaço, tá ligado? Então o que eu acho que a gente tem que fazer, Volcão? Acho que a gente segue nas blocadas, a ideia de vocês tá boa. Só que essa primeira pisada, vocês têm que resolver o primeiro problema mais rápido do que vocês estão resolvendo. Porque isso vai dar tempo de vocês organizar a rotate, de vocês conversar como é que vocês vão
Let's go, wildcard.
Organizar a exec como vocês estão falando. Então se vocês fizessem a mesma exec que vocês estão fazendo algo que vocês fizeram agora, com mais tempo pra jogar, ia ser melhor. Ou seja, vamos ganhar tempo na nossa primeira pisada.
Come on now.
Paciência pra trabalhar o round depois.
You can do it.
Só que o foda é que as peituras deles é traps. Tipo, a primeira pisada vai ser
então,
foda.
Sabe o que a gente pode fazer? O semi-cavalo, que daí a gente
You
vai fugir
can
das
do
trap, a gente tem os bonecão ainda e tal.
E na da águia.
E na da águia eu acho que a gente faz blocada, não tem problema. Eu acho que
Astra é roubado, mano.
Beleza,
Astra,
cara.
So as we return, 3-1 lead for Wildcard. Tactical timeout will expire. Wildcard certainly with a lot of fans in attendance, making a lot of noise. Dorms games up next. But the reality is, they're in a much better position now. 3-1 up. 5-1 would be the dream. 4-2, probably the pass mark here for Fortress. So 2 rounds to go. Probably only need 1 more. But they're just playing a lot better.
Well, they've had some of those big moments. Large portion of those courtesy of Bay with the double nitro earlier, and in that most recent round was able to get back towards site, find a nice clip of his own, just alleviating a bit of pressure elsewhere.
5 seconds left before insertion.
And for what feels now like the first time in this series, questions are being posed of Furia. Yes, it's attack into Fortress, but we've seen their attacks be really well drilled over the course of this series up until this point. And so their problem solving will now truly be tested. The sense to be selected here for round 5. That's going to be very interesting to see how they look to incorporate it into the lineup.
$201 EPS for Bay, sitting at 8-1 with a 100% cost. It's been a standout performance up to this point.
Come on now.
It's just taking a bit of damage there from Kansan.
Cheeky.
He's actually only on 2 kills right now.
I say a bit. He's
A
down to
lot.
half health off that.
Yeah, might compromise him a little later in the round.
A lot of the
dangerous
Furia
back on
players
console,
are
but
like on
Herd
low
so far
half
here
health.
on Fortress
Oh,
has been
drone got
contained.
through. you can just see Fury are a little bit more cautious now. And now they lose Herds. Kanza to finish the drop off. Box Zero though, up main. Oh,
no, what the fuck?
Shuts down Bay.
Sending a payload.
Box Zero, a huge moment for Furia. And a call onto Baby Shark. He'll have to either answer it or eat the call. He will answer it. 2 more Chugga payloads ready to go for Box Zero. A third almost on his way.
Was
Furia
crazy.
now an extra player, but then he goes down to Adrian with the Shamika launcher. Another answer back from Wildcard. This is what we didn't see much of back on Consulate.
And Adrian and Spiker will be able to stall out a large area for a significant portion of time.
Right now, it is in the favor of Wildcard to win this round, but anything can happen because you have good fraggers that on Furia. It's crazy how good they are.
ROUs, a grenade for the dislodge, and double flash. Critically, a lot of time as well, but Goyo as well, not to be underestimated, not to be discounted.
And 3 gas babes as well, still for Spiker. He's going to throw one out, looking to defend this game's possession. Diaz is just lurking towards main stairs. Adrian will need to be cautious.
They're trying to pinch this smoke desperately, Furia. They know they need to clear this shotgun up close.
Spiker holding the angle. Does he opt for the swing? Oh, the timing is just awful. Wanted to pop the gas babe, but Laura pops his head. Baby Shark can't win the battle down the hallway. Diaz has got him covered. And it's only Adrian left as Volta will go for the plant. Hasn't got the time to play around with the Shamika launcher. Spots one, but Diaz is just clean with the shot. There's a second attacking round.
Okay, Spiker again died to the same way. As soon as you see the smoke, you just run for it.
It's must win for Wildcard.
Big round from Furia. Doing a great job of being able to brute force their way forward into the site. Good mid-round pressure. Again, directly onto the objective. Box Zero has been getting so active. A great charge up main. And then that shot onto Bay as well. Exquisite. Spiker, I thought he was going to be so much more challenging to clear, but Lawyer hit an insane shot, and the Baby Shark was the last attempt there from Wildcard on the flank to salvage the round. He too was unsuccessful.
Yeah, late flank attempt from Baby Shark. If he finds that kill, could have been a very different round. A lot of 1v1s just not going the way of Wildcard. Final round of the half. Back to bathroom and command.
That is crazy.
Must win round. They need a 4th defensive round. It's gonna be defender sided. That's the gut feeling. That's what the numbers say.
5 seconds to
it can't just be all on Bay though. Time for others to stand up. As for Fury, it's been a very team effort. And still doing quite well on the opening kills. They lead 3-2. It's been a big part of the series across both Consulate and Fortress now. Dominating in the early parts of these rounds. 4-3 for Herds, 2-1 for Loira, 2-0 for Box Zero. Only one player going positive for Wildcard in the entry. It's Bay, 1-0 though.
heartbeat sensor deployed.
I need to make that 2-0.
Yeah, Furia haven't been particularly eager to go for full map clears. They've consolidated these attacks. And it means that Wildcard are having to withstand a lot of early pressure and also compromising their ability to peel back towards the site. And some of the vulnerabilities then are being exploited nicely by the attack. I love this inclusion though, the pulse. Here for the final round of the half. It means that Wildcard in this first minute should have a pretty good read as to how Furia are posturing. Stand return serve though. 4 players pinged on the defense.
That is nuts.
To a frag grenade as well. Loira then follows up immediately onto Baby Shark. No.
Okay, so they are finally.
It's looking like Furia might find a 3rd attacking round. Adrian, a wonderful swing from Volves. He will fall. Bay got one, but then no more. Down to just Kansan, and then he.
Okay, so Wildcard's weakest point is the aggression that Furia has. They know when to aggress.
Sets them up.
Can you guys listen? All good?
Yeah.
Okay, just one thing that I think right here, at the end of the day right here, for these attacks, if you go to overtime, like, they play a little bit more spread, right? They did the latter when this was kind of split, so be careful, probably overtime they're gonna do something similar. You guys can be more aware, etc. If you guys need to
That's the
get closer
reason
to
I'm
the
playing
get
way
closer,
more
get a little
aggressive.
flank right there. Okay, so there's not much gap, so you
And
guys can
find where they can just run in.
compact this is, you guys know that. Okay.
And then get
Just
the
talk a little
kill.
bit about text. Remember, guys, aggressive drones it is important. Check if it is the Cafe 3 to work, Cafe bunker, right? That is super important. For bathroom, remember what I said, right? For now, at least I'm beginning of the match, my opinion is, Spiker, we can play it clear a little bit more, doing the step by step right there. Talk about how we're gonna clear bunker, right? To the bathroom plant right there, that how we're gonna do. Shakun can keep
It's
with
not
the
a good
circle,
look as
but
well
be
because of
aggressive. Make sure you play
Fortress.
the game right there.
It
If,
is
like, you're not confident,
way
don't
more
do it, just be interfere right here. And one
defense
thing about
sided.
defense,
So you
if
have
you
like
get the lock, you guys
Commander
still have
Bathroom
points,
is
still
like
have connects, can be self, okay?
55% defense sided. You have dormitory games is 64% defense sided. Waiting in cafeteria is 72 defense sided. Like they should be winning on the defense more than they are losing. So they need to fix that if they do want to have a chance against Furia.
Se passar choque, Maverick.
Passar choque, Maverick. Não tem mistério. Deixa eu ver o que mais precisa
That
ser
is so
falado.
much more
Só isso, guys.
important
Só
for
botar
them.
fudendo, mano. Vocês estão bem demais. Dá uma
Top,
respirada
guys.
só.
Beleza, então.
Big, mano.
Tamo big mesmo. O bagulho é doido mesmo.
Round é round, guys. O jogo é gente contra gente, mano. Foda-se eles, cara, mano. Foda-se eles. Vocês estão muito concentrados, mano.
It's 3-3 now, so it's an even game. It can go anywhere.
Bora.
Bora.
Well, calm on the side of Furia and Redoctor as for Wildcard. Lagunas had the children watching the teacher. They were all turning around, making sure to pay as much attention as possible. 3-3 half. A spot in the semi-final up for grabs here at the Esports World Cup. And what a result it would be if Furia make top 4. 4 months into this roster being put together. They're now just 4 rounds away on Defense Fortress on their map pick with a 7-2 record. It's all set up for them. Wildcard, of course, a team with high expectations coming into this event. And while top 8 is nice for this particular roster, many believe they can go far further. They must now dig deep in this second half on their attack. Leading the way has been Bay, but he needs a couple of troops to help him out. As the bands come through, Kaid, Bandit, Blitz and
The
Monty.
shields. I live in Blackbeard, okay.
Waiting, Cafeteria will be the first side choice for Furia as we look back at some of the highlights.
Okay, so they need to win that
Far
one.
from an impossible position for Wildcard, but it's fair to say that a 3-3 scoreline attacking into Fortress, it's just a little unsettling, a little uncomfortable. Furia will be pleased, but the job not done yet. In terms of bans for this second half, as we actually once again go off to the tertiary straight off the rip. Kaid Bandits are not too notable there. Furia actually electing to go for double shield ban. Now this is not something that Wildcard have typically been contested with. When you look across at the operators that are banned against them, typically you're looking at the Solid Snake, the Glaz, the Dokkaebi, the Grim, and even Ace on one occasion. Those shields are typically left up. So that's now going to force a pivot from the side of Wildcard.
5 seconds remaining.
So it comes down to this second half now for Wildcard, facing elimination from the Esports World Cup, losing the first map, 7-2 on console.
Okay, come on.
That was their map pick. Fortress has been a little bit more even, a little bit more equal, but they started on defense. Furia,
Come on, Wildcard, come on. Win this now. I want my points. So far, I have. How many points do I have actually? I don't know.
These rounds to come down the last 20, 30 seconds. Saw the pace that Furia brought.
I think I don't have that many points. 4 points so far. That is bad.
Yeah, big responsibility on Baby
5.
Shark and Bay in this round on the info gatherers, especially into the mute and the Mozzie combination here. Going to make Drain work a challenge for the attack. Showers focus early here, and the sense to cover the cross from main. So horizontal focus on the Hammam side of the map, and Spike is now taking control down the main hallway.
They could look to flank late as well, still outside of the map. Pop to that death mark early. It's Vobs though that catches out a Blackbeard. At least the trade was swift from Adrian to hit the headshot. No gas babes employ for Furia. Baby Shark knows that box error is close inside of Infirmary. But dealing with him is going to prove to be a difficult ask as Herd's able to catch out Adrian. Furia again looking in the better position. It feels as if almost most rounds have been that way.
Yo, what the fuck?
All the way from Diaz. As he falls, maybe
are they even aware?
With him, but Kenzen offers a reprieve. He must clutch along with Baby Shark.
Furia still have double nitro. They cannot afford to overpeak into the DMR. Patience required here from Furia. Discipline needed.
There's no ROUs remaining as well for Kenzen. They've all been expired. Good frag grenade creates space to grab the kid, but Diaz gets rid of Baby Shark, and Kenzen can't clutch up against Herds. Furia take the lead.
Nah, this is not good, guys. This is not good for me.
Well, you can't fault the game plan and the idea behind that attack by Wildcard. They look to play aggressive and confident, go for a direct hit, not wanting to concern themselves with the vert and the map clear and getting bogged down into the Ute and the Mozzie. And they got that control down main hallway. They got the Blackbeard into the objective, but then caught up close on shotgun. Furia not bleeding picks for throughout the tail end of that round. Served them well. Here is a look back at that flood from Wildcard and the devastation as it didn't quite work out. Did a good job against the DMR late, not presenting opportunities there to Kenzen. And Furia continued to be vocal on the stage. A 4-3 lead. Wildcard in a very compromised position.
Yeah, they are looking as if an exit from this tournament is not going to be too far away. Have to turn it around and do so quickly. Furia have been very dominant in this quarterfinal. A spot in the semi-final and a date with Dark Zero. Wouldn't that be a tantalizing matchup? Especially with the way that Furia are playing today.
Yeah, they've really come alive this afternoon. But we have to reiterate again, the job is not done. Wildcard are a quality outfit. They can bring this back. But they need to find another level, need to find that additional gear, refine that execution. Try and build a bit more confidence
and
now.
And ain't gonna get a kill for that.
Second half on the attack, where they need to be the ones to dictate how these rounds are played and show initiative.
Come on.
Nitro rip from Herds over towards Old Tower, so Wildcard will need to be careful if they do progress on that portion of the map. It's Beta Drone currently. Oh, sorry, he's actually on the opposing side, getting a little lost there. On the side where the diffuser is currently situated, Spiker on the Deimos, so he'll complement the Dokkaebi well in this round for a bit of info gather potential. Baby Shark's in a creep position. Central stairs, can he make a play?
It's Bane, it's taken low, got the kill onto Boxera. But it's one and done for Bay. For the star player of Wildcard, now entrusts the rest of the troops to do the job for him. It'll be another round for Furia where they won't be able to play into the gas space of the smoke. And fine margins.
Reloading. 2
death marks remaining still for Spike to gain some more information for Wildcard. And the pace has slowed a little bit in this 8th round. Target payload call on to Diaz. Loira ate his call before. Diaz will do the same. And he's on death mark. Over towards Bathroom. Has one of the 2 Nitrosols still remaining for Furia. Kenzen swings, doesn't find anything. Volps has gone down. Adrian in a good position to finish that off. Kenzen though caught by Diaz up close. Baby Shark unable to find a trade. Volp still down on the floor, but he's been brought back up. 3 low health members for Furia. And at the doorway, Diaz then able to get rid of Spiker. Adrian falls. Baby Shark too. Well, it's not happening for Wildcard, is it?
I don't know what's happening with them.
The Panthers are pouncing here at the Esports World
I
Cup.
don't.
5-3 lead. 2 rounds away from a semi-final appearance.
Hello.
Yeah.
Let's be.
We can hear. Oh, no, we can't hear.
Can't hear. Can't hear.
He's not talking.
Hello.
Yeah, there we go.
From now on, it's starting right now. Can I speak right now? Okay. Guys, just this right here, okay? Let's play more for the clears that are setting big enough.
Damn.
There, right? But one thing, let's mute third and let's deal against the mirror. Let's bring Twitch and Nash in the compositions. Chacon, just play closer to the composition. He's muted right there.
He's muted.
In order he can't even hear. He can't hear.
I'm getting muted. I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting muted like 3 times in a row. I didn't touch my keyboard a single time. I don't know why. What is happening? Like, yeah, like right now it's fine, but like even on the last timeout, I don't know. Like I got unmuted, muted. I can hear now.
Well, looks like some issues obviously with the timeout for wildcard, but Lagonis will get to speak to the troops. He will finally be able to have this timeout. We have, of course, paused to make sure that they get the allotted amount of time. Now 5-3, final tactical timeout. And honestly, though, guys, at this point, everything up until
I'm
this point
very
says
worried
Furia
for
will go on and
wildcard
win
right
this
now.
and close it
I
out.
don't
Here
want
and
it to
now
be
on
like
map
this
of
at
Fortress.
all.
One last
They
message
need
from Lagonis.
to
One last chance for wildcard.
be more
They need
aware.
to find some momentum. They've had none of it in this series.
No, they certainly haven't. Tech pause called, so we'll prolong the break. It hasn't been a lack of trying from the side of wildcard. I think they've shown pretty good initiative over the course of this second half. Unfortunately,
Yeah, I can hear Baby Shark getting very annoyed, and for granted, they're using TeamSpeak, by the way. They're not using Discord
And what a
when they
statement
are
it would be for
in
these
the
boys
tournaments.
to go 2-0
So
against wildcard. It would be one hell of a game against DZ. Maybe one that is a little trickier to call than what may appear on the surface.
Well, the Furia fans in the crowd making a lot of noise as well, in excitement, knowing that their team is 2 rounds away from a semi-final appearance against Dark Zero in a couple of days' time. Let's remind, of course, tomorrow will be the other 2
I
quarterfinal
wonder how the
games.
tech pause is going to be working.
Unfortunately, the way that I kind of look at this series, the gunfighting has just been so one-sided. You can have all the strategy in the world, the way that you want to play, the positions you want to be in. But in terms of raw shooting mechanics, Fury have just been so much better. Always in good trade positions, able to usually find that first kill when the flurry of kills are going on, and keeping themselves in the better position. So pause is done, timeout has expired, and wildcard are facing elimination. And not just facing elimination, but getting absolutely beaten up. 7-2 on Consulate. Their map pick almost now looking like it could be 7-3 as well on Fortress. For a team that many thought could go and win the entire event.
And with good reason, a strong performance in the NAL. They've consistently been right up there at international events for the last 12, 18 months.
5 seconds to insertion.
As I think I said during map number 1, that as the events have progressed, the amount of doubters for wildcard have diminished and diminished. But unfortunately today, struggling to connect those dots. It's not job done though for Furia. Getting across the finish line can sometimes be the hardest part of a game of Siege. So we'll see how they go about converting.
19-9, by the way, for Loira in the series across both maps. 16-10 for Hertz, 16-7 for Diaz. The only player positive is 16-14 Bay.
I'm very worried about the wildcard right now. They need to convert the kills right now, especially on refrag. They need to use the utility more properly so they can take the space, otherwise it's not going to work for them at all. Like, now they're pushing Goyo down the stairs, which is very good, but Laura is kind of like aware that someone is going to be on the bottom floor. Yeah, one on above. We'll see if he takes the bait.
Baby Shark should find this kill, and he does. Lovely headshot, and then just
double kill, nice.
Maybe that's what wildcard need. Get Baby
Nicely
Shark
done.
involved, and hope he can find some momentum.
Right now, they need to keep up with getting the kills. They need to take more space so they can execute and get into the win con to go in for the plan. Why are you looking? Hello?
Oh, Kenton wins out
oh,
the battle against
holy shit!
And out of the tactical timeout, even with some
that
audio
was
issues, it
so
seems like wildcard have
well
responded
lucky,
to Lagonis.
to be honest.
But Diaz keeps the round intriguing.
Diaz got like baby shot off the board.
Still
That is crazy.
Still control around.
Will they be able to get the next one? No.
Swing at the bridge.
Diaz left now. Are they waking up? Are they waking up Wildcard right now? Come on, come on.
Diaz in a 1v4. As Wildcard should find their 4th round. And
he's getting grimmed out. Do they know where he is? Yes, they know. Go for the plant right now. He can't get in. Yeah.
Nor get back to the site.
It's a win round for
Wildcard.
Diaz, of course, not going to give up on it, but now he's got
no
get
chance. Across. Nicely done.
And maybe there is still a chance for Wildcard.
I'm waking up a little bit. To be honest, I expected Bay to be a little bit more sharper because he's the highest. He was like the highest rated player for the entire tournament until on this match he kind of lost points. So I was kind of expecting more from him, to be honest. Same with Baby Shark, but he's kind of like waking up. He's having his moments. Now the ban is probably going to be like last shield and then mute.
He produced
so the reason why they're banning mute is so they can track with Damus and not having the Damus tracked denied. So that's the reason.
The second kill. It's this one here.
So that's the reason why.
Thought would maybe be a given
for that, and it works perfectly for Wildcard, but they need to utilize it to be able to convert the kills and put them off their safe spots as well.
Really clean round for Wildcard. So the Blackbeard and the Mute will be banned away. Mute played once back on Waiting Cafe in the 7th round. Blackbeard's been played twice from Spike Up.
Yeah, Wildcard won't want to contend with the Mute Mozzie combo. It also means that Bay will have a little bit more freedom on the Deimos, less counterplay on offer.
As I said.
Furia, unless they elect to go the 2-barrel route. Triple shield as well, so Furia with the full commit. The dynamic on this particular side of the tertiary has been very interesting between both teams. How much emphasis on the horizontal versus the vert, where they want to situate themselves early, mid, late round. It's only been the more dynamic site between the 3 here on Fortress.
By the way, I'm feeling my backside because I cut my hair today by myself, so I'm hoping that it's like...
But I don't think he cares too much about his own personal KDA. They just want round wins. That's all that matters.
Kind of feels good.
Double Nitrocell brought into the round for Furia through Herds and Diaz. Again, with that shield bed, no shields for Wildcard. Unless they wanted to bring the fuse, which they don't. And Boxera, though, on to Spike.
Oh, damn, that was a bait.
They'll bring the aggression here in the 10th round. Flooding towards Infirmary. Up close shotgun.
Oh, yo.
For a shot in the back.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Bay needs to wake up a little bit. But like, now I'm just expecting too much of Bay. But like, Spike is only on 1 kill. He's so negative right now.
1v4, low health, and even he would know it would take an all-time play to win this round. But there's one. And with every all-time play, it starts with 1.
2 scans, 2 nades, a DMR. Anything is possible.
Anything and everything. A hope and a prayer for Baby Shark. Oh, it's the second one onto Loira.
Uh-oh.
90 seconds. Can he make this his moment, Spots? The mirror knows there's one maybe at the door. Oh, the timing, it's impeccable. He looks away from what could have been maybe another 1v1, but Furia don't keep feeding him the ones. He's grabbed the kids.
Toss the nade behind the mirror window.
Away. Round is alive. He's got a minute. But probably needs to keep hitting headshots and can't.
That was so close.
Maybe not Wildcard's tournament. A decent effort from Baby Shark, but it's now Furia who have got 2 match and series points.
Oh, so close. What a clutch it could have been. But
if he had tossed an nade behind the mirror window, I think it would have been a different story, because then you would have the space to go in.
Meant to be. As we look back at
that,
the
that was
previous
just
round,
unlucky.
the tempo and the pace, like a large portion of this series explosive in the first minute. Furia fought themselves an early advantage, and whilst a couple of picks did get isolated there in the clutch attempt, good enough, and with the mirror to play off and other pieces of utility, and was still a pretty confident closeout.
Come on, Wildcard, come on, you know it.
Well, it should
Come
never
on.
come down to one player in a 1v4, but had Baby Shark won that round, we're looking at 5-5, all the momentum.
So if Wildcard loses today, then we'll be playing on
but he
for the
gave it a
third place.
Effort.
I think.
Wildcard cannot lose.
No,
hope.
that's the next
2
one.
rounds. It's not
Sorry.
insurmountable.
They
it's
are
not
eliminated.
impossible.
It's at the 8th place.
10 seconds remaining.
I thought
In
wrong.
fact, Furia won 2 attacking rounds to close the first half. Wildcard now need to do that to close the second and get this to overtime.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
They have to throw everything into this. There is no second chance. There are no lower brackets. Wildcard are on the brink of elimination. And the quarterfinals? Not even semi-final, let alone grand final. Opening kill will be critical. Necessary probably for Wildcard. Only 1 Nitrocell in the round for Furia. Command bathroom is the site.
They look to draw a little bit of initial pressure Dorm's side, but it's not a full commit from Wildcard, at least not yet. Shock drones in play for Baby Shark. First fight elsewhere. That'd be great counterplay onto the Goyo and the Thorn. Never mind the catch as well, even the Grismot mines. So Baby Shark will be crucial in this round.
Oh, Baby Shark, though, has to also be a little bit cautious.
Wolf's cutting down.
Behind. Volps, by the way, is down. They're crawling on over to Loira at the doorway. Loira shoots out the drone. Herds went to try and cut them off, and Cancer found the angle. Go the way of Wildcard. We haven't seen them do much of this in this series, but this may even be flawless to set up what could be a dramatic finish in regulation. The Wildcard crowd is starting to get on their feet. Diaz will knock it.
Yes, let's go. Come on.
All 12 rounds are needed on Fortress. Wildcard
Holy shit.
Silently into that dark night.
That is crazy.
They're digging deep. They're digging very deep right now.
Yeah.
And they silence Furia
Where
for the
did that
first
come
time.
from?
I don't know. But it's great to see.
Oh my
They
god.
steamroll that round.
Not a lot of history in the series to suggest that was something they were capable of, and yet they pull it out of their pocket. Have they got one more in them? No. That's the question. We saw the heartbreak in the previous series for Weibo Gaming, losing in this 5-6 position. Still must win for Wildcard. For the North American to outfit, they have to still win this round. It's not job done. As clean as that was, irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. If you lose this, you are out. It's the same mindset, the same philosophy. Throwing everything you've got into this round. Furia, on the flip side, they'd love to just finish this here and now. They don't want to go to a third map, let alone overtime. They want to book their place into a semi-final.
So which team can rise to the occasion and subside the pressure that is beginning to overflow? Command bathroom. Typical site here on Fortress. Wildcard will dictate if it's a full map clear or
It's back to back. I mean, this is again, we've spoken about this over the last year or two. Not often at this level, in this era, do you see teams go back to back site. Furia feeling like, well, we got flawless. They can't be worse than that.
The Wildcard then go for the same approach.
Double down, same play. It is a similar lineup. It is the exact same lineup. Herzog catches Bay.
No.
But right now, it feels like maybe Baby Shark to be the hometown hero. Huge opening kill for Furia. They haven't had many in the last few rounds. 3-1 split in favor of Wildcard over the previous 4. But now without Bay, no death marks, less pressure to be able to apply to the defense. 1 minute down, 2 to go.
Yeah, they are starting to take some space, but the Deathmark late can be so useful in layering pressure from range. Wildcard lose that tool, and a player down also makes the trade game a challenge. Hertz still first floor, but known to Spiker.
They need to find this kill onto Herds. Everyone else towards site. Can they open up a bit of a gap? Nitrocell thrown to create an opening for Herds. Feels as if he's being hunted. Adrian on the move. Herds, if he gets at least one, that's job done. They need to kill him cleanly, but he's got the angle.
No,
Spike goes
what
down.
the fuck?
Imminent trade.
Wild card.
And he can hide, he can play time.
At the doorway. Oh, big heal from Kanza. Needed that one desperately.
Turn off the fucking
How
drums!
much damage is that already applied now to
I'm sorry, I'm getting pissed by you guys holding the fucking drums. It was the same with SI Brazil. All we heard was the fucking drums. We don't want to hear the fucking drums in the round. You can do it between the fucking rounds, not during the fucking rounds. You're just destroying it for everyone else. I don't understand why arenas don't ban the drums. I'm sorry. I hate it. I love the drums in general, but it's so fucking stupid.
Hallway, one in towards the side as well. Inside a bathroom, clears out Glory Rush, pushes forward, knowing he was maybe going to get swung from bathroom. Needs to be careful with his back turn. Boxera could swing at any moment. Now going for the plant, his Baby Shark. Kenton's got the cover. Oh, no, he doesn't. Big swing kill from Volps. He is down, and now Boxera falls to Adrian. There's only 17 seconds as Adrian goes for the plant. This time, Kansan, you must cover. You cannot let him die.
Yes.
He doesn't just cover, he finds both kills. We go to overtime.
Just when it felt like wild card, we're down and out. They find a way to fight back.
But it's double attack on this overtime for Wildcard. It's not as if they're just home yet.
No.
But they've got themselves a little bit of breathing room as the crowd is starting to cheer them on. Furia, I thought they had this in the bag.
Well, the start of the round for Wildcard was poor.
It was a 5v3.
Herds got 2 picks uncontested. But the push through from Adrian, who found the timing, was perfect. But then Volps straight up denies the plant.
Yeah.
And it felt like that was job done.
The Kansan made amends.
And Adrian found another massive pick. Kansan, as you mentioned, was able to withstand the pressure.
Look at what it means to Justin backstage. 2 rounds where that heart would have been racing.
He looked a little bit stressed.
So overtime is required.
Moly.
And Furia go waiting cafe.
Not won by Wildcard on their attack. In fact, waiting room cafe is a site. The only time it was one on the attack all the way back in the opening round from Furia, and that set the tone early until Wildcard then was able to get 3 straight. From there, Fury then got 4 straight. And now in the last 4 rounds, it's 3-1 split in favor of Wildcard. It's been a game of momentum here on Fortress. Back and forth. Will the pendulum swing once again? Or can Wildcard hold that momentum through in overtime?
Fair play to Wildcard. To be able to tap into that belief.
Hard to believe Fury they haven't got a single player with double digits. Wildcard's got 3, almost 4.
This has been one hell of a map so far. How many more rounds required to close it?
Come on.
Early peppering over towards Hammam side on this first floor as Wildcard initially committing to the horizontal clear. Solid Snake finds 3 pings, so Bay with good info that can then be relayed to the rest of the team.
And as we saw in the previous round, the opening kill.
I'm kind of worried they will get walled by here, to be honest.
Right here on Fortress, it's not the be end all. You'd still like it.
I thought he'd concussion himself.
We're on the move towards dining as Adrian's just able to creep on up, get a little close, but don't swing that doorway just yet. Oh!
Oh my god.
Moira dies to Baby Shark.
Spike is having a rough. He's only on 1 kill. He needs to step it out.
To shut up shop and just fall back, play sight, and go defensive mode.
It might work. Double Nitro, triple smoke still up, and the Kiba barriers from Boxera in pocket. He can fortify his position.
We haven't seen a lot of Nitro kills, although as I say it, I feel like I might just put the Moz on it. 3 gas pipes, as you said. Still 2 keeper barriers for Boxera. It's gone a little quiet the last half or so. Spiker, just the 1 kill. Could he look to double his kills? To start overtime,
bait. Honey.
And they find an angle onto Herds, starting to surround the site.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, they're flowing now. This may be another flawless.
Yes.
That'll do.
Come on, wildcard.
3 straight rounds for wildcard.
Yeah, the French, like, that is kind of so French-ish.
Furia had the semi-finals in their grasp, but maybe.
But you don't want to wake the tiger. You don't. Panther, I mean.
Found a flow
to be
state
honest.
here
Panthers.
on Fortress. Great little pop flash there at the start of the round. Moira forced to swing, got caught, and then the rest of the defense.
I was so sure that Boxera would swing earlier. Oh my god.
Wildcard so far. They are feeding off this energy.
And they go defense now as well, looking to close this out. But funnily enough, in the last
their
5 rounds, it's a 4-1 split in favor of the attack. That's, of course, of what Wildcard did. Don't forget, Furia won 3 attacks themselves back in the first half. They can attack, and if you think back and what we've seen in this series, Consulate Fortress, Fury's attacking ferocity is what got them to the lead that they had and the 2 match points that they had, but no longer do they have that. Instead now, it's map point wildcard. They'll get 2 chances to close this out and send us to Cafe.
Well, as this map has progressed, the contingent of Furia fans have only gotten quieter and quieter. Wildcard and their fan base has come alive. Baby Shark with strong support here.
Come on.
At his home event.
You can't help but feel as well, if this goes Cafe,
now, like, Wildcard needs to be ready for the aggression that Furia has.
Oh, Baby Shark almost dies, reinforcing late. No. He takes a significant amount of damage.
Why?
Which the irony
Why
is
the
that
fuck would you do that?
Immediately anyway. It was all for nothing.
Oh, he plays the tuck. Baby Shark commits.
Nah, that's got to be droned out. That is a really, really aggressive position. Wait, and Adrian taking a half as well.
This is one and done. He does not get out of this position without a contest. Surely not.
Bolts on over. I think he's ready for a drone to come through the breach.
Maybe he does catch the timing.
By the way, he's got the only Nitrocell available for Wildcard and playing the Warden.
Yeah, I don't like it. Early. I don't like the aggression he's playing on.
And flashes available for Furia in this round.
Did escape.
You've got to get Baby Shark back to site. Keep him safe.
Loading new mag.
I don't like what Wildcard is doing right now. I don't.
On the attack. They've shown us across
I really
both maps.
don't understand
they can
it.
Be absolutely brutal. Jugger payload onto Baby
I really
Shark.
don't. I really don't understand it.
He surely has
this
to
is
enter
so
this.
confusing. What Wildcard is doing.
Finds a safe position inside a kitchen. And indeed will answer the call, but
yeah.
at the same time it's Herds that finds a pick.
I really don't understand it.
Onto Kansan, another opening kill for Furia.
And they have so much utility. Look at the player cards of Furia. Stack of Candelas, a bunch of flashes.
I feel like the operator picks from Wildcard is so bad right now.
Yeah, absolutely important. On the Warden that he stays up.
How much will that HP hit determine the round? It could be defining.
60 seconds. Next fight feels like the big one. Bay towards Old Tower.
Live drone.
Thinking about staying and contesting. Boxera's on the move as well through dorms, now heading towards games. Bay still electing to stay top of Old Tower. Baby Shark found the kill onto hers. Boxera's making his move as well. And it is though Diaz to fall. Boxera's got to keep pushing in behind, backfill the position that Bay was holding. Volps stuck out in the hallway. There is Boxera that's made that move from top floor down the stairs.
Like I said, I don't like what they are doing.
Shark. These Candelas can be lethal. Spiker to fall as well. Furia making it happen as they get rid of Adrian. Bay's
still on the fucking like one kill from Spiker. What is wrong with you today?
But will not get the space to win this one. Furia get us to all
wrong operator pick from Wildcard. Wrong operator pick. Just saying.
Match series point for Furia.
Just saying.
But also still map point for Wildcard. Which will it be? Will the Panthers get to that semi-final, or do we go to Cafe?
flip a coin. It feels like a coin flip. Baby Shark almost caught at the start of the round. Furia commit to the horizontal clear. The Fenrir utility was so devastating in the latter portion of that round for Furia, but still they're able to forge a path towards that objective and prevent any attempt in denying the plant. Really good resilience in that round from Furia.
Come on.
It all comes down to the 15th.
4 straight attacking rounds on Fortress up until this point. It has been at a 63 defensive win rate. The highest at the Esports World Cup from 9 maps played as well. 106 rounds, the second most, only behind Nighthaven Labs. And yes, it's been that defend-decided. But 4 straight attacking rounds gives some semblance of hope for wildcard fans. As you said, at this point, flip a coin. It's been all attack. So maybe you want to be on attack. But as we go to command and bathroom, what are the odds, Guz, that Furia lose this site for the 3rd straight time on defense? Because that's what happened to close regulation. Wildcard need to win.
Chat, we need this, right? We need wildcard to win, right? Or are you a Furia fan?
Drop 2 operators, the Twitch and the Ash, and they bring the Dockerby and the
This is as even as it can get.
They commit to so much information. 4-pronged here on the attack.
The Mine brought this time as well instead of the Thorn for Furia. Those are the main changes from the last time we saw this site back in round 12.
It's going to be interesting to analyze across this round how effective the info gather will be for Wildcard. It's a large reason as to why that mute ban was expected to be effective, and it has for the most part, but they go for essentially the full commit.
Oh, careful. Adrian entry off the yellow ping. Moira just poking his head down that first floor hallway. Keeping control towards main stairs.
Yeah, he'll be in a position to poke for Jones, but then can rotate back towards site late. Don't assume Loira will be too aggressive when peeking for a moment, but now forced back. Triple radar there onto Loira, Volps, and Herds on the second floor extent.
In the last 6 rounds, the opening kill conversion has been 5-1.
I feel so sorry for Spiker, only 1 kill.
Has had a big say towards the end of this map. And we're nearing the end. Halfway through this final round. Herds, Nitrocell, nothing. Still holding this bathroom mirror window. With Wildcard positioned ever so close. Eats the Jugger payload call. First point of contact is going to be a crucial battle in this final round of Fortress.
Still though, a lot of plant denial
available. Mirror. I'm surprised that they didn't bring anything for the mirror window.
And Adrian pivots for the pinch split here. Wildcard goes for the risk.
It's been a very fast-paced Fortress, but this one may follow the script a little slower. More damage on the box Zera from the Jugger payload. On the Bees as well. Bob sitting towards Museum. Off-angle position, could flank late. It's the opening kill to Bay. Volts will make his move and got the kill onto Adrian. And as Bay falls, 2v3. Spike has only got 1 kill. He's going to need a few more. They've got 27 seconds.
They look to combine, but this is such a tricky position for Wildcard.
Furia can play side. They can play the time.
Yeah, it's going to be Furia winning this one, to be honest.
The EWC fate is on the line, and the Spiker falls. Only Kansan to remain. GG call from Volps. They're confident. They know they've got this. A semi-final appearance at the Esports World Cup. Just 4 months after this team was put together, they are top 4 bound. How fitting!
And Furia waved them goodbye.
Ah, fuck.
Wow, what a statement by this roster. So many big names, but as a team, we haven't quite seen this before.
Okay, I lost 1 point.
They fought bravely, they fought until the end, they did not give up, they didn't wave that white flag, 6-4 down. To then win 4 rounds straight. It's obviously disappointing, so it's 3 rounds straight, but it's the same thing, it's the same mentality. Wildcard fans would have thought it was happening, that 3rd map was going to be required. It was not. Furia far too good. Where to for them?
Like, in general, like,
appearance in 2 days' time against
Dark Zero.
They made a... I don't know what they did
I
on the
didn't
last
anticipate
round.
Furia to win this matchup. Never mind in a 2-0. DZ will have a clear target on their backs. Furia go into that matchup with huge upset potential.
I'm certainly not going to be discounting Furia in any matchup moving forward after what they showed today. Consulate, complete domination. Fortress, again, bringing so much attacking flair to a map that is so defender-sided.
Yeah, I'm not...
They made it seem like
I don't know what I want to think about it, actually.
And unfortunately for Wildcard, they end this
I really don't know.
An event in which they were one of the favorites to win the whole thing. Maybe the expectations got to them. It's a lot easier when you're the up-and-coming underdog. It's a lot harder
kinda.
when you are expected to go deep.
Well, we have had two incredible quarterfinals so far today here at the Esports World Cup. Can't wait to jump back into the server tomorrow with another two banging games. It's becoming increasingly difficult to work out how this bracket's going to play out. It doesn't feel like we're going to get an expected result. So many upsets at this event so far in the best of threes. Well, maybe there's more to come.
Tomorrow you've got the EML Showdown and the El Clasico, Liquid versus FaZe Clan. Of course, for Furia, though, they will be semi-final bound against Dark Zero. Top 4 finish. Let's throw it to Adam on the stage.
Thank you very much there, fellas. Incredible scenes. Loira joins me here right now. Loira, Furia into the semi-finals of the Esports World Cup. How does that sound to you?
Great, sounds great. I've been here before last year. I'm here again with those guys. They're the best. I'm just so happy.
It was incredible to watch that first wildcard pick as well, 7-2.
Come on.
Dominant. It seemed that there was so much aggression, so much confidence. You could feel it in the room. A play style for you guys.
That was insane, guys. It could be more even the last match. Of course, Furia won with 2 star in maps, but like the last one was like requiring a lot from Furia there.
Confident and chilling, so we're just playing, I guess.
You had a bit of a disappointing role, a real disappointment in Salt Lake City earlier on this year. Here we are now going to the semi-finals of the Esports World Cup. What has changed? What do you think is the difference between then and now?
I think experience, because we were a pretty new team, and also another factor was the preparation for the tournament. On Salt Lake, we had some visa issues, so we couldn't really scream before the tournament. Like for 2 weeks, was very, very bad, and we were not that prepared. This time was different. We did a boot camp. We were so ready to play the tournament, and we are just getting more experience every match. So good to be here now.
I'm not saying that Furia is bad in any shape or form. They are a good, very good team. Have a lot of good players.
Are you ready? Any words, fighting talk ahead of that matchup?
No fighting, no fighting. Let's just play the match. We are enjoying so much playing the tournament, so let's just go there, do our job like we did all the other matches, all the stage, and hopefully we're going to win and be in the final.
Lastly, anything you want to say to these amazing fans banging drums, supporting you guys the entire way? Anything you want to say to those brilliant fans cheering you along the way?
Yeah, of course. Like, they came all the way from Brazil to here to cheer for us and for everyone on Furia playing the tournament. So thank you a lot, guys, and I appreciate it very much.
Love to see it. Of course, this is the Esports World Cup. You get to crush the key of your foes. I'm going to ask all the team to join us right now. Fellas, come across this way. You need to choose someone as well. Who is going to crush the key?
Herds will crush the key.
You're going to crush the key. Come this way. We're going to walk towards the back screen here, fellas. As Wildcard's key is now crushed by Team Furia. And Herds is going to step forward and come and do the honors here, making sure that they officially are eliminated from the competition. Herds, do step on up there and crush that key. It is a tradition here. We love to see the drums. The fans are ready. We all are. Here we go. It's coming. I'm getting involved too here. Love to see it. There we go. And officially Wildcard out of the competition. Furia go through to the semi-finals of the Esports World Cup. For now, we finish up here on the stage. We head back over to Rain Day and the fellas on the desk to wrap up this epic, epic day.
No, it's like not going around.
Crush felt like it had a little more to it, especially with the hopes of what seemed to be the #1 contender in North America to take EWC.
Holy moly, that is crazy.
Herds, no tears lost with
That is insane, guys.
As Adam kind of had a chat with them on top of this moment, it felt like it was all
actually
good preparation, different redemption in many ways from their last chance, their last outing at Salt Lake, and I certainly have proven a lot to the world who's been watching them.
Yeah, I mean, it's about the experience. I mean, they are a brand new team, so the fact they can get knocked out of SLC, get back on the saddle, go into SAL, get second place, come into the EWC, granted of going to the lower bracket, now pushing themselves into a semifinal. I mean, the gamble paid off from the get-go of them choosing Consulate and being so dominant.
Crazy.
Yeah, and they can be proud of the mental bounce back, like you said. I think they all knew that they didn't show their true potential in Salt Lake City. I actually believe they maybe already had that potential 3 months ago. I think what happened in the 2 weeks prior to the event really, stuck with them. It was a problem mentally to be there in the event after not having practiced for 2 weeks. No excuse now, and the results is showing. Yeah. And I'm just happy for Hertz, because just look at 1 year ago. He was in semi-final, but with 4 completely different teammates, with an entirely different staff. All of these guys, they left him. Yeah. And despite all of this, despite being alone on the bottom, having to rebuild everything, here he goes, only a couple of months later, exact same position.
Insane.
Top 4 secured at EWC, 1 single game away from grand finals, and 2 games away, 2 victories away from becoming the first ever player to have won a major, NSI, and EWC. Wow. I mean, that would be insane for this player.
It would be, absolutely insane. You said it best.
That's really an incredible story for Herds as well, but this entire team had a different approach to this game. The commentators talked about it, and Guz
it's crazy.
and Zenox did a great job.
Spiker had 0.5k. I don't know what the fuck happened with the Spiker today. That was insanely bad.
Barely gotten to double digits in that last round, but they were able to do it, and they worked well as a team.
Absolutely, but the biggest difference for me is every single time, regardless of the first series, going into the second series,
that
they
was
would always
really
get
bad.
Didn't matter how the round ended. Didn't matter if it was nail biting or it was a clean sweep. They were always hyping each other up, always being behind one another, always being that force, that teammate that you would want in moments like that, where we would see wildcard. I mean, you just saw right there, they would kind of get down on themselves. They would start to question a little bit, but every single time, and I talk about Brazil as a whole, they always bring that tenacity. They always have that ferocity with them. They just do not quit.
Weirdly enough, this was a 2-0.
We're snoozing that shit.
I think
we're
watching it felt a little bit more like a 2-1.
The ad.
Went the distance. I mean, Wildcard did not give up.
Yeah, I kind of expected them to do better. Like in the last map, they played better, but they made a lot of mistakes as well.
I think they really found, for a team that is almost one of the youngest one in the world, they found in front of them players that have
it was not Spiker's day at all.
There's Hertz, yes, of course, but think of Diaz. Diaz, who already played at the top level in 2 different regions. You think of other players like Volps, who've won a major with a completely different team. You just look at the side of Furia, and you look at a team that has Loira, who played with G2 and has basically been the runner-up at EWC 1 year ago. You look at these guys and you think, okay, if there's one team that can mentally have the upper edge, that already won one match, they completely carried that momentum. And when I saw frustration on the side of Wildcard when they lost a round, I didn't see that on the side of Furia. I only saw more eagerness to go and win the next one.
I mean, also for me, when you're just looking at the way that Furia has played throughout this, especially throughout this event, they've had to overcome some losses already, where Wildcard didn't have to experience loss. And that, I think, is the biggest thing for me as being a former player, is when you lose a match, you take a lot from it. You're able to extrapolate things from it and then implement it into the next series.
100%.
But Wildcard was not able to do that. They were flawless through it. So once they came into their first loss against their best map and they'll lose it the way they did, I'm sure that weighs on your mental. There's no doubt in my mind.
They played 3 maps. And it's just the truth. You play 3 maps, you arrive here in the playoffs, and you arrive a little bit cold. That's the truth. And if you look at the main players on their other side, you look at 2 guys that went absolutely crazy on the side of Furia. These guys were thriving on that momentum because they had maybe to play a little bit more matches. And those 2 guys, that's Diaz and that's Hertz. On one side, the backline on the other, the aggression. It's exactly what we said before, right? You've got the hammer on one side.
Yeah, Hertz did play. I think Hertz was one of the best players, but his role as well is to be like the fragger as well, so
of Diaz, and both respectively earned these MVPs, from Hertz being that spearhead, and then you have Diaz being that handle, really being able to facilitate an entire round from start to finish. And it's the real reason why they're being able to cross this finish line, get into a semi-final presence, because every single player was stepping up in their role exactly where they needed to at any given moment.
Of course, it's hard to pick one, but Diaz was our MVP for this series. You could have pointed to
all the impacts that Furia had. And you look at the experience, you look at Herds surviving roster changes, getting to this moment, having the chance to win, you know, so many different awards in this scene that it feels like no one, you know, has done something like that before. But Diaz, really, his impact on this team was something special today.
Yeah, and I really want to go back to, if any players, any viewers out there, you know, don't know Diaz very much. Diaz was already a top performer when he was playing in NAL. But what changed was whenever he moved back to his home region, his home country, to Brazil, he really started to flourish like I've never seen before. Wow. He went from a top regional player in NAL to a top international player as soon as he started speaking Portuguese again, and as soon as he met a team that basically had him thrive. It started with Liquid, where in my opinion, with Maya, he was the best player on the roster. Then he landed his spot on this team, and here, he's been the MVP almost every single game, since SAL all the way to the playoffs, all the way here to EWC. When you have one of the most aggressive team in the world, the most important thing is not necessarily the aggressive player, as weird as it might seem. It's the backline. The guy that's supposed to win the gunfight when you're in a man disadvantage. And he's that guy for that team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I kind of want to change topic of go back to Herds really quick. And I kind of want to pick your brain, just being an analyst, being a former player as myself. Do you think this team reaches the strides that they've reached if Herds isn't the captain? When you have a player that has won a 6 invitational, has won everything throughout an entire year, do you believe in that ideology? Because that's something for me when I'm looking at this Furia roster. Is they got behind that ideology. They got behind playing aggressive, playing into that nature, where we're now highlighting Diaz in the sense of you don't need just aggressive players. You also need the supportive backline. But it does make me question, if he wasn't the IGL, if he wasn't the captain, do we believe in this system?
No, clearly not. I think Herds being the leader is the biggest thing here. And when I talked to him, I asked him, what's the biggest difference from being with your previous teammates with whom you won 2 majors and 1 SI, and with these teammates? And he told me, you know, with the guys that I used to play with, I won everything with them. So there was no disparity in experience. So if I had a voice and I needed to say something, I could not really be more legitimate than the others. In this one, I mean, guys, how many of you has got 3 STR trophies? No one.
Right.
So as the IGL, he's got that experience. Whenever he says something, everybody basically buys into it. And that's the big difference between the previous Furia roster and this roster. And that's why everyone aligns behind his vision, his play style. And that's why these guys are top 4 of EWC right now.
That's right. Top 4 in this tournament. It's hard to get to. And of course, they had to go through wildcard. This is a great team that came in with a great performance. Maybe they weren't warm enough. Maybe they didn't learn from these losses, but they didn't lose up until that first map that they played today. I'm sure it's a bit of a shock for wildcard fans, a little sad to see, but we had an exit interview with Adrian to talk to us a little bit about how he's feeling after that loss.
I feel sorry for wildcard.
We're speaking to Adrian after their loss.
Adrian,
I'm sorry for the loss here at the Esports World Cup. You guys had a slower start in this series than in most of your recent series. What do you feel like the reason was to that?
I think we came into the game kind of in it, like it was guaranteed to us, it was promised, where it's not. Like, we had to put the work in to show.
It's never guaranteed anything, no matter how you spend it. It doesn't matter if you're the favor or anything.
It's too late for Consular, and it's just how it goes. Competition. If you're not there from the start, you're going to be last.
You lost your own map pick. What do you feel like went wrong on your own map pick?
I think we were doing too much of the same things without adapting anything little. And whereas they were doing that and making small changes, and we just weren't adapting mid-game.
Like, this is very important. You don't have to change the whole strat to make something different. You can change like the operator, you can just change one operator and that would change. You can change where you're entering, you can change where you want to nade. Like, those small things is enough. You don't have to change the entire, like, entire lineup or anything.
I think there'll be some time to rest, but obviously I think we're going to work even harder to make sure this doesn't happen again.
All right, thank you for your time and good luck for Stage 2.
Thank you very much.
Stage 2 still on the horizon, and NAL champions, but wildcard will be out at EWC. This is a testament to how good they are, obviously, but, you know, a tournament's a tournament for a reason, and it's the performer on the day that gets to move on.
Absolutely, and it's really insane to think that they were struggling to adapt, because that is absolutely where wildcard has thrived. Event after event, stage after stage.
A lot
Spiker
of issues with that,
actually. He's so influential on this team to be able to read the plays, to be able to read the situations they're in, and move the pieces around in order to have
crazy.
As perfect of a round as you possibly can get, and to see them not be able to reach those strides, even getting into these playoffs, that's what they were doing so well. And to get here in the moment where it matters most, not be able to replicate it, I mean, it really is the repercussions.
Yeah, a bit uncharacteristic. I mean, obviously,
absolutely,
a lot of people thought they were going to go very, very far, but that changes things. And of course, let's catch you
up
with our
the funny thing is, when I put my prediction for wildcard not to win, they win, and when I put them to win, they lose. It's like, it's so crazy.
Down wildcard and Weibo Gaming. Then FaZe Clan and Team Liquid, GK Esports Team Secret still have to punch their tickets. That leads us to tomorrow's schedule, where GK Esports Team Secret will start out the day. Then FaZe Clan, Team Liquid, Alienware, the Battle of Brazil will come back and finish off what should be an incredible day of R6 Esports as well. I cannot wait for that one. I mean, I know Furia fans are special, but it feels like Alphama, like this has got to be at least comparable. Like, there's got to be some dancing, some yelling, some cheering going on for that matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just thinking, you know, I'm just wondering how much the drums had an impact on the mental on the side of Wildcard.
I mean,
I feel like
they impacted us.
I was gonna say they definitely impacted us.
I'm pretty sure it played a part. I think there was the trash talk, there was the experience, and there was the drums that basically froze Wildcard. And just looking at these matchups, obviously tomorrow will be great. We have two dark horses. The two biggest dark horses of the tournament came from EML, and look at them, they're in quarterfinals.
I was gonna say, even for you, I mean, it's certainly not the EML that you would have predicted to be here on the the quarterfinals.
But I love it.
I mean, yeah, exactly. But it should really shake up to be a good match, or matches tomorrow.
The unfortunate part is
it's going to be
one
crazy.
Team goes home, but the fortunate part is one team makes it through.
One in semis.
Exactly.
I'm thinking it's
I mean, for semifinals.
Come on, man. All right, we have some more action here, as always, at EWC. Chris was able to catch up with what's going on over in Counter-Strike at the Qiddiya City Battlegrounds. Chris?
Okay, guys.
This week, but in the STC arena next week, and of course in the
that is
arena towards
some
stages,
crazy things happening.
Is very much in town and coming
crazy
to town.
Crazy thing.
From what we've got going on in Siege, we've actually got Furia and Wildcard playing each other on this stage as well, which is quite cool. Of course, there are teams that are involved in the Siege side of things, but Furia being the most dominant across the board, we kind of know the CS teams that are kind of coming through. We're talking about teams like Falcons,
insane,
home crowd favorites, guys like that, Spirit, etc., all going to be vying for that place. But right now, it's actually the group stages. Top 4 teams go on through to next week in the playoffs.
Okay, so guys, we are going to be heading off, and I will be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. CET, guys. Thank you for the raid as well. Thank you for everyone that followed as well over at Twitch. Everybody on YouTube, thank you so much for liking and subscribing to the channel. We are trying to hit YouTube partner, and I have until February to hit that because they're changing the rules of getting a partner, and I want to get it before we get there. Can we make it, guys? Can we? Time will tell. But I will see you guys tomorrow, 4 p.m. CT. Everyone in Twitch, stick around. We're going to be raiding someone in a minute. But for everyone on YouTube, thank you so much for being here. And I will see you guys tomorrow. And I wish you guys an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are. Take care.